think that I'm going to hiding somewhere by a gated star. Baby, they ain't never gonna find me. I'm a renegade. I could be the one who saved you from them. Our play. We could be as one and escape. We can run away. We don't gotta stay. I can feel it. It burns inside me. Take away the pain. We can go insane. I can feel it. It burns inside me. Burns inside me. Burns inside me. Burns inside me. I won't let you down. We could have the world to ourselves, going to a place that's far, staring at the stars for hours, 'cause you're a renegade.
Welcome to the Permobil Bathurst 12-hour sim race. My name is Natalie McGloin and I am a Permobil brand ambassador. I am also a racing driver. I am the only female tetraplegic racing driver in the world. I'm also the FIA Disability and Accessibility Commission President. And recently we have started looking at sim racing. The great thing about sim racing, like motorsport, is that gender and disability are completely irrelevant. Disabled and non-disabled people compete against each other. Even more so in sim racing because your disability is not visible to your competitors. So it's even more irrelevant. All that matters is your skill and your bravery out on the circuit, along with your speed. I'm going to be interjecting today with a few exercise videos to try and get the blood pumping through those 12 hours to keep you in peak performance for the endurance of the race. I'll also be back at the end for some commentary and some interviews for those teams that end up on the podium at the end of the race. I hope you all have a fantastic race, and I look forward to keeping tabs on you, speaking to you at the end. Good luck, everyone.
Let's go, team. It is the Permobil Bathurst 12 hour, and we are not too far away from the start of an absolutely epic day today. I cannot wait to get it started, and it's great to hear from Natalie there. You'll hear from her later on today. There's a few videos we're going to post up. She's going to jump in the commentary box as well as do some post-race interviews. But let's get the party started. Let's introduce the commentators to kick things off today. Welcome, Matt Nipris. How are you, sir?
Good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world, and good morning to you, Miles. Thank you for having me in the commentary box again.
It's great to see you here, mate. You're a staple in the Endurance Series. Also welcoming into the booth, Mike Crick. G'day, morning, Mike.
Hey, Neil. How are we all doing this morning?
Oh, I'm doing. That's all. Yes. It's been full on, and also, last but not least, it's the beautiful Tom Maloney. G'day, sir.
Morning, everyone. Certainly earlier than I would usually be up on a Saturday morning, but definitely excited for 12 hours of Bathurst content coming right up.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely epic today. We're going to do something different. We're going to roll into a different video that's been recorded for us. It is Bathurst. It is a full drift around Bathurst. And this is what my brother did the other day, and I said I'd play it. So let's go to this. And that is how that's done. Oh, I thought that was too good not to share. Shout out to one of my little brothers. Absolutely epic. But here we are. It is dark and it is the mountain. And I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Matt, Mike and Tom as they introduce the grid today. Good luck, gentlemen. Hello. Are you there, lads?
Yep. Just waiting for. I think Matt has the top 10. If we've got a graphic for that one.
That's all right. As long as you're there, that's all that matters. I will pump it up now. Good luck.
Thank you, mate. So, top 10, we obviously had Zach Smith took a fantastic pole position last night in the shootout for Alpha Venturi 818. P2, Philippa Bakita in the BS competition X Happy Laps car with Andrew O'Hara and Hunter. Alpha Venturi with 919. P3 with Lawrenson taking that lap last night in the shootout. P4, No Idea, Paul Brett, Matt Lamb, Ali Kairudin. P5, MPRGP, our first proper international car. Sorry, I've lost that. So from P11, FPS Racing, Hill, Fry, Dreyer. 05 Motorsport P12, Vidna, Malloy, Walter. P13, OAS Orange Racing, Kale Koza. P14, Rockets Evolved. P15, Milk, Cross Bricks, with again some international drivers in there. P16, two-man team, Scooney and Scarney. P17, STR Esports, Burton, Martin and Sevitt, another international car. P18, 2T Racing. P19, the Underdogs. And P20, Kovacs Yellow, another two-man team. I'll hand over to Mike Crick for 21 onwards.
Yep, so we've got the 777 Black team in P21. P22 is Waco's Flippable Racing. MRGP 2.0, the sister team to the one of the in the top 10 in P23. P24 is 777 Orange. P25 we have Opposite Lock. Kovacs Racing Blue in P26. Dad's Team Racing in P27. The $1.50 Macca's Special McLaren P28. Drive to Survive in P29 and CJ Racing in P30. We have P31's 666 Shakedown Racing. Achieve Esports in P32. The number 42 Alliance Pro car is P33. P34 is Freebie Racing. P35 we have GSR Esports. P36 Convicts and Colonials. P37 we have Spare Tires Racing. P38 Alliance Green. And P39 we have OES Red. P40 is Death Racing.
Alright, and filling out the back of the grid, P41 we've got Positive Delta Racing. P42 Kovacs Racing Green, another two-man team, John Rudd and Jesse McLean. P43 BDE Motorsport. P44 So Fucking Slow. P45 SF Motorsports. P46 Kovacs Racing Red. P47 Lost Our Way. And P48 Team Name, the final car on the grid. So we're waiting to start still. Formation lap coming up very, very soon. Unfortunately, we've lost Matt Nippers with a bit of an internet edge, but I think he's back.
I am back.
Good to have you back, mate.
I don't know why that happened. It just internet was like, no, you're not doing this.
But better to have issues now than later, especially if you're racing.
That's the thing, I'm not even racing.
So what are we all keen for? Who's our pick for today?
I think the battle for the top 5 will be absolutely spectacular because their race pace will be absolutely ballistic. And then there'll probably be another sort of really close pack, P6 to 10, and then sort of dropping back from there. I reckon there's going to be a lot of sort of very close little battle packs rather than sort of a long train of cars, which, that'll be really, really exciting to see, especially since some cars can do 70-minute stints and some can't.
I think it's going to be very difficult to pick a winner because this is Bathurst and it's 12 hours. And everyone who has ever done any form of racing, whether it's sim racing or real racing, we know how treacherous this mountain can be. It can favour you and you can be one of the favourites. Then in the race, the mountain will bite you hard. So it's important that if you are starting off the front or in that top 10, don't get complacent. Just because you're at the front doesn't mean you're going to stay there. The mountain chooses the winner, not the drivers.
Exactly, and if anyone has not raced at Bathurst in the dark, across the top of the hill it is pitch black, and you have no turn-in or braking references. So expect a little bit of caution on the first lap as people sort of work out exactly where they are. And then as that sun comes up, the second stint, third stint will get very, very challenging with that sun in people's eyes.
Getting a good look at all the wonderful liveries we have here. There's some really good efforts been put out by all the teams and drivers. So a shout out to all the people who did designs and stuff for some of these cars, because it's a really, really nice looking grid. Especially that one, that little Nissan there. The one Nissan we have, I'm going to give it a shout out to that. That Nissan is an excellent livery on the best car in the game.
That is an outstandingly well done livery. I thought
Nissans were banned at Bathurst.
Only because they're too good.
I think only if Jim Richards and Mark Scape are driving them.
And it's 92.
Or 91.
We might ask the cameraman to take us up the hill and sort of show us how dark it is. Sort of especially around the cutting and just out of there. Apparently it's very, very challenging if he's got the ability to take us up there and have a look.
What do you think is more challenging? The darkness or the sunrise? For me personally, I find the sunrise is the worst part because of where the sun comes up just over the as you descend down the hill. It's probably the worst place for the sunrise to be.
I think in the dark, like you look at how dark this is, you just can't see anything without the headlights. And those headlights like to go out on lap 1 just from tapping the rear of someone. So. But yeah, I think the dark, especially that one, only really sort of relying on the noise of the cars around you to really identify sort of what you're racing. To get right down on the road to actually see where the corner is. So very, very, very challenging conditions, especially in the morning here, and then it doesn't get easier as the sun comes up. Very good to see some activity in chat there. Brad, I'm not racing and Matt's not racing. Mike, did I see your name in a car there?
No, I won't be racing today. We did try and qualify, but we did not make the cut because of just how ridiculously fast all of these guys are. But I think that's just going to give us a really good race today. I'm really looking forward to it. The competition is just going to be pretty crazy. Like you said, that top 5, but I mean, Bathurst is anybody's race at the end of the day.
Definitely a lot of practice went into these qualifying laps. It was pretty terrifying to see if you're a casual racer. Did not want to put too much time into it. You didn't have much hope.
What was the cutoff time?
2:02 something, wasn't it?
Oh God.
Yeah, it was like a 202, I believe, about 2025 or 2026, somewhere around that vicinity. I know we were about 2/10 off, and I think our average was 2029 or something around that range. And we were eight or nine positions down from P48 with 2/10 difference between us and P48. So pretty competitive.
Yep, brutal. So the grid's set. We've got driver number 1 in each car, ready to make sure they're set, strategies set as much as you can. Can't see any weather on the horizon, which they'll probably be very thankful for. We'll take a wander down the grid again, have a look at some of these fantastic liveries. Shout out as well to Glenn Germain for building a wonderful little setup livery sync tool to make life easier for everyone, to make sure they can all see everyone's liveries. A quick wander past Celine Dion there in the Kovacs purple car.
I have to say, I'm very glad that there is a Nissan out there. A car that just doesn't get used very often.
One of its better tracks too here at Bathurst, especially over an endurance race, because it's a really solid endurance platform to drive. It's quite stable in the long form, good on tyres, good on fuel. So they're one to keep an eye on, definitely.
Picking a straight line too, isn't it? So hard car to pass and easy car to defend your position with you if you end up in front of a faster car.
Oh, hello. Someone's managed
Exactly
to find
right.
some way out. How have you done this, sir?
Kovacs blue. Go and ask some questions when I...
Okay. Kovacs, right, yeah, yep. Say no more.
Just a bit of Kovacs on Kovacs in the pits, probably.
Oh, so standard. Okay.
Nothing like an ACC visual bug to spice up a 12-hour race.
No, naturally. It's a feature, not a bug. Feature.
Pingu calling a super clean lap 1 with no crashes. I like your optimism, my friend.
Hey, it can be done. It can be done.
Oh, we've got everyone moving. Formation lap on the way. Everyone's got a lot of tyre warming to do because it'll be chilly outside. Definitely a challenge to get your tyre pressures right, and these tyres are so sensitive to that in terms of wear and graining and stuff.
Morning races are always interesting as well because ACC does actually simulate the bit of dew that you get, on the road in the morning, so it cools down the track, and it also makes it moderately slippery for everybody as well. So it is going to have to be a very tenuous first lap for everyone. So hopefully everyone's got their cool, calm, and collected heads on. Realizes we got 12 hours ahead of us, and we have a nice clean lap 1, but we'll have to wait and see.
Also, a little fun fact, this is the second weekend in a row I've been technically at Bathurst. Last weekend I was actually a flag marshal at the cut, and yeah, I can tell you right now, the morning start was something else.
Pretty brutal wake up.
It was a very brutal wake-up, yes.
Well, Zach Smith leads everyone down the hill. Everyone's getting a feel for how dark it is and sort of how treacherous it's going to be, but it's always a little bit scarier at race pace.
If anyone caught the top 10 shootout last night, you'll know that everybody in that top 10 has got some serious speed behind them. Zach Smith doing an excellent job last night and putting that car on pole by a ridiculously small margin to Philippa Bakita. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens in these opening laps with that top 10.
Well, hopefully everyone in the field has been watching that Bathurst video with Mark Larkham, and how he's talking about the first 100 metres. You've got to be sensible. If you can't be sensible, don't start the car.
You'd hope so, but it's different when you don't have to pay for the damage. So,
zero risk to me. I can do this. I can go too wide down the S's.
absolutely, why not? All right, the cars are side by side to start the race. Zach Smith will lead us off, and Matt Nipris will call the race start as much as he can see anyway.
I think that's fair, given my internet dropping out and I didn't call out the grid positions. So, field is lined up. We're looking quite nice. It's got a little gap so we can see in camera 2, but otherwise, everything looking nice and neat for a race start. They come around the final corner. We're starting to sense a little bit of anticipation from the drivers. They pick up the speed a little bit and then slow down again. Although this is our first lap nerves coming up as we get set for the green light. And we are away and racing. It looks fairly clean, and it is the inside line for Smith, I think that is, who takes the early hole shot and will lead the field up Mountain Straight towards Griffin's Bend. Can't see anything in camera 2 for accidents. Oh, no accidents yet. So that's a fantastic effort so far from at least half the field. I think I see. Oh, actually, I see a yellow flag on the main straight. Car 33 going slow on the track map. So something's happened. Oh, and Smith getting the hurry up from Bakita, and Lawrenson trying to go up the outside of Bakita going into the cutting. That would have been a brave move as they make their way through the cutting single file. So cooler heads do prevail in the end. But a great start from Smith. He gets that hole shot and leads them over the top of the mountain for the first time. We're almost clouting the wall at Silman Park too. So these guys are already on the limit of adhesion on this first lap.
No, well done everyone. That is an incredible effort to keep that clean. We'll have to see what happened to car 33. I think they just missed the start or something because they were miles behind when the green flag was called on the main straight.
Yeah, car 33 is just trundling along back there on its own. So yeah, obviously just a little bit of an issue on the start. Doesn't look like any incidents.
I think we've managed to get down the hill without any sort of really significant incidents either. That is an incredible effort from everyone to stay out of each other's quarter panels. Looks like the Kovacs purple car has lost a position off the start. But otherwise, I think that looks like the same grid as it was on the way out.
Oh no, we got cars off. Are those our leaders? That's Zach Smith. So there's been a coming together at the chase. We've had an almost reverse situation that what we had with Gunon and Engel. Instead, at the end of the race, they've taken each other at the start of the race.
Yeah, Bakita's down as well.
Yep, Lawrenson now leading the pack by the looks of it.
Oh, sorry, Pingu. You didn't quite get super clean lap 1. We were so close. So close.
And she's had to wait for half the field to pass her as well to rejoin safely. So Lawrenson, Lamb following him. 4 Mercedes in the top 4, followed by 3 BMWs. Bit like F1 for the past decade.
God.
That's a big hit to the 89. That's, yeah, completely down in P18 at the moment. So that's a lot of positions gained there. Lost there, sorry. And Zach Smith only down to P7, but yeah, that's really cost Bakita.
So we'll wait to see a replay of what exactly happened there, whether someone got into the back of someone or someone missed their braking point. But everyone's still absolutely flinging it around the top of the hill on lap 2 and then taking it a little bit easier as we go down the hill on board with Corey Sweet.
Cannot imagine how this has happened. Oh no.
Philippa's missed her braking.
No, that was... Philippa sort of looked for the move, but then she went to go following behind Smith and just lost a bit of control and got on the grass, and that's just... Once you're out on the grass, you're a passenger. It's a huge shame. So nothing malicious in that at all.
Definitely not. But stewards have noted that they will be very harsh on first lap incidents as well with penalties. So we'll wait to see. They obviously haven't got too much to review, thankfully, but we'll wait to see what happens.
I think Bakita's driving a little bit hot-headed at the moment. Obviously keen to make up for that mistake, but you've got to 11 hours, 55 minutes. You've got time, Philippa. You've got time. Right up underneath the rear wing of the 38, trying to make the move stick, but you just got to be patient in these early hours. I say this almost every endurance race, but it's not these first 10 hours or so that really matters. It's that last 1.5 hours that makes the difference, that makes or breaks your race. This lead up to that last 1.5 hours is just getting yourself in a good position where you can strike for the race win.
Exactly. You've got time as well for your strategy to give you some clear air. If anyone's got the pace to make an overcut and an undercut work, it's that team. They are a mighty fast team that represent Australia internationally, so definitely a chance for them to sort of... Whoa, she is absolutely on the limit. But, yeah, some chance to sort of find some clear air. Obviously, she's in some traffic now, but be patient. Don't put too much damage on the car. And just make up those positions when the opportunity arises.
Looks like we had a little bit of an incident going into turn 2 at the rear of the pack there. The car 91, the Kovacs car. Not quite sure what's happened there, but it looks like there was a coming together there.
Oh, we got a yellow flag at the top of the mountain as well. A car stationary at Skyline. I would say that looks like car 482 perhaps.
Yep, 482. And the car going wide at the chase as well.
That's Scarney. Oh, here comes some pain. What was that? What did I miss?
Zach Smith already coming up to P6 by the looks of it, so he's gained a position back from that final first lap incident. It's taken the Kovacs purple car and now chasing down Hasnab. He's going for the overtake on the inside at turn 2. They're pretty risky, but he's managed to make that work. He's put that through. He actually made that look really easy.
Yep, the other thing about a 12-hour race is sometimes it's not worth defending too hard. You know, you've got time to let the other guy make a mistake as well, or if they are genuinely faster, they can pull you through traffic. So, not defended too hard there by Demario. Let Zach through, and he's already pulled a pretty decent gap. So, long term, not a bad decision.
Yeah, we have a replay of that Kovacs incident earlier. Looks like, yep, just coming together there with the Mercedes, and yeah, just a little bit of sadness at the rear, but it looks like only those 2 cars involved.
Looked like the Mercedes turned down on them a little bit, which is unfortunate. But again, it's dark. It's pretty hard to spot your turn-in points or anything like that. So, plenty of time for those boys to make that time up again.
It's very hard in sim racing to actually judge where the other cars are, especially if you're on a single monitor. That's what I've found in my experience anyway. You are very vision limited, believe it or not. So very easy to make that mistake. That was an incredibly brave move from Ethan Cale. Up the inside at the chase. She'll be pretty stoked with that.
Definitely. And Lawrenson out in the lead is pulling away from Matt Lamb. The front 5 starting to spread out a little bit. Probably just a little bit of self-preservation. Just give yourself a gap and settle into the race pace. Philippa Bakita already up 3 positions from when she dropped down to P15 from P18 to P15. So starting to make a little bit of progress through the pack.
Let's give a shout out to the Nissan up into the top 10.
That's what we like to see.
It's coming.
There we go. Drive-through penalty for car 818 for causing a collision on lap 1.
Well, as you said, the stewards are coming down hard on those first lap incidents, so we're seeing that right now.
Fortunately, it is at the start of the race. Again, 11 hours, 50 minutes to go. you got time to make that up, and Bakita and the rest of that team, they should be able to make that time up.
unfortunately, car for penalty for 989 out of position lap 1, which is a shame. We're going to follow, unsure quite who this is, but a little bit of a wiggle coming out towards Skyline. That's a lot of sadness. And hold your brakes. Oh no, actually he's managed to get out of the way. Unsure how the stewards review that, because it is a rule in OOR. If you do spin across the track, you do need to hold your brakes. But on that occasion, it's actually worked out well for him. He's managed to get out of the way. So look forward to seeing what the view on that is. And we've got some side-by-side action coming into Forest Delvaux as well. Pretty spicy first 15 minutes.
Not even at the first 15 minutes. Getting a bit ahead of yourself there.
Just a bit of safety.
Too much excitement.
Exactly. Andrew Lawrenson doing 2-minute 8s. And race pace running faster than a lot of quali pace was, which is just incredible. We've got a dive up the inside. Managed to make it stick through the chase. Sent the car that got overtaken off a little bit. So they're under some pressure from the car behind, defending into the last corner, but brave heads prevail, and that's a send behind. Managed to pull it up though.
I was wondering if you saw that send coming in from behind. That Lambo was very brave, but he's had to pull up, cost himself momentum. And this is going to give an opportunity to Carpenter, but I think the Lambo's a little bit better under brakes than what the BMO is.
Yeah, a bit better under brakes, and I think it's pretty good in the straight line as well. So just a easy car to defend in.
Yeah, but it's technically an Audi, so it does Audi things.
Looks like Bakita has done her drive-through. We'll look forward to see where she pops out of the pit lane. Thank you to you, the loudest of Howards.
Less than ideal start for Bakita. Picking up the drive-through very early. But, would you guys prefer getting a drive-through or a penalty early in the race or later in the race?
Early. Then you can do something. Oh, that's unfortunate.
700 getting just a little bit too much love tap there.
That Aston Martin behind just picking his way through, splitting threading the eye of the needle there. Love to see it. Meanwhile, back at the front, Lawrenson already getting into lap traffic. I would say that these are cars that have had some absolute shocking first laps. But it's not even 15 minutes in, we've already got lap traffic. And this will be another factor for all these drivers to consider, especially the drivers at the front. How do you manage the lap traffic? Because, of course, at Bathurst, very difficult to overtake.
There's been some instruction. Try and facilitate it on Mountain Straight or Conrod. If you can safely do it over the top of the hill, then props to you, but it's very, very challenging to do it safely over the top of the hill. So in your interest as a blue flag, if you're going to avoid a penalty and you can easily let someone through on the straights, just do it. Makes it easier for everyone, makes it safer, everyone, makes the steward's life easier. It's a bit more reliable as well. So, but Lawrenson dealt with that one pretty well. He's 3 seconds out in front of Matt Lamb in P2. National Reynolds in P3, another 3 and a bit seconds behind as well.
Just noticing the Kovacs purple car there, Sneakers has jumped Zach Smith, so something's obviously happened there. Because Smith was ahead of him just a lap or two ago.
Definitely, so look forward to seeing what's come out of the wash there.
Well, I've got one of the Sonici in chat. P5 and 6 had a whoopsie, and Zach got hit again.
Who was in P5 before? Who's missing from that list?
Well, seeing we had 3 or 4 BMWs in a row, now we've only got 2. So that might give us a clue. I think Hasnam, he's down in 17th place.
Yes, there you go.
He was up there, and now he's not.
I think that looks like a pretty scrappy looking front end as well. So maybe a bit of a BMW action.
Well, you know
can't display on YouTube.
Well, you know how BMW drivers are. They like to tailgate.
Hush you.
See what I mean? Tailgating already.
Tailgating their own kind is Chris Sevitt there takes a little bit of grass on the way into the last corner, completely ruins his momentum. Hill in front of him defending very, very well, planting his car in the middle of the track early, displaying his intention and letting Sevitt decide what he's going to do. Unfortunately, he grabbed a bit of grass, so he's going to have to wait another lap to do anything significant about that.
In a good position at the moment, currently leading the Pro-Am class, and it's got the other car just 2 tenths behind, but with a 10-second penalty, so it's in a reasonably good position here to take out the Pro-Am title so far.
Definitely, but they've got Lemmy and P16 also less than a second behind as well, so 1, 2, 3 for Pro-Am, all in very, very close proximity. Robert Wenzel in the car number 2 unfortunately gets a stop-go 10 for causing a collision on lap 2, which is a real shame as Sevitt gives the wall a little bit of a kiss coming up the hill there. Little unit, I think Philippa came out about P34, so a bit of work to do. Got a replay here of, I think this is DeMario. Yeah, bit too much of a send. Ooh, yeah, that's not going to be looked at nicely by the stewards, I think.
Meanwhile, with the Bakita show, up to 31st already. She dropped down to 34th, if I'm not mistaken. Now in a sea of Pro-Am entries. Would expect that Bakita will just carve through it and backs. Where to pass.
What do you do if you're one of these sort of P20 to P30 cars here? Do you just sort of let Bakita go because you know it's an inevitable thing, or are you going to race?
I reckon you let her go, and she's going to... Another guy in front is going to defend and make their own life difficult. You follow them through as well.
If I was in that position, I wouldn't fight, but I'm not just going to pull over and let through.
Simple defence, you reckon?
Well, in this situation, all these guys, you see it's a nice big train here. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you know, nearly 10 cars. These guys are all battling for position and trying to keep themselves in a good position to strike against the drivers in front. You're just going to pull over and let someone through. You could cost yourself time. You could possibly lose another position to drivers that you're battling behind as well. So it's all about balance.
Austin's got the right idea there.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let Philippa make the move.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And he won't lose a position to the car behind because we're coming up to the cutting, and only a crazy man would try to pass around the outside, although that is a Mercedes going very wide.
Mercedes got enough grunt to out-drag anyone up the hill anyway, so...
That might have been Roland possibly just sidestepping Bakita. The car 700 has got 30 seconds of penalties as well for some collisions noted before on the screen, so stewards having no mercy on their own kind. That's the steward's car down there. There's another pen for you. Douglas Keane, 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 5. Oh, that was slightly terrifying.
Managed to get it pulled up though. Credit.
Oh, more that he got the curb on the inside on the run into the chase. Not many people walk away from that.
We've got a bit of a battle here down the pit straight as well. Starting to kick off now. It was a very, very calm first 3 quarters of lap 1. Young in the Mercedes goes very, very wide to hell corner and has invited Mr. Bell to poke his nose up. He's going to be stuck on the outside for the to turn 2.
Oh, but he's getting boxed in by the Aston. Oh, this is pretty keen racing from these guys. Is this the last lap, or are we in the first 20 minutes of a 12-hour race?
We're in the first 20 minutes, but again, everyone's managed to keep it very, very clean and just sort of acknowledge that it's not worth the risk at this point in the race to do silly sends or just keep hanging it around the outside when you know you're going to be squeezed out into the wall. So shout out to all these guys for keeping their own races going.
Yeah, we saw Young there kind of back off a bit into turn 2, just to let those two have that little battle, just for that little extra bit of safety.
This is giving me a little bit of anxiety, I'll tell you what. Oh, that is
What a send!
Oh, that was an opportunistic move. But hey, you see the doors open, you go for it.
Definitely. I think Death there just got a little bit of a wiggle going into Forest Elbow, sent him wide, and that Aston just saw the Bell just saw the opportunity to take the apex. And if you go wide at Forest Elbow, you're in some serious trouble. And he's managed to break a little bit late and lose a spot for it. We saw a drive-through for Demario Hasnan for causing that collision with Zach Smith before. So unfortunate for those guys. They've got it out of the way quickly. It'll drop them down fairway down the field.
Oh, greatest car in the game, up to 9th position.
Isn't this?
I'm going to be unapologetically biased towards this Nissan.
Don't worry, I'm here with you.
Good man.
Cat, you've got 12 hours of Matt being biased towards this. Tuck yourselves in. You've got Ethan Cowell behind him in the Mercedes though. Absolutely pushing him along. Both driving very, very sort of consistently. That Nissan is now dead.
That
Did he
is
save it?
100% a curse. Somehow he did manage to save that car though.
Did he keep it out of the wall?
I don't know how they've done that.
There is no way that car stayed out of the wall. The way that thing snapped. Yeah. Thanks, Miles. Yeah, Joe Donut's cursed. You're right. God. 23 minutes. I can't even go 23 minutes without cursing someone.
Right, as long as you spread it equally across the field, it doesn't matter. That's not as much damage as you'd think.
Still a lot of damage. that will at least be 20 seconds, I reckon, damage.
He's not terribly slow down the straight.
It's pretty slow. It's a Nissan, mate.
But just considering the damage he's got.
Will hurt the Nissan more than it does hurt other cars though, because that is one of its major advantages and one area where it's going to make the most of its pace. So they're probably going to want to think about getting that fixed up if it is 20 seconds or so, because that is going to hurt their overall pace in the first stint here. Very unfortunate.
Absolutely. Thankfully, they are almost halfway through a stint, so it's not like they've got to do a whole stint with that damage. You know, they've given themselves half an hour of time up their sleeves.
This is leaving them vulnerable, though. You've got a whole snarling pack of drivers that might be less than patient.
It's going to breed some chaos, I reckon.
Yeah, missing in the Nissan is the train conductor here. Look at that. It's a big pack of cars catching her.
Pretty impressive. And Zach Smith had gotten up to P5, but is back down to P7 again. So, wonder what has happened there. He's having a pretty eventful first stint, unfortunately. Aaron Fox, is he okay? I hope so. I'll wait to see a replay of what's happened. Hopefully not another incident at the chase, because he's allergic to having a good time there, it seems.
Oh. It turned into a 360 and kept going, at least.
It was more a brush of the wall rather than sort of a real... just a bit of a bonk.
Must have had the Euro bit going.
I mean, the headlights start flashing every time he jumps on the brakes, so I guess you're right, the damage isn't that bad, but looking at that BMW just gobbling up the Nissan down the straight, and here comes another BMW around the outside into the chase, and here comes another BMW up the edge. Oh no! Oh, that BMW is going to be absolutely paddled to death, I think.
Sadness for 3 cars there, unfortunately.
Yep. Bit too much opportunity presenting itself. Corey Sweet in the car number 900, unfortunately, getting involved there. And just gets swallowed up by cars as he rejoins and resets himself.
God, I can hear the stewards warming up the paddle right now.
Expect Chris Taylor in the Honda to pretty rapid car in the straights as Nate Lamblin, car 787, gets a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. He's up there. He's the lead Pro-Am car at the moment. So both leading Pro-Am cars with a 10-second penalty. As the pack condenses to go into the cutting and climb the hill.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of incidents down there at the chase. I wonder how much of that is just how dark it is and people just missing their braking markers or having trouble seeing people when they go on that quickly.
I think it's pretty common for the braking marker boards to be missing. And if you're relying on that and you're not too experienced with driving in the dark, you haven't got another reference, you know, it takes a while to work it out and you're guessing a little bit, and unfortunately it's catching a couple of people out.
I think it's just more unsighted, seeing cars going up the inside of one car, and yeah, I mean...
There could even have been a little bit of net code there as well, because it did look like the cars sort of just jumped into each other almost there, but yeah, still probably following a little bit too closely.
Bit too opportunistic.
I think that's more to the point, just a bit too much opportunism there. Unfortunately, that has really ruined the Nissan's race. I don't know where Nissan has gone. He's not even in the top 30.
Missing is missing.
And Pakita Show, she's up to P23. I think she's probably had a couple of cars very, very close together, so she's been able to just sort of pick them off lap by lap by lap rather than have to wait to get through a few cars. We saw a car exiting their pit box there as well.
Coming right up behind the 991 car of Michael Papp, Kovac's car.
These two are pretty friendly. Be interesting to see what Michael does. I think he's got the straight line speed. It's whether Philippa decides to send it into turn 2, which she's going to do.
Is she going to send it? What kind of a question is that?
She's in a bit of a mood today, isn't she? So, up into the top 20. Top 21, sorry, for Philippa. Bit of work to do still, but Andrew Lawrenson up in P1 with a monumental lead, 8.5 seconds over Matt Lamb in P2. And Ashlyn Reynolds a bit further behind, P3, another 6 seconds down the road.
And that explains where Misson is. He's in the pit lane.
Fair enough. If you sort of have got that much damage and you're so out of position, you may as well just sort of reorient your strategy around a pit now. 11.5 hours, plenty of time to make it work.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I keep casting my mind back to one of the seasons in sprint where we had the 90-minute mini enduro at Bathurst, and I planted into the wall a few times and ended up having a 2-minute pit stop, and I still managed to get back up to 11th place. So this mountain is friendly, but it can be unforgiving.
So if you haven't done some practice with 15 seconds of damage from kissing the wall over the top of the hill, you've missed out on some pretty crucial practice, I think, because it's almost guaranteed you are going to give the wall a bit of a kiss every couple of laps.
Yeah, 100%. I think you really need to make sure you do a little bit of practice with a slightly damaged car up here, because it's almost inevitable once you get into a situation where you got traffic, you got other people having incidents, and yeah, it's definitely a worthwhile endeavour.
Well, with Scani here, who's got Glover in the Mercedes behind him, poking his nose up the inside, doesn't have enough of a braking zone to get alongside enough, backs out of it. And we've got a 7 or 8 car train all the way back to Lockie Nichols in P23 in the Lamborghini, all very, very close to each other. It's Corey Sweet, car 900, makes his recovery after murdering and leaving the scene of the chase before. I think this is about as good as we can hope for, guys. A lot of cars in very, very close proximity and very, very similar pace. Different levels of confidence. We can see coming down the hill here. The sun's coming up. There's a bit more light. It's a bit easier to sort of see what's going on. The light of the town of Bathurst is a bit less prominent over the hills as we come down Conrod Straight.
Glovery glued to the back of Scani there in the 280 Mercedes. Those two are really close together. Definitely trying to sidle up and move, I think. Glover, he's sussing him out, he's following him.
Nice fair racing from him though. He's not poking his nose where it doesn't deserve to be.
Scani got a bit hooked up on that curb though. That is going to cost him up the hill. See another penalty there for Austin Carpenter in the 676 for that collision on lap 9.
There in P27, so that added a bit of sting to the next pit stop. We're almost at the point now. I'm not 100% on sort of what strategies are, but if you're stuck in this train, do you pit, get yourself? There's not too much free air on the track, but you get into freer air. Save a bit of fuel and sort of see if you can stretch a couple of stints out to make up this 20 odd minutes.
I don't know. Oh, we got a yellow flag just out of Griffin's Bend.
That's well.
Car around. Yep. Just to your point, I think I don't know. With Bathurst, I think it's hard to stick to a strategy just because of how risky the track is.
Yeah, definitely, and I think you see most people extend their stints because of the fuel usage. You know, I mean, you look at the Mercedes in particular; it drinks a lot of fuel around Bathurst, and it's one of the tracks where, you know, you do have that factoring in a little bit more, especially over a 12-hour race, because, you know, if you can really extend those stints and make them as long as possible, you can save quite a lot of time out there on track and save a pit stop or two.
Especially racing in traffic like what we just saw on screen here, you're not going to be at full throttle anywhere near what you would normally be. It's heaps of opportunity to save fuel over the top of the mountain, lift off and let the car coast rather than full throttle and brake. Plenty of laps to be gained. You plan well.
Tell you what, who was that in the BMW at the final corner, sending around the outside of the McLaren? That was a beautiful move.
Speaking of sends,
Yeah, whoa, there's another. Don't know who that was. They were getting sent off to Lithgow.
that was Nichols on Corey Sweet there. That was a move.
Oh, that's a boop, and into the
That's a
fence.
Jordan Moss, unfortunately, meeting the wall. sort of backing a couple of people up behind Michael Young. Josh Vedigat behind, sort of having to back out of it to make sure that accident didn't continue.
Oh, there's a car off into the gravel trap. And that is our Corey Sweet. Oh, this opening stint is just getting worse for Sweet.
Hasn't been a particularly successful one for them, unfortunately, in car 900.
No, and unfortunately car 12, that car we saw sort of stuck at turn 2. I think they had a bit of a bigger hit than we think because they teleported back to pits rather than trundle their way around. So unfortunate for those guys.
Better go here, making a move. Just having a look.
Ryan Bell in 732 cops 10 seconds for his efforts.
So does Lam Law. Actually, that's stop go 20. Oof.
They already had a significant penalty as well for being out of position at the start. So very, very tough start to the race for those boys, unfortunately.
Oh, and Phil McLean's another one, but he does keep it out of the fence.
Yeah, good effort there to not hit the wall.
Definitely, and he was out of shape even before he got there. So his rear tyres had obviously had enough. Were a little bit toasty and weren't interested in helping him around the corner.
It is a very, very difficult corner because the cars do get a little bit airborne there. You sort of have to anticipate the corner. And try doing that for 12 hours. So, yeah, you're going to make a mistake.
Exactly, especially, you know, when it's dark and you might have sort of a visual reference point where you want to turn in usually. If you can't see it, and you're guessing, it makes it all the more challenging.
Ryan Bell as he tries to chase down Lockie Wolf, just throwing hands everywhere in the cockpit there, trying to keep the car under control and the run into the elbow.
Very easy to do as the car loses weight as it goes over the top of the hill. Loves to lock the rears and just at that point, good luck to you to save it. But he managed to do it just then. Bakita up to P16 on her mission up the field. Lawrenson's lead, 9.2 seconds. Getting stuck behind some lap traffic here. But 9.2 seconds to Matt Lamb means he can be very, very patient and just let this sort itself out. And then Matt Lamb as well has got 8.5 seconds to Ashton Reynolds and the car 191, 5 seconds behind them as well. So, bit of rarefied air between this top 5 or 6, which is a bit of a shame, but we've got 11.5 hours to go, and there's every opportunity for those guys to condense.
Good to see Matthew Lamb up there in second place. Not that that's unusual. Actually, it is kind of a little bit unusual. Normally he's in first.
Yeah, they were. He and Paul Britt had the Porsche last season. They definitely had pace. Just a couple of incidents of bad luck and other endurance racing foibles, and they missed out in the championship. But they are always there or thereabouts, which is fantastic to see.
Very interesting as well, not seeing any Porsches in the top 23. Do we have a Porsche in the field?
We've got a pretty heavy nerf very recently, and there's no Porsches in this field. So
No.
I think a little bit too much death for 12 hours. And just sort of not that same pace advantage that it once had, where if you could deal with it, you really benefited. So lots of BMWs, lots of Mercedes, good to see the Mercedes back. It's been a while since we've sort of seen a field with more than one or two.
Top 3 at the moment.
Just on the subject of the Porsche, my brother came up with the best name for the Porsche, I thought. The Tanko Slap 9000.
Accurate.
9,000. I like it.
Oh yeah, I was laughing my head off when I was at the cutting on flag duties. Laughing my head off when I saw that.
Is it as lively in the real world as it is in the game, from what you could see as a flag marshal?
It was very interesting sitting at the cutting because I was right on the apex, so like right on the driveway that goes out to one of the wineries. It was I don't know how we didn't have more people bin it at the cutting. They certainly were trying to bin it. Every single car, the top fast guys were entering the cutting so hard, the cars were almost backing it in every single lap, and it was just like every lap, oh, here we go, we're going to have someone bin into the fence here, and somehow now probably the ABS was saving them. But it was a very interesting part of the track to watch, I can tell you that much.
I know that one of the weird things about the balance of power in this game is that the Porsche in real life tends to be one of the fastest cars down a straight, but it tends to be the opposite in ACC, is my understanding. So, good to hear that at least it's the death simulation is reasonably accurate, just not quite the engine power or drag calc.
Well, it wasn't just the Porsche, it was every car. It was the Mercedes, it was the Audis weren't particularly happy getting out of the corner. If anything, the Porsche was probably the most stable going through the cutting. It was a bit bizarre.
There you go, as Philippa forces her way past Chris Sevitt. Pretty robust move, I think. But everyone moves on and there's not too much damage. We've got a bit of a battle pack with Demario Hasnam also coming back through the field on Austin Carpenter. Tries to switch back. Demario goes a little bit deep and prevents that from happening from Oscar.
I'm loving watching this from Oscar. The Pro-Am, but he's following a pro, doesn't care. I'll send up these guys.
And good to see some McLarens and mid-engined cars down the field here a little bit. Pingu, there is one Audi, that car 556 down there in P32. I guess Lockie Nichols and the 421 Lambo is also an Audi, depending on how detailed you like to be about those sorts of things.
It's exactly the same platform as the R8. It's just got a Lambo engine on it.
The R8 gets that engine, depending on the kit you get. Douglas Keane, car 12, as I mentioned before, has had a pretty rough day. He's got a stop go 30 for an unsafe rejoin. Puts him pretty firmly in last place, unfortunately, but it'll allow 11 hours and 17 minutes to make some progress there. People are going to bin it. We watch a car go wide there at McPhillamy down into Skyline. Lots of dust to drive through. I think everyone gets away with it.
Ooh, Haslam. Big tank slap going into the chase, and he will rejoin and fall in behind Oscar. So I guess Oscar does get that position.
Definitely Hasnan going for the iRacing jump line. If anyone's seen a video of that.
I have. It's fantastic. Could have been a lot worse for him. He did quite well with it.
Exactly, one of the few places in Bathurst where you've got some room to gather your senses when you make a boo-boo. There's not too many places around here where you can get away with it, but he found the one space where you do have the room to do so.
heart rate would still be skyrocketing right now, I tell you right now.
You see Scarney here under attack from Nichols. Nichols has been on a bit of a charge. Been doing a lot of moves and a lot of sends here early in the race, so definitely looking to gain a lot of positions on track in this first stint.
Fairly scuffed Mercedes, has to be said.
Yeah, he's had that rear damage for a little bit now, so wonder what caused that. Probably a little bump at some time during the opening laps, but yeah, that might be costing him just a little bit of speed and stability. Rear damage on the Mercedes isn't particularly kind. It can make it a little bit more nervous, and it's a fairly nervous car already around the mountain, so hopefully that's not costing him too much as Nichols goes for it. Making the move, making it look easy, so yeah, it looks like either a bad exit there or just that damage costing Scarney that position there, unfortunately.
Oh, Scarney.
Ooh.
That's a bit deep. And he puts Nichols in the wall. That's unfortunate. And there's a lot of chaos behind as well. That's a car turned around on the pit straight, but he's managed to get pushed back around the right way.
Looks like
So
Oscar
McLaren just sends it straight through the middle of that gap.
Vedica there in the black and yellow BMW, just very opportunistic. He saw a gap and went for it. Lined it up perfectly.
Look forward to seeing sort of exactly how that all planned out. Fortunately, Lockie Nichols probably got a bit of front end damage on that Lambo now. To go with Scarney's rear end damage. So
just trying to level out the balance on his car. he's been nudged from behind a few times. We'll just nudge a car just to level it out a little bit.
The old up factor trick, if you got damage on the left side, just give the right side a kiss as well to straighten out the alignment and you're good to go again.
Checks out. Logic is there. These are true alien strats, by the way.
Catch a replay of exactly what happened. Pretty rough place to be a flag marshal. There's a car coming straight at you. A lot of cars just getting caught up in the mess as well. Hard to see exactly who it was, but
Well, it looks like this beam gets a little bit wide, and unfortunately Oscar probably didn't. Maybe he expected the BMW to actually go off the track a little bit more. I don't know. He definitely did not allow enough room.
no. Got in a little bit hot and, you know, there's not enough room for a car to sort of sail through and go a bit wide. They've got to come back on because that wall just comes back so close. So maybe a little bit tired towards the end of the stint. Who knows? But probably not the smartest move with 11 hours to go is to try and capitalise on that. As we watch a couple of bells behind Matterford and Lamb Law. Lamb Law obviously with 10 seconds still after the serving their stop go. They were up in about P10, down in P31. Having a bit of work to do to keep some cars around behind them. Tell you what, the action has not let up once in this first 50 odd minutes. It's been pretty chaotic. There's a lot of cars very, very close together.
Well, we've probably had about a minute and a half of nice, calm driving. Then we just had two BMWs get together in the chase, and it's just kicked off from there.
Yeah, it's almost been like watching a sprint race here for the first hour, and I think a lot of the drivers are feeling that too, because it definitely hasn't been nice, calm, cool, collected enduro as we see our leader taking into the pits. I wonder if they'll do a driver swap here, or if they're just going to do fuel and tyres.
Keep an eye on where Lawrenson comes out. That'll get juices flowing for the top three. Can they make a difference? While if they short stinted, is there a chance for Matt Lamb to sort of make up a little bit more time as the car takes a lot more fuel on, it's a bit slower over the top of the hill, might come out to traffic, who knows.
The Mercury is a pretty thirsty car too, so they do probably have to pit maybe a little bit more frequently than some of the other cars. I'm not sure exactly how long you can go in a full stint with the Mercedes in a full tank, but I know it's definitely one of the cars that needs a bit of a top up sooner.
Not even making it 50 minutes though, that's a lot of pit stops to make. Whoa, that's a lot
Nichols
of
and
death.
Oscar Lau.
That's a bad rejoin as well. There's a lot going on here.
See, one of the Mercs just deciding, nope, not having any of that. Dives straight into pit lane.
Pit stop starting to happen. So, bit of shuffling going on, bit of strategy. Are they all Mercedes coming into pits? It looks like they are all Mercedes. So maybe that fuel consumption is starting to bite a little bit.
Oh no, don't do it, guys. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Make it 4 wide.
Don't say that, they'll try it.
Got flashbacks to Split Blood of Monza last year when they did go 4 wide into Curva Grande.
Well, thankfully they've managed to form one lane.
Yeah, credit to everybody there. They all managed to sort themselves out and fall into position just in time so that we avoided any sort of major incident there.
So Tim B in chat just mentioning that if you're in map 1, which is highest power in the Mercedes, you won't make it to an hour. But if you can use map 2, that will stretch your fuel out. And obviously, over the top of the hill in traffic, you know, you can get away with just dropping into map 2 to save some fuel, but Lawrenson was just out on his own. So, saw the opportunity to make some time.
And, just saw the Dad's team racing McLaren back there, doing a little bit of wall riding down the mountain. So hopefully not too much damage on that McLaren, though they're way down to 41st, I think I saw.
Saw they outlawed that move in NASCAR after that guy did it at the to make it into a championship. It's now no longer a legal move, which I think is a shame, but it's probably for the best, to be honest. It doesn't seem particularly safe.
I mean, you could just see it, couldn't you? Like, just every single race, someone was just going to tear up a race car just to gain a couple of positions.
You can only do it on the last lap because it did absolutely destroy his car. We'll get an idea of what happened here. That McLaren poked his nose to the side of the BMW, didn't have a chance to pull it up. The other McLaren pokes it over, and this BMW makes a bit of a mess of that rejoin and still refuses to leave room for the McLaren to take back onto the racetrack. So, suboptimal driving all round, I'd say.
You know what's worse? He didn't even bother even reaching for that indicator. Just forced his way in.
Something you said about BMW drivers earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. we're circling back to that. That's pretty well what this stream is going to be. Me being biased toward the Nissan and making BMW driver jokes.
Again, chat, I hope you're ready because Matt's doing almost the entire 12 hours. So if you don't like it, make it known. Following Matt Lamb in the lead. Got 8, nearly 9 seconds over Ashton Reynolds in P2. So Eric Scarney unfortunately copped 15 seconds for his misdemeanor on lap 22. It's probably a fair penalty in all judging. So anyone that's new to Octane Online Racing, we have volunteer stewards and race directors who are watching this race live. The drivers have the opportunity to report incidents to them for review. Which is one of those things I think really differentiates OLR, you know, that we do have those volunteers who give up their Saturday morning and afternoon to manage these events and make it as calm and fun for everyone as possible. So shout out to those boys for giving up their afternoon and doing God's work.
Pignata now in the 919. So interesting that Matt Lamb hasn't made that pit stop yet. So perhaps they've been running that lower fuel map and trying to go for longer runs and beat them on the strategy.
Speaking of the Nissan, we've right on board with Stephen Ty now. So Misson is out of the Nissan, and now it's Ty. He's giving Susano a bit of a hurry up. Oh, that's a brown flag right there.
Bit of work to do from P38, but they'll get there. Oscar Lau cops 15 seconds as he enters the pit lane for causing a collision as well. Bit of a pack here behind Ben Hignett and the car 600. Zach Smith tucked in behind him. Ryan Duong in the 717 Lamborghini. They're all about 10 seconds behind the Kovacs purple car, so Ben Hignett just sort of running his own race. So I don't think Zach's really able to do too much about it. He might have a bit too much damage from all of his calamities a bit earlier to really sort of make too much of an impression. So with Ben Hignett, he is in the Mercedes. If he's managed to save some fuel, then he'll be able to stretch out his stints a little bit. Definitely a bit brighter now. Those headlights aren't doing too much on the track anymore, so I'm sure camera guy will find someone looking into the sunrise with their beloved over the top of the hill. They'll get pretty close as we go into the chase.
Just about to ask, are we going to see a send here? But keeping it nice and clean.
Leaves the nose in, forces Hignett wide, and that's invited Duong in the Lamborghini to take advantage of any shenanigans that may occur, but everyone's filtered back into single file, so Smith isn't able to capitalise on that, unfortunately.
That's the visual feature, but I don't know, looks like the damage has repaired itself magically. Or maybe I'm just seeing things, I don't know. I could
Some
be
of these
going
liveries
insane.
do look a bit like damage, to be fair. There's a lot, some of the liveries are pretty busy. And the way the game sort of overlays the damage sprites can either be hidden or look very similar to what these liveries look like.
Oh, God, could you imagine someone doing a livery that makes the car look like it's damaged?
Someone's working on that right now.
Guaranteed.
You're a livery master, Mike. What do you reckon you could make it work?
Oh yeah, that wouldn't be too hard at all, honestly.
Ben's made a bit of a mess of the dipper there. Really wide through Skyline. As I think they come up to some lap traffic as well.
Got a yellow there just a bit further back too, just after McKinney.
Yeah, that is at Skyline, so Skyline claims another one. I reckon it'll be that damn exit curb.
He bites. Interesting to see car in P10. Is that the Lawrenson car that Pignata's now in?
Yep.
So come out ahead of Bakita after pit stops, so that's sort of how far ahead they were. how far behind Bakita had got after her. Bit of a mess, that one. Begged Headgut's really struggling to get that Mercedes into corners, really not biting on the way in, and I think as the tyres wear down. Got a yellow flag at the cutting. Is it? Can't see which car number that is, but the leader are coming up to them now. Nah, got too much entry curb.
Again.
That exit curb.
Oh,
Oh,
no!
no, Corey, what are you doing?
A, it was a bad rejoin, but for that Mercedes to just hammer in full tong, you've got a track
Very
mark,
true.
you've got yellow flags. You should be off throttle, so you could give yourself at least half a chance to get around them.
I don't think there really was a right thing to do there for that Beamer. He stayed where he was. He was probably going to get hit. Moved. He was going to get hit. There's no right answer.
No, but if you are sort of stuck across the track, the best thing to do is try and keep yourself as stationary as possible. Yep, agreed, Loudest. It is one of those things where it is very, very challenging, but he had been spun around for a fair while. I'm not sure sort of how aggressive the yellow flags were in terms of how quickly they came out, but I think it probably, obviously Connor was sort of completely at fault there, but was the Mercedes a little bit too optimistic in terms of how much speed it carried through, knowing there was a bit of danger around the corner. Matt Lamb's in the pits, so we'll see where he comes at relative to car 919.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if they have run that slightly different strategy, which one of them pays off better.
No yellow flag. That'll do it. Yeah. Didn't have a reason, yeah.
Yeah, he did try and pull out of that.
Yeah, so the marshals were a bit slow there.
Got another car around at McPhillamy. Car 500, I think. Oh no. Milk Racing having a bit of a shock around there at the moment.
Oh no, at least off the side of the track there.
Callum Gibbons. It's been mighty quick. Hopefully he's managed to keep it out of the wall. Car doesn't look like it's had too much of a scrape, but we'll wait and see sort of what happened to him. So Pignata has gone miles ahead of car 315. Paul Britt's come out in P11 in a bit of traffic as well, so it's worked well for the early pit stop, but can they get a pit stop ahead, I think, is the real question, because it looks like they will have to do an extra pit stop given how early they did come in.
Well, we got a little bit of a drag race down pit lane. I'm not sure that that's entirely legal.
No rules in pit lane.
Apparently. This is looking like a spicy battle. We got Vediger. He's managed to drag that 174 BMW right up to the back of Sean Glover's Mercedes as he looks to make a move around the outside down Conrad. This will be a very gamey move, but he he should get it done nicely. He gets it done nicely even before the braking zone. Well done, Josh.
Yeah, it's a fantastic move. And again, shout out to Lover, who recognised that he'd probably lost that position and let Vediger sort of work it out with his own talent. Pit lane looks pretty busy. Looks like 65 minutes is about as far as cars can go. Whether that's tyre wear, whether that's fuel. It's probably fuel. Bathurst isn't particularly hard on tyres, but interesting to see how the field sort of shakes out after this first cycle. Paul Britt about 15 seconds behind the 919 car now, so whether Matt was just had a really tough sort of last couple laps of that stint or whether Pignata absolutely turned it on, hard to know. But we'll sort of wait still for Ashlyn Reynolds in the pits now. Ryan Duong's still got a pit. Plenty still to come to sort of see exactly where everyone's at.
Hasnam, another penalty causing a collision, lap 25. Don't really recall that.
Full race for DeMario.
Yes, I think he's going to be very keen to get out of this car and just
Go do something else for a little bit.
yeah, a cold shower or something. Ooh. Someone hasn't been practicing their pit stops.
Yeah, Glover's stopping a little bit early there.
No, how'd he just behind him? Did reasonably well to avoid serious contact. And I've seen some shockers coming into pit entry. I think the worst one was Imola last year. It was the first round. One guy stopped really early for the pit lane and one of the leaders came barreling in it. Well, oh no, this isn't going to work well.
Definitely tough, because obviously sometimes, you know, the line's not obvious. And if you're new to the track and you sort of used to sort of hammering in there at full hammer and tong since that's usually the pit straight, you know, like on Imola, sort of where you're constantly accelerating there normally, it can take you a bit by surprise. And sort of, again, pit entry, there's nowhere to go because there's walls either side, so the only way is through the car in front of you sometimes, which is a pretty unfortunate way to finish. And that's not how you respect a car that's down the inside, unfortunately. Sassano, Jesse McLean in the Kovacs green car gets away with it and can continue on.
Yeah, you got to respect there's a car beside you. It can't just evaporate.
That's a really unfortunate place to be stopped as well.
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to be sitting there for a little while.
Hopefully race control will be onto that, letting Sassano know when he can reverse. Could have reversed then.
Oh, is he beached? He's beached.
Oh my, I
He's
have never
beached.
seen this.
That's really unfortunate. He might have to teleport back to pits if he can't get that move very soon, because you can't have that yellow flag there all the time. Yep, that is stuck. That's a real shame. The mountain bites another one. I see there Callum Gibbons had a drive-through. What was that for?
Oh, greatest comment there, loudest Howard. Beach Des Brew.
Back here with the commentary favourite, Ty in the Nissan. They made their way up back to P27, so they're recovering not too badly. We're going to make a move on Rashidi here.
Not quite got the pace to get it done. Saw Corey Sweet got a stop go 30 for his misdemeanor at the top of the hill. Reasonably fair. Good morning to you, Conan. Welcome along. You've missed quite a lot, I would say.
Don't worry, there'll be more. There's absolutely going to be more.
Look at that pack up Mountain Straight.
I'll even look at the pack coming out of the chase. So, yeah, there's going to be some shenanigans.
The leader's somewhere in that pack as well. That's really messy.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's not a big breakup in the field. Like, there's a couple of empty spots here and there, but for the most part, all the cars are still holding really close together, but everybody's on different strategies, and there's blue flags in there. So, like you said, I think, yeah, there's going to be a bit more sadness to come.
Oh,
That is
the
a
S's
dead
right
Mercedes.
again. Yeah,
Charles Clark, unfortunately, meeting an early end. That will probably require a pit stop. I wouldn't want to be running the rest of a stint with a car that's bitten the mountain that badly.
We're in that phase of the race now where everybody's a little bit jumbled up. Everybody's sort of a bit all over the place. Everyone's done their first pit stops by now. Some people have probably done more than they'd like, or done them earlier than they'd like. But yeah, it's a bit chaotic at this point. It's kind of from here until the next couple of hours where you sort of have an idea of where you are, but it's a bit all over the place. You can't just judge based on what cars are in front and behind you.
Car number 7, another car that's had a very, very rough start to the race penalty-wise. Cops another 10 seconds for causing a collision. 15 seconds, sorry.
Oh, car 500 technical issues. No force feedback.
That is very sad to hear.
That is, yeah, suboptimal. And of all places, Bathurst.
Not the first time I think Gibbo's had that problem either. I think I've heard him have that issue before as well. Yeah, look at him there trying to get
Oh,
feel.
yeah, trying to work out where he is, yeah. We do have a couple of drivers that used to drive without force, and that's not how you do that. A couple of drivers that used to drive without force feedback, some more successfully than others, but if you're used to it, it's a very difficult change to make. Almost impossible, I'd say, sort of on the fly.
Well, realistically, force feedback is the only thing that you've got in sim racing that gives you feedback of what the car is actually doing. So I can't see how anyone could drive competitively without force feedback.
I think obviously, if you get used to sort of what the sounds do and your reactions are good enough that you can match sort of what visually is going on, you can make it work. You obviously just sort of, you just don't have that advantage in terms of minimizing slip with tire wear and other sort of things that require a little bit more understanding of what the wheels are doing relative to the road, rather than just relying on visuals and sounds.
Oh, 2 yellows at the top of the mountain. We got one just before the, I think, is that just before the grate?
Oh, the grate, sorry, yep.
One
Managed to
coming
clear
down the
that.
hill as well. So there has been some sadness this lap.
Still there. Can't see which car it is. It's car number 5.
Car 6, one of the McLaren, Spencer Weldon. And oh, Cesano, after getting beached on the curb, he cops a 15-second penalty just to rub some salt into that wound.
McLaren drivers having a rough old time today, unfortunately.
Just comes back to what I keep saying in these endurance races. You've got to have patience. You can't just try and force the moves. I've seen some fairly ambitious moves at this stage of the race. And again, this first 10.5 hours, it's only really there for you to set yourself up for that last 1.5 hour run to the end of the race. So, and again, it comes back to balance as well, because of course, if you don't make the move when you should make the move, then you could cost yourself in that last 90 minutes. But if you take a dive bomb, take someone out and cop a penalty and cop some damage to your car, that can definitely hurt you in that final run to the flag.
Got a car stopped here on Conrod. We're going to get a good view of it. Car 17, but it looks of it just running very slow.
Can't park there, sir. Jay Partington.
I'm feeling that might have been a bit of a pit manoeuvre.
He was
Cars
stopped
not
there
aware
for
of each
quite a
other.
while, like almost half of that lap, so I'm not sure what's happened there.
Also looks like he had a bit of feeling for what the steering wheel was doing, so hopefully not another hardware issue.
So damage on the front of that car. It's not quite driving straight.
It does seem that at least 1 or 2 cars, every sort of driver changeover, seem to have some kind of mild hardware issue, mild to severe. Unfortunately, loss of force feedback's pretty severe. It's a bit of luck of the draw whether it'll happen or not.
We're about to get our answer. Oh no! Oh!
Not sure what the Kovacs red car was doing there. It was just sort of stopped in the middle of the road.
That is a truly bizarre incident.
Is that it for you guys, Brad? I'll have a look to see what happened to that Kovacs red car, whether it...
Oh, there goes Hind going way too wide there. Up, out, Justo and his Skyline there. Losing a lot of positions there. That's unfortunate. He was having a good battle there with Zach Smith for a while, but yeah, just got a little bit too wide there.
Tell you what, it's a hell of a save.
Zach Smith, we're glad to see that a pink Mercedes is no longer in front of him. He's been stuck behind him for about an hour now, so... But he's got car 555 right in front of him now as well, so he's got a very, very good idea of what that Mercedes diffuser and rear wing looks like. There's a few cars in that top sort of 10 that's double stinting. Philippa as well is double stinting as well, but I can't see. Don't think anyone else is double stinting. So might be some tired eyes and brains by the end of that second stint for them. Stephen Tynan isn't still stuck behind Stefano Rasciuti. That Nissan making its way back after an impressive first couple of laps, but it all sort of unwound a little bit. But he's got the outside of the kink into the chase. And if he can pull it up, he's made that one work. So he's finally free of Stefano, chasing down Velasquez, the gamepad lad. Which again, it's like driving that 4-speed back. It's pretty impressive that he's P20 on a gamepad.
Well, do you think he plays in chase cam?
Hope not.
That'd really be the only way that I could make a controller work with racing games.
There's a couple of guys that drive in bonnet cam, which, as much as it's unrealistic, it's a little bit understandable, but chase cam, I reckon, would be nigh on impossible.
Oh no, yellow flag at the cutting. That's was that the 421?
Morgan?
No, that was 421. Oh, Zach Graham, Lamborghini. I'd say they've just come into pit lane, as it was Lachlan Nichols that was driving that car not too long ago. And he's in a super awkward position, but he should get that car fired up again, and away he goes. That is an extremely... Oh, look at the front of that Lamborghini. He has planted it in there.
Yep, cutting's not friendly if you get out on the marbles there. You will lose the camber in the road that sort of helps you tuck into the apex. And you will just plough straight into the wall. And he gets out of the way for one car. Oh, no. Bring it back. Oh, that was messy.
Oh, that red and white Merc just noped out of that one. Very smart driving. Oh, it was Zach Smith as well. Oh, no. I swear, Zach Smith seems to be an absolute magnet for shenanigans in this first 2 hours.
Yeah, he has been in the wars, hasn't he? He'll be keen to get out of that car, I think.
He'll be getting out of that car, opening up the livery file and looking for the target that's on that car. Honestly.
Car 555 here doing pretty well. A bit of a quiet achiever. We haven't seen much of them, but they're doing well there. They're in P7 at the moment.
Definitely started outside the top 10. Took advantage of a little bit of shenanigans earlier on. You know, that's what you got to do at the start of a race like this, and is just quietly continuing on their way. They've got a bit of space around them to just do their own thing. Jeremy Walter copping 15 seconds for ignoring blue flags. That's a pretty hefty penalty.
Back to our leaders here. Ignata just out there running their own race. Still got a lot of traffic ahead though. I mean, look at the entire track map. There isn't a clear bit of space almost anywhere on that track, so it's definitely going to be a struggle for these top guys as we go back to Bakita, who's now up to P10. So she's recovering well, as you'd expect, but she's still got a bit of a long journey ahead of them, that team, to sort of recover from that opening sadness.
But she's got so much clean air. Just hammer out a couple of really quick laps. Make sure that she's in a good position to take advantage of those Mercedes sort of having to make a couple of extra pit stops because of that fuel usage. Let the rest come to her as the next 10.5 hours unfolds.
Oh, we have a retirement for car 12. Technical issues striking down a few people today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's sort of like that penalty thing. Would you rather have technical issues now or with half an hour to go?
I mean, I think you'd rather have none at all, wouldn't you?
None at all, but if you had to have.
I think I would rather have it at the end of the race, because at least you get to do some racing.
Yeah, definitely. With the amount of prep for the event, if you lose out in the last hour, at least you got to do the first 11. But if you get cut down in half an hour or an hour, it's going to be pretty disappointing with all the prep you've done. You didn't even get to run most of the race. Oh, is that...
That is
Celine
Sonicus.
Dion. Absolutely side... Oh, this is...
Oh,
Oh, very good job from everyone so far to get through that. Hopefully the stewards and the race directors giving everyone a heads up there. Sneakers will not be happy. Managing, got some nice space now, but that's very sad for the Kovacs purple car there.
Yeah, they're running well up in P3. They had a pretty decent gap back to the car behind, so interesting to see how many positions they've lost. Whether sort of those cars flying through were blue flags or if they were legitimate positions, because those top couple of cars were pretty verified.
we now look at this battle between Sasha Death and Johnson. So we'll jump to a replay, and I don't know what to make of that.
He's gone in deep. There'll be a bit of damage to repair on that car, so whether they pit and sort of reset their strategy, hard to tell. But they are down in P8 now, so a bit of work to do for those boys.
Yeah, those two usually some of the more consistent drivers we have in the sprint series. It's yeah, even they're getting caught out. That's just Bathurst. That's just what it does. Even the best, it can really hurt you. Back here on board with Sasha, chasing Appreciato. I tell you, there's so many close battles here. It's very good to see. Even, you know, an hour and a half in, there's still plenty of cars out there chasing each other very close together. We haven't seen that sort of big split up you sometimes get in the endurance races. Everybody's sort of holding together nicely, and we've still got battles going on, which is great.
Okay, here we go. Car to watch. Car 732 started from 43rd position, and up to P16. That is a really good recovery from the 732 team, currently driven by Thomas McInnes.
Yeah, great effort. It's probably it's one of those cases where just being nice and clean and staying out of trouble is really benefited them. I mean, we've seen guys all the way up and down the order that have just had little incidents, had little accidents, and they probably just kept their race super smooth, super clean, and just kept out of trouble, and that's gained them quite a lot of positions. So yeah, interesting to see where they end up at the end of the day.
And now we focus on our current Pro-Am leader, car 38, sitting in 9th, but they start in 17th. These guys are going quite strong. We have Savert driving this car at the moment. Yeah, the American.
Started in the car as well too, so double stinting.
What time is it over in America right now?
I think it's afternoon or something like that over in the States. On Friday? I'm not sure.
I will look.
Chat? US time. Anybody in chat know?
Well, depending on where he is, if he is on the eastern side of America, it will be 7:40 right now. But if he's on the western side, it's 4:39.
Ooh, something happening to Velasquez there. Ooh, and he's hit the wall again. Ooh, there might be hardware failure, or just hit the wall really hard, or ooh. Yeah, that looks like. Oh no, Velasquez is. Velasquez, I believe, driving on a gamepad from memory. So, oh no, potentially an issue there for them. Bad place to be parked. Don't know why the marshal's given the green flag there.
Well, you give out the green flag if the accident is before you, so you saying that your section is clean or clear. Sorry.
There's that sunrise.
Can confirm, it does look that gorgeous in real life.
Velasquez does seem to have it back under control here, so perhaps controller disconnection or something. It definitely looked like a hardware failure from just how hard he hit both of those walls, but who knows, could have just been a slight mistake that he couldn't get back under control.
And, just a little bit suspicious there. It doesn't look like it's under control at the moment. It seems to be intermittent for Velasquez.
And we got another mover and shaker here with Rashuti. Started P44 and up 24 position now, sitting in 20th spot. So another little quiet achiever. I think there'll be a few of those here at Bathurst because it really does reward people who are calm and collected.
Can we get a few more comments from the dog back there? That was quite valuable insight there.
Excellent timing, wasn't it?
I was about to say that Rashuti probably out of position there. Stefano, very, very quick driver. And obviously qualifying just didn't quite work out for that team. Not sure if Rashuti did the qualifying. We focus on the best car. So this GTR prepares to gobble up this R8 down Conrad Straight. But I think the difference out of the elbow might have just been a little bit too much for even the GTR to make up. We'll just have to spend another lap tucked up underneath the rear wing of Johnston's 556 Audi. So here we go, Adrian Rice in the Shakedown Racing entry. Not sure how many people out there in chat are part of this Facebook group, but these guys absolutely love GT racing. They're present at the Bathurst 12 Hour every single year on Conrad Straight, just on the outside of the chase normally. And I'll tell you what, they live and breathe GT racing. So good to see them out here today.
Look, as long as it stays on this Nissan, we'll be good.
There you go, the Audi just getting out of the way of the Nissan there. Just too much intimidation. Ashley Johnson finding the wall at the S's. Not the first and definitely won't be the last there.
Freebie Racing 446. Been pretty quiet today. In a bit of a world of their own at the moment, which is pretty rare on this track. Just settle down and do their own thing. Not like Brad Robertson here with a very angry Audi who he's lapped or is lapping, also with some front damage. I would suggest has lapped given the lack of letting through.
We're almost 2 hours in. It does appear that things are starting to take a bit of a calm, starting to settle down now a little bit as the sun comes up. There's still a few battles going on, but people are just sort of getting into that rhythm now. And yeah, I think looking ahead a bit, but that's this first opening hour and a half has been pretty crazy.
Certainly has been.
Yellow flag at turn 2.
No, that's never a good thing.
And a lot of traffic coming through, so a very challenging place to get out as well. We'll follow Zach James up the hill. We might even get a chance to see exactly what's going on up there. I think that's
556 or 666.
I believe it's 666. Broadcaster has taken a bit of a break for a moment, so we won't probably get a replay or anything to
and
see it
that's also
too
stuck
well.
on the apex. And there's
Oh,
a
there's
car on
two
the
cars.
outside as well.
Yeah, we have
Two
two
cars
cars
there.
up there. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll have to come wait for that replay.
Stephen Ty and the Nissan has come into the pits. They're obviously a little bit out of sync after their first stint was a bit messy, so they'll be trying to sort of get back in sync or make it to the end and recalculate exactly what they need to do from there. Follow Connor Hind, car 600 over the top of the mountain.
So nearly 2 hours into this race, Mike and Tom, what have your thoughts been about our predictions earlier? Like who's going to be at the top and whatnot? Are you sort of thinking, yeah, maybe I should reassess that at all?
I would say yes, given that our top two were involved in an incident on lap 1, and they are now P4 and P10 respectively. You know, probably would have, and I didn't expect the top 5 to sort of spread out as much as they did. Whether that was done through safety or if they've just got completely different race pace as we're watching Connor Hines try and get past this McLaren, who is a blue flag, doesn't do a very good job of letting him through. He does manage to do so now as he comes into the pits. But yeah, I think I didn't expect the front to separate out as much as it did.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't make a specific prediction because honestly I thought anybody in the top 10 had a good shot at it, but I definitely didn't see it happening all that quickly, and to have the order switch up as much as it did. To have, like you said, both those lead cars out on the first lap, and to have the 919 take over. But the 919 has held on to that lead pretty convincingly with the 315. Both Matt Lamb and Paul Britt doing a really good job there, holding on to that second position. But yeah, it's been a bit more chaotic than I would expect. I mean, you always expect a bit of chaos and a bit of content at Bathurst, but it's definitely been a little bit more sprint racy in this first hour and a half than I expected it to be.
What about you, Matt? How's your sort of feeling of the race gone relative to how you thought it would go?
Oh, well, I didn't really make a prediction as to who was going to be near the top, because it is Bathurst. It's seeming to be that if you're in a Mercedes, you're in with a good shot. The Mercedes does seem to work well around around Bathurst. I mean, as you said, like the top 5 has started to spread out. It's still very early to actually make a prediction, but I think we can sort of see the sort of temperaments behind the wheel and what we're sort of going to get for the next 10 hours, 18 minutes of drivers sort of getting a bit impatient with lap traffic, maybe getting impatient trying to make the moves stick. And of course, we're also seeing absolutely zero mercy from the officials as well. So if you're going to bump someone, you're going to get punished really heavily. And it only takes 1 second of misjudgment and you're going to be right down the back of the field.
Yep, certainly. And you know, we talk about sort of how far. There's talk about penalties. Adrian Nice car 666 stop go 10 for an unsafe rejoin. 919's almost 15 seconds ahead of 315, and then they're almost 30 seconds ahead of 355. So really spread out in terms of sort of where they are on track, but so much lap traffic all the way through the track. There's no sort of clear air apart from maybe the pit straight at the moment to really sort of do anything. Settle into a rhythm.
Interesting bit of information I've received for about car 38, currently at P9. Apparently one of their drivers has been completely unable to connect, and so they've gone from a 3-man to a 2-man team, and they may not be able to make the entire race distance. They may go over time.
Well, car into the fence back there. I don't know who that was.
Yeah, I think there's been a couple of instances of, you know, there's where as long as the issues are where you'll obviously get DQ'd if you go over your total drive time, which is a real shame, but the stewards do have the ability to reverse that, so you can at least complete the race as a 2-manner. So as long as, you know, race control are aware, they might be able to sort of at least have some fun towards the end, which is a shame because they're leading the Pro-Am class. 2 cars go through this chase side by side without making contact. How good is that?
Tell you what I am surprised with, how many people are making moves into the chase.
Does seem to be the top position for it. Oh, getting pushed a little bit wide there.
Oh, this is for position.
Yeah, this is absolutely for position. So that's the P3 and P4.
Zach Smith obviously trying to make up for that little bit of a boop he copped from Bakita on lap 1. Trying to make his way past Scotes there. Oh no, Babby! Dropped it at the top of the mountain. And
he's managed to keep it out of the wall.
I'm gonna go with no. Brother, the colour's looking a little bit scuffed.
Remember, Charles Clark binned it at Skyline as well, so unless there's some ongoing visual damage. Been a tough race for those guys. It's tough doing this as a two-man team, especially if it goes badly at the start. There's not too much sort of space to go and do something else for a little bit, because it's really helpful to hang around, do some spotting, keep your teammate updated as to what lap times people are doing. That's all really helpful. So it's really tough as a two-maner to sort of take a break and take your eye off the screen.
There we go from Cody, who was running with damage before that tap, so there you go. Yeah, back to what you were just saying about not leaving the team. It's something that can really help as well. I've seen a few teams out there just having a bit of fun. They banter with each other during the race. I don't know, what would you guys prefer? Would you prefer dead silence from your teammate, only necessary information, or would you like a bit of banter?
I personally prefer banter. And I think, there's part of, if the guys in there are sort of during the session with you, they're aware they can give you the space to, if you do need to concentrate. As we watch Zach Smith go up the inside of Scope Blair, he's made it work. Scope gives a bit of a tap on the way out. Now it's a BMW versus Mercedes drag race. They get past a blue flag. Zach Smith defends the inside, forces Scope out wide. And I think, as we go up the mountain, that's all she wrote for this battle for now. But we'll look forward to see exactly how it plays out as we come back down towards Conrod.
Nice clean overtake there. Very well done by both drivers.
Yeah, going back to your previous note, Matt, I think, I would much rather sort of have some people to talk to. I feel like dead silence for 12 hours is, these are at the end of the day, a lot of people take them seriously, but it's pretty challenging to do these and not have fun at the same time. So I think I'd rather have some of the guys to talk to and a bit of banter, as long as they're watching and they can give you that sort of, if you do need to make a move or whatever, do what you need to do. As Bakita gives the wall a real kiss, gathers it up. That's another probably, that's 4 or 5 seconds of damage to think about. Do you repair that? Do you not repair it during a pit stop?
Can depend on the car too in regards to that. Like the McLaren, for instance, doesn't take much damage at all for it to really affect the performance. But certain cars like the BMW, the Mercedes, the Nissan, some cars really can handle that damage quite well. The Aston's particularly good at that. And it just depends on which car you have and whether you can manage that and how much speed it's costing you.
It's costing Philippa a little bit of top line speed actually. For a car in the tow, it really didn't make that much of a dent in Seventh, the car ahead.
Yeah, you'd expect about 283 without the tow from the BMW, so yeah, definitely costing a little bit.
Here comes Makita up the inside. And that is a very, very tidy move. Sev out there just sidestepping Makita. Probably still a little bit early to start getting the elbows out. But we certainly have seen a few people get the elbows out.
Yep, no worries about top speed there for it. We've got some blue flags going down Skyline, so anything could happen here. Oh, it's not ideal for Sevitt there. Graham McLaren there sort of running out of room to stay out wide, sort of squeezing Chris down onto on the apex there.
Peach in chat there making a very good point. People getting the elbows out in the first 20 minutes. Not wrong there.
Definitely getting to a next pit stop for the Mercedes drivers though.
Now we're currently looking at the current M class leader, started from P45, sitting 22nd. Sebastian Fiorenza. No idea if I've pronounced that correctly. I'm assuming that's an I. It's a little bit blurry. Either way, 33 leading AM class, doing a very good job again. Probably another case of just flying under the radar and just staying out of trouble.
And Peter Brett in chat mentioning, I think Sevitt just DC'd, which is a real shame because they were running so well up in the top 10. But I think, and Heavy Weapons guy, we started P44 and are P18. That is remarkable progress. Hopefully you guys can keep that up and hold on to that, because that's excellent.
Certainly is. Any time that you can move forward in the race, it certainly makes you feel a lot better. I think morale is very important to keep up in these sorts of races. So we get more information about car 2. Started from the very back of the grid, Corey Tui and his team sitting in 30th place at the moment. So again, flying under the radar, staying out of trouble, keeping the car clean, not taking silly risks. It's helping you out.
I think I also remember car 33 up there in P23 now. They either tactically or whatever just decided to miss the start, gave themselves room, let the pack do what it needed to do, and I think that's actually worked out really well for them.
No, you're right. I forgot about that.
The further proof that if you can make that back in 2 hours with a yellow flag at the last corner, car 17, if you can make that back in 2 hours, just imagine what you can do in 12. Michael Pickford down the mountain in P16, right on the back of McInnes as they go through Forest Elbow. Again, a nice consistent race from the car 71. They haven't been involved in too many scuffles or anything like that. Both with very clean cars, so not having to touch anyone else. Yeah, I like it, Tom. Definitely a very clean, nice livery that the guys have created there.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier that I think we've seen that a lot of the guys who have done well or gained, 10, 15 positions are really the ones that we haven't seen a lot of until this point. And that's just because they've been keeping out of trouble as Wolves, Pickford, and they're getting very close together there. Chasing through all the way up to turn 1, see how they compare against each other going up the mountain. A little bit more straight line speed there thanks to the toe. Coming up, no, not going to look for a move here, although maybe just a slight look on the inside. Yeah, it's gone a little bit wide there, so that has really opened the door there. Oh! Dives up the inside there as well, so a little bit braver going into that corner there, and that's definitely helped him out. So they almost lost that position, but then they gained it right back by just sticking to that inside line and pulling around. So good effort there.
I think just good racecraft from Michael Pickford as well, going into the cutting on the outside. Not a clever thing to do.
McInnes really struggling to make a couple of apexes. Maybe his tyres are starting to get a little bit sad. Maybe it's over pressured as the temperature comes up now that the sun's up and the track's starting to warm up. You know, there's a lot of sort of, and as we're coming out to a pit stop as well, you know, as they're set up more optimised for the early stint rather than the late stint. But it is 7 AM in race time. It is midday Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. We will be giving Mike Crick a bit of a break from the commentary box. Thank you so much for your time, mate. It's been a pleasure having you here, and we look forward to having you back very, very shortly.
Yep, no worries, guys. I'll see you again soon.
Thank you, mate. And welcoming into the box, Damiano Thurcolini. How's it been going, my friend?
It's been awesome. Very early morning, 7 AM. I've adjusted my life schedule to line up with the race, and yeah, I just woke up. It's great.
Beautiful, mate. Are you running in this race, or did you not make the cut?
We missed by 0.2 of a second. Ouch.
That hurts.
Yeah, but we gave it a good shot, and it was great. Good team effort, so we're very happy. I think some of the teams at the back were a little bit disappointed that they didn't get through, but my goodness, the pace of the qualifying last night, whooshka, very fast.
Yep, definitely, mate. And I think the top 10 has sort of shown how quick they are. You know, they've spread out a little bit, but you know, Philippa, after pretty unfortunate first lap and a penalty for it, has forced her way back up to P7. She's a long way off the lead and a long way off the podium, but slowly but surely making her way up there.
Yeah, I was scanning through the replay as I was coming in, and I saw that she had a bit of contact on lap 1 and dropped it down to about 18th, but then a little bit later on as I skipped forward, she was P34. What happened there?
She got a drive-through for that. Ooh. So the stewards have been pretty heavy with the penalties, but they have been, you know, they've been heavy, but they've been consistent, which is fine. So drive-through, you know, that hurts. And Pignata, the leader, is in the pits. He was 16 seconds ahead of Paul Britton, P2.
So he's in the pits. Where do we think he'll pop out?
Oh, yeah. Zach Smith was another 30 seconds down the road from Paul, so I wouldn't imagine much further down than sort of where we are now with Jamie Coase from P5, P6. You know, I think the drive-through is 27 seconds, so 15 seconds to Paul, 30 seconds to Zach Smith. That's, you know, 40 odd seconds. So yeah, I wouldn't imagine much lower than P5, P6.
Still keeps in the lead lap, obviously, and being the leader. One of the other impressive parts I've seen of this race is P22, Lorenzo, car number 33 in the Aston Martin, and driver.
Yeah, we made note of him just before. I think I mentioned they deliberately missed the start, so I think they avoided a lot of the chaos. And we're just sort of able to just sort of keep their nose clean and just keep rumbling along. Do they have the same pace the guys around them? Maybe not, but it doesn't matter when you don't have to repair 30 seconds damage at every pit stop.
That's very true. Closer, having a look at James at turn 2.
So Pignata after the pit stop, P3. And Lawrenson has jumped in the car as well.
Lawrenson started, didn't he? So it's obviously 2 single stints.
Yep, maybe Lawrenson's got something to do this afternoon, is trying to get all these stints out of the way, but all things considered, they're looking pretty comfortable up there in P3. As Jamie Coase gives the wall a little bit of a kiss on the way into McPhillamy.
Just on that topic with managing driver stints, that is another factor in these longer races. And of course, even though it's sim racing and we are sitting at home driving pixels, it is still very mentally taxing, and with some of these guys using force feedback steering wheels that can break your wrists. It can be even somewhat physically taxing as well. How would you guys go about managing your team's fatigues?
I'll take that one first. What we did in our team, even though we didn't make it, we were working on race strategy at the end of qualifying, and we decided to split in. We had a 4-man team, so we decided to split into 2 groups of 2. So 2 guys did the first 6 hours, and the last 6 hours was another 2 guys there.
Yeah, a lot easier to manage fatigue when you've got 4 people. Some of these guys are 2-manning it, and that is absolutely insane, I reckon.
Yes, and I heard earlier, just as I was coming into the booth, that someone had a disconnect on their machine, or they had a very difficult time connecting in, so a 3-man team went to a 2-man team.
Yes, that's correct. Who was that again?
It was 7. I can't remember what car number it was, but they're down now in P31. They're back in the race, which is nice to see. But unfortunately, nowhere near where they were. They were the lead Pro-Am driver, which is a real shame. But it is what it is, and that there is 10 hours or just under to sort of claw their way back through. But a lot of pretty quick boys ahead of them.
See some of the positioning starting to shuffle around. Noticed Florenzo's in P20, but I think that could be due to pit stop maneuvers kicking in. He might make some positions in front with the penalties. No, too far behind.
Yeah, it's definitely pit stop season. Paul Britt in the Mercedes. So obviously the Mercedes, it was mentioned before, won't quite do an hour plus stint on full beans. So you've either got to do a little bit of fuel saving across the top of the mountain. There's Brad McDonald. Parks it on the exit of McPhillamy. Not quite sure whether he lost it on the way in or if he's got some technical issues. We'll come back and have a look and see what happened there. But yeah, the Mercedes just doesn't quite do the full hour unless you do some fuel saving.
And fuel saving would obviously, I'm saying obviously a lot now. It's maybe not so obvious. Lift and coast or engine mapping?
Probably a bit of both actually. So engine map 2 apparently is a bit more obviously fuel friendly. You lack a bit of pace, but when you're in traffic at the top of the hill, you know, you're not using full pace anyway, so good chance to lift and coast or drop it into map 3, map 2, whatever the case might be, and sort of save that fuel to use it later. So bit of work to do as we catch a replay. That's probably how it happened to Paul Britt, who, no, that's a car going very, very wide, 137. It's not how you take the last corner, unfortunately. Brad McDonald, so a bit of damage. It's almost like he's lost force feedback, to be honest, the way it's, you know, the way it's driving.
You're right there. He's very, very erratic, like he's turning too much. Oh, 90
That's
degrees
sad.
to Randy.
I think that might be the problem right there, and I think he's going to go straight back to pit lane.
There's always a question mark there. What if the teleport will try and drive it back?
Teleport costs you 3 minutes at least. Whether you can mitigate that 3 minutes by if you crash at the start of the lap, and it's a pretty significant one, I reckon 3 minutes isn't a bad penalty, given it'll take you at least 2 minutes if you're driving at full pelt. But you know, if you're midway through, it's a real 50-50.
And even trying to drive a damaged car through up the top of the hill here, or you can only cost yourself more incidents.
Exactly. And,
Another yellow
like
flag
chat
top of the mountain there.
Teleport makes everyone else's life easier. We got 3 cars going down Conrod in very close proximity. Let's see if they make it all out unscathed.
Almost make it 5 down the front straight. Oh, sorry, down Conrod. Still got that yellow at the top of the mountain.
Oh, 1. Got it moving.
It's going to be an issue with the new driver getting in the car and getting into Skyline and get the sun in the face and not being able to see the track properly. Akita going into the pits now from P7.
Obviously behind her it's a lot closer, so she'll drop a long way further back.
Yeah, with the pace at the front, and unfortunately Bakita's going to the replay. What we got going on here? Oh, here we go.
This is not going to end well. Oh, he's almost done that by himself. I don't think he's gotten a tap there.
No, pushing very hard.
Very wide through Skyline and just, yeah, didn't even touch him. Just grabbed that curb at a very awkward angle. That curb in the S's is very, very particular.
Yep.
With the way you use it. And yeah, unfortunately, Walter there, he missed the apex by a country mile at Skyline. And yeah, unfortunately, that compromised him in through the S's. This is a very game move there from Sasha Death.
Very good driving awareness by Preciado. Gave him room to have a look there.
McInnes will say thank you very much for screwing up your line through the chase to make that dive. I'll have that position, thank you. Makes the move through. But yeah, so that previous accident for Walter, you know, Bakita was right behind there, so could have been another unfortunate instance for Philippa. You know, if she was that little bit closer, or just he was very lucky to be able to sort of gather it up and slow the car down before so Walter could get out of her way while he was sort of having his accident.
It's always very tricky through there at Skyline. Oh, incident in the last corner.
I think that is Kartrov. Oh, whoa, what has happened here? And that is actually one of our top 10 as well. So Jamie Koza has had a bit of a moment. And I'm wondering if that BMW behind, is that... No, that's not O'Hara. It's someone else. I wonder if they've gotten involved because they weren't in a hurry to get in front.
Like it might have been a little tap from behind.
Oh,
side
save
way.
that. Where are you going, Cam?
Camera says nothing to see.
Sponsored by Mercedes AMG today.
It's just we're just trying to keep the stream family friendly, and we don't want to see just literal death.
Well, considering there's no yellow flags, I think he got away with it.
I think he may have booped the wall a little bit. We'll get confirmation here, or not.
No, this is what happened at the final corner. I have a feeling. Oh, that's a missed braking point.
Oh, absolutely nailed him.
See the apology slowdown there after the fact. What do you think, was a slightly early braking or late braking on the car line?
I think probably
I'd need
late
to watch
braking.
again, but I feel like late braking, it couldn't be. I don't think that early braking would be. I think he's just missed his braking point, had his eye on something else. We've seen it before, people trying to adjust their brake bias just before braking zones or whatever, and in that split second missing the braking zone, and there's not much you can do after that.
For that corner, the last corner, what do you guys use for your braking point?
I have minimal experience in ACC, so I will not provide an opinion for fear of being laughed at.
That average people.
But I know it's definitely sort of just after the 100-metre board.
Yeah, probably about there, but obviously the 100-metre board usually gets taken out at some point. So I sort of just look at the look at the track in front of me and look at the rubber down. As the rubber down starts to get a little bit darker, that's where I know where I can pick up the brakes.
Following really closely, you're going to be able to see your point. Like in a situation like this, you're following your car this closely, would you be able to see your... Oh, look at that sun. Right in your face.
No, you won't be able to see the point, so normally it's just a case of, well, am I close enough to make a move? No, I'll back out early and try again.
I found when I was going through the last corner, I was using a telephone pole at a certain spot, and then I was using some piece of my car on one of the advertising paint strips. So when it was halfway through that paint strip, that was my braking point. So I'd always be looking right. So if someone brakes early in front of me, or or have a bit of a slowdown, yeah, I might have an issue there. Looks like McGinn's having a move. I believe that was for position. Or was that a back mark?
No, that was for position. Preciado in the 174 BMW, falling behind McInnes. So McInnes moves his way up into 13th place as we see our leader into pit lane, Zachary Smith. Be interesting to see where he pops out. Where are we thinking Smith will pop out?
Well, I mean, Bakita is now sort of car 89. Andrew O'Hara has jumped in the car now. He's now up to P6, so it'd be around there. Scott Rochford in car 91, drive through for unsafe rejoin on that 34. I think that was the sort of wandering across the track that we saw before.
That was on Conrad Straight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's where the Honda just got merged into. With a yellow flag at the skyline. Cleared up now. Busy pit lane and some busy spots on track.
Yeah, I always ask this question every endurance, and I keep getting what the answer is. What is the maximum continuous driver time? I know we got like, maximum drive time per driver for the race, which is, I don't know what it is for this one. It's 5 hours, and O'Hara making a move.
Well, maximum driver time has to be over 6 hours, obviously, because there are two-man teams here.
So could you triple stint a car or quadruple stint if you're that way?
I don't think there's anything stopping you sextuple stinting if you really, really had to. I wouldn't want to, but it'd be doable.
I think you will find that the maximum driving limits will be different for 3-man and 4-man teams as it is to than it is to 2-man teams. So, yeah, can't really tell you much more. I'm sure it's in the supplementary regulations that everyone reads.
Chris, 2-man teams, the second driver technically only has to do 1 stint. So if you really wanted to 1-man this and just duck off for an hour to have a shower and go get something to eat, you could do that. Don't recommend it though.
Well, at least you could say at the end of it, you'd know Bathurst pretty well.
Well, Jay Sonicus has a stop go 30. I didn't see that before.
Speeding in pit lane, I would say. So that'll probably get converted.
Yeah, speeding pit lane looks like obvious. There's the one that it's happening because it's dropping down.
Yeah, I saw them in the pits before, and they've swapped from John to Jean-Pierre. So, and I've just seen a note from John that it was pit speeding. So hopefully that'll get converted for those guys if they are converting them, because stop go 30 for that is harsh, but ultimately fair given it is a severe safety issue.
Imagine if we had to do it at the Spa, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I think they even try and convert drive-throughs at Spa to 30 seconds because it's such an absurdly long penalty.
Just noticing Pro-Am leader, car 989, has finished his pit stop and has dropped 5 positions, so we've got on 10th to 15th now.
Oh, not car 500 again. Callum is having a rough old time there, unfortunately. I don't know how he got to where he did. As we watch Sasha Death and Ethan Cale do battle at the chase. He was in a real weird spot, Callum. Don't really know how he managed to get there unless he sort of turned tight after the chase, but hopefully get a replay of what happened, whether it's another hardware failure or something else.
Eventually had a moment in the chase and caught it, but went very wide. Only a replay will find out that answer.
Exactly, and yes, stop go 30 for speeding in pit lane is converted to a 10 second for car 191.
Does anyone know the current weather forecast? Oh, here's the replay. car 500 coming down to the left hand at the chase.
Oh, grabbed it at a curb, and the Honda just wanted to become a front engine car.
Good thing keeping out of the wall there. Easy to do a flicks turn and go back into it again.
Another yellow flag at the chase. There's a couple of cars packed up there. Clark Gafford and Matt Glow both coming to grief. That is a lot of damage on that Honda. I'd really struggled to get it across the track to get into the pit lane to repair it.
It was touch and go. It was a car coming up from behind him who wanted to get into the pits. Car behind coming really hot into the pits. I must say, Bathurst is one of the most trickiest pit entries.
Yeah, it's whether, you know, does the game allow you to sort of shortcut the little chicanes on the way in. Follow Andrew Lawrenson, who is comfortably out in the lead, 15 seconds ahead of Zach James, the 717 Lambo, who's got another 7 seconds over Ali Rudin. And then a monumental gap back to P4. So the podium all out in their own at the moment. Oh, Fahad, that's not good. Honda biting hard. And hold your brakes, my friend. You're going to get a bit of a whack from the stewards for that, I think.
So potentially he's left the brakes off at the end, or trying to get out of the way maybe.
Yeah,
potentially.
Goes a bit wide on the kink, loses the rear end, and then should have held the brakes there to leave the car on the apex, but he's let it roll, and that's forced another 2 cars off. So don't think the stewards will take too nice a view on that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, I will agree there. The Aston Martin looked like he was trying to go around him, expecting the other driver to be on brakes, so he drove to go around the car, and not holding the brakes allowed him no space whatsoever. So yes, I agree there. The weather's looking quite fine. Looking out the window there, don't see many clouds. Anyone got a 30-minute plus forecast happening?
Wouldn't think there would be rain on the horizon given the way that all looks. I think a lot of those drivers would be hoping no rain on the horizon, because that would be even more chaos. Zach James, who was in P2, is coming to the pits. So Lawrenson actually has 22 seconds over his next closest competitor.
Breaking his legs out there, he's giving himself some wiggle room. If he gets caught behind some back markers up top of the hill, he won't be under any pressure. So he's got plenty of time to extend the gap if he can, because there's a little bit of gap in front.
Mercedes side by side to the last corner. I think that's Hamilton going past Taekwon for P6. Nice move around the outside of the last corner. Fair play to Taekwon for giving him the space to do so and not ploughing into the side of him and going too deep into the corner. So Hamilton moves up to P6. Not like Lewis, Liam.
It looks like he did a good job too, potentially using the back marker to get the move done. Do we think it will take till where the sun is? So when you're going through Skyline, the sun will start getting out of the eyes.
Probably 9 or 10 o'clock, I reckon. If there's another at least an hour, I reckon, before it really sort of gets high up enough, because you are ultimately sort of looking over the top of a crest. So it'll be in front of you and then sort of above you. So yeah, another hour at least, I reckon.
And in the morning, this is the only place where the sun really gets it.
Yeah. Obviously in the evening, it's the other side of you, it's behind you, so you're not going to see too much from the bottom of the hill down at a pit straight. So
going to the hill corner at 5 PM is very difficult to see a breaking point.
Yeah, but obviously, you know, the race is ending at 5 o'clock, and you know, if the sun's rising, then it's not going to be sort of setting properly for long enough that I don't think it'll be a problem for the guys.
How was it received there, the morning start in darkness? It was about an hour and a half of dark running, wasn't it?
I think it was received well. I mean, you know, it's the same for everyone, so everyone's, you know, got the opportunity to practice, and ultimately, you know, one person needs to know how to do it because they're the starting driver, and then maybe another person just as a make sure, as you see car 47 in the wall on the outside of the cutting here, which is pretty unfortunate. Oh, on the inside of the cutting. 42, sorry. They've had a rough old day, that McLaren. You run that Harley.
And there's me waving the flag.
Love your work, Matt. That is a tough place to get out of because there's not a lot of room to reverse. These cars don't have much steering lock. They have race control in the rear telling them what they can do. We've got a yellow flag at the chase as well.
Oh, that is a big place to have a stack as well at the chase.
Class 7. Wonder who that was. What happened there? Is this a close-up of M. Nippers, I think?
Yeah, pretty well. Except they didn't give us a dorky orange high-vis. They gave us some funky shirts. It was pretty cool.
Did you get the hat?
I did get a hat. Not that hat.
Oh, that's you. You didn't get that.
You could look happier.
Tell you what, mate, it was a long day there. Well, a long weekend, actually. I think we had a grand total of 3 people bin it at the cutting.
Did you need to do any pushing of the cars there?
No, the flag marshal is not really meant to do that because we don't have high vis, I think, or yeah, I don't know. But we're not really supposed to get out. We weren't supposed to get out there and do anything. We just waved the flags.
So would there at a marshal station to be some flag guys and some marshal guys that go on track, or is it just one group of people?
Well, normally it was a case of if there was a crash, you made sure that the driver was okay, and then determined whether the car was going to be driven back or whether it needed a tow. And then after that, the towies came out and picked it up usually. And they were very efficient this year. I couldn't believe how quickly they worked.
New processes in place based on historic experience.
I'm not really sure, but no, the towies at the 12 hour, they did a fantastic job, even with the support categories. It was good that there's, you know, I think every single support category race got a safety car, and they managed to clean up all the garbage off the track to allow those guys to have a bit of racing. And
Oh no! That's not how you do that, Chris Darth.
That Honda did such a good job.
He did, didn't he? Kept it straight, kept the brakes going well, and I don't think there was contact. And car 7 had to chase again.
That's Glover and the Mercedes, fortunately.
So that's 2 laps in a row that the chase has caught out the number 7.
Whatever you're doing, Sean, it's not working. Try something else, I reckon.
Well, hang on, maybe if at first you don't succeed, try again. Like, you know.
Well,
Maybe his tyres are still coming up the pressure.
It'll be interesting the condition of those tyres now. Because if he's had 2 spins at the chase, I reckon they would be quite flat spotted.
50-cent coins, I reckon.
Oh, got another yellow flag at the top of Conrad. That's car 19.
19.
Oh no, another Kovacs bites the dust.
It looks very bent, doesn't it?
That would either bent or hardware failure, I reckon. That car is...
Well, he's moving.
Engine's on. Stuck in gear. Oh, there we go. Gears. It's again. Moving. Hopefully we get one of the guys. Tarquin, quickly jump into chat. What happened, guys? That's unfortunate because you guys were running really well. You know, that you were sort of the lead pro-am for a while. after there was a car that had some technical issues, so plenty of time to drag that back. But that's a shame. That front end looks a bit sad. I reckon he's had a oops at the elbow, unless that's just the livery.
Delivery, because I didn't see the bonnet lifted. I actually thought the rear diffuser was a bit bent as well, but I think you're right. It was a hardware issue. Pulled off in a safe spot and allowed the correct the issue and keep going.
Come to
Good
think
shout
of
out from you as well, Brad. O'Hara catching 4th. So car 89 making its progress through the field as after the first lap calamities.
Oh, well, we have an answer here for Carl Johnson.
Stuck in 2nd. He's got no gears.
Oh,
Yep. No gears.
I wonder, because I was actually having not that long ago some similar hardware issues where my upshift paddle was intermittently working. If he's using Fanatec,
He is using Fanatec.
the issue I found it was the settings for having the Fanatec information on the steering wheel itself, so like the LEDs and everything. Turn them off, problem solved.
Bad, gets a drive through for a collision. Would have been some time later.
Unfortunate, mate. We've had a tough race, that yellow car.
It's like the other commentator saying for endurance racing. If there's no smoke coming out the car and the car's still got all its wheels, it's electronics.
Yeah, Pete Chalmers confirming it was a hardware issue. But thankfully, quickly resolved, and it's not like they're laps and laps down. Still definitely opportunity further in the race.
So it's still early days in the race, 2.5 hours in. You have an issue like that, and you drop 30 seconds. It's the mentality of what you would have in sprints races, like, that's it, it's done. You know, I'll just see what I can get. But in the whoa, there's a very slow car in front there. Looks like the Honda in front had a moment there through Sky. As I was saying, so in the endurance race, you have a 30-second moment, you just go, well, my mentality would be, that's fine, everyone's going to have, it's 12 hours, someone's going to have an issue somewhere, somehow.
Speaking of issues. Oh, no, not the Pirelli signboards. Oh. They are not going to like that.
Add that to the tyre invoice, I reckon.
Just coming through the chase, stay wide.
Oh, this is...
What's
anyone else?
happening?
Is anyone else having an anxiety attack? Is it just me?
No. I'm wincing. I'm holding my breath.
Give me a paper bag. I just want to breathe into it for a few seconds.
Luke Johnson, the Nissan goes through, and Fahad, I think, takes a well-deserved pit stop, I would say.
Yeah, what do you think happened there? Oh, he tried to stay. It looks like he had a lot of issues with steering. So
I reckon he's gone way too hot to the elbow, or had a real issue over Skyline or something, and
90-degree wheel.
Yep.
just had a sad time after that.
It's easy to do at the top of the mountain, especially at Skyline. You're trying to cut the margins as fine as possible to the wall. And sometimes you just cut it a little bit too fine, and it's a pinball from there on in.
Have a replay.
Ooh. Oh, that is a big hit.
Looking on the bump there. Oh, he's got the double.
He's done the Chaz Mostert.
He did have good awareness to let the extra car through, which is excellent. So here's a question for you. if your suspension damage allows your wheel to be upside down 180 degrees around, would you keep going?
No, teleport back to pits. Because you don't know if that sort of just, your force feed would just yeets you across the track again. And as you can see, there's not a lot of very clear air on this track, so I would be teleporting back to pits. After the 3 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I'd probably keep trying to go around with it upside down because it's in the right orientation. But I'd get confused with the left pedal and right pedal until my gear changes. So I'm going to be trying to change down when I'm trying to change up. The AM class, before the pit stops, I think 22 had a 45-second lead over P2 for air. And Pro-Am, I think it was 4-second gap. And the leaders had a 22 second. Those numbers sound about correct.
I'll go with yes. Continue to watch this battle unfold. Don't know if this battle is for position. Is that the Sean Glover? Yeah, it is. Just ahead of the 170. Sorry, the 778 BMW. Head down Conrod straight and see blue flags being waved. So that's actually O'Hara behind this little battle.
See if Sean can make it through the chase, and it looks like he has. So
nailed it.
He's worked it out. Back on board, boys. Things are okay again.
I love this from Not Bone in chat. I don't even breathe going down the hill. Say that for coming out of it. Yeah, I'm the same, actually. Don't breathe from the cutting all the way to the elbow. You guys like that?
That was a car disconnecting, wasn't it?
Where?
Oh, no, I just blinked and missed something. All good.
You went into the shadow when you went. But holding the breath, I actually grit my teeth coming from McFinley all the way down through to Pro Folders, just past the dipper. I literally grit my teeth. I'm going to have horrible teeth at the end of this.
Have a good look at the dipper. This is where we're going to see all the different lines that people are taking. Probably going to see someone bin it very, very soon. It's just one of those corners, unfortunately.
With the pull into the field, it looks like everyone's taking the same gap. Oh, that's very close there and there. Okay. When I was first getting on this circuit, I probably left 2 car widths on that corner. I was doing that because I couldn't judge the left side wall as I was coming through. Really is a corner where you need confidence and belief in your ability that the car, and belief in the car that the car will actually slide a bit wide as you turn in to hit the wall.
And just sheer awareness of how wide your car is. Obviously all these cars are slightly different shapes and sizes, so if you're driving a car you're not particularly familiar with, just a couple of laps to acclimatise to sort of how wide it is. We follow Andrew O'Hara, who's currently doing 2:01.8s, making their way back up the field. P4 just off the podium.
Oh, big off there for Paul Cranich there in chat. 2.5 hours in, we've had 6 drive-throughs and 6 stop-go penalties. Mate, I mean, I'm not even mad. That's just, I'm impressed.
Is he saying that for the car or for the race as a whole?
I think that's just for his team. Oh, not him personally. Yeah, well, I want to say that would be for the team, perhaps.
Octane, as I said, it's just not for him personally, because that would be a drive-through every 15 minutes. By looking at that, the marshals are being very consistent and being very harsh. I won't say inconsiderate driving, I won't say bad driving, or would be bad driving. I'm looking for a much nicer word.
No, bad driving is about as nice as you can put it. That's a very good point, actually. Team had 6 stop-goes and 6 drive-throughs. Modifies a different hobby. Fair enough.
Back to rookies for you.
I think you'd need some personal coaching at that point.
I think back to Forza.
One thing, when the night part of the race on, and I've never driven Bathurst much at night, but when I was watching it on the screen, it's like coming over the top and looking over the town. Which Bathurst is, we'll call it a city. And you just see the lights. I thought that was very pretty.
Yeah, they do that well in this game. They make it look very, very nice. Just it's part of the realism, I suppose. Just making sure it's all looks as it would if you were there in real life. So, JP Sonicus is on the back of car 600. Unfortunately, with that 10 seconds speeding in pit lane, but making their way back up after that unfortunate incident, coming through Skyline down through the dipper, but they lost about 4 or 5 places.
Just before there was a yellow flag at the entry to Chase, and the car teleported, so maybe lost on the left-hand turn swing.
That was car 33. That was the lead AM driver.
Oh no! No!
Did we? Oh, we cursed them. Clearly.
Does it count as a curse if we cursed them 3/4 of an hour ago?
It counts if you cursed them 11 hours ago.
Alright, my bad, guys. We'll cop that one, I think. But no, yeah, they were having a really, really good race, you know, keeping themselves out of trouble. And I think, unfortunately, they must have had a pretty big hit to teleport to the pits from the chase.
Yeah.
Unless there's been some technical issues or a disconnect or something.
Well, did you guys catch the mark that had the accident at the Chase this year at the 12-hour?
I did not watch the 12-hour.
Was it the dark blue car that went straight and got a little bit airborne?
Yes. Apparently, it almost cleared the fence. So the Ridges Hotel would have had an unexpected guest just check in.
Free parking though if you can't move the car because it's too damaged.
Extra parking fee. Sonicus having a move on Hamilton.
Car 600 just got track cut warning for touching the wall. Yeah, that happens. I don't know why that is. Hit the wall, you actually lose time.
I think it's probably more a point of how hard you hit the wall, and it's like saves your car. You follow where I'm going? So you might clip the wall and go, yeah, that's a close line, but when you hit it a bit harder, it's like, well, actually, you should have gone across the other side of the circuit, so we're going to give you a point penalty for that. Because it's like you're doing the NASCAR around the outside track.
Got another hardware failure, unfortunately. The red Kovacs car. Stu Matthews has had some notorious issues trying to, as we're watching JP Sonicus go up the inside of turn 2. Liam Hamilton turns down a bit early on him. Didn't really sort of recognise that he was there. Gives that place up. But yeah, unfortunately Stu Matthews has had some hardware issues after a driver change, which has been a bit of a common theme for him, unfortunately. So hopefully they can recover that one and pass the car back to someone else to keep going.
Who is the lead AM now? Here's another question. Car 989, didn't they get a big penalty early in the race, but they're still leading right now?
They got 10 seconds, and they got a couple really early in the race. But obviously, you know, you've got heaps of time to make up that sort of thing. So, yeah, they did, but they've managed to push their way back up to the top of Pro-Am. But again, what a strategy is doing.
And it was a very artistic replay there. Thank you very much, cameraman. It shot through the trees with Hamilton going in the outside, going a little bit off the turn 2 off Canberra and was trying to keep it close to go, keep Sonicus to race up the hill, but looks like he got a little bit too far off Canberra and it won.
Yeah, what do we name that camera angle? Tree cam?
Koala cam.
Drop bear cam.
Drop bear cam. I like that. Branch hatch.
Jesus, Pat.
I love it.
Yeah, I don't think we can beat Drop Bear Cam. I was going to have some gumnut reference, but I can't do it.
If you call drop bear cam, could you drop it around the outside?
No. Carl Johnson getting a move on Chris Starth. Nicely done from him, recovering after his bit of a technical whoopsie a bit earlier.
Oh wow! So car 91 now a two-man team, as yeah, no downshift again. Yeah, going for a walk might be a good idea there, mate.
It's the third enduro in a row he's had that sort of issue. There's a real... it only occurs in these race servers. He can't duplicate it in a practice or anything like that. It's bizarre.
Having a hardware issue on a particular day when every day is the same day. Maybe it's the who's driving on the server? Is it the same car? Like, so who else today so far is pretty shooting above their pay grade, having an excellent race? Let's have some good stories.
I think there are a couple of drivers who started way down. They're sitting in the top 20 at the moment. I can't really remember which ones they were. Yeah, we've had quite a few drivers put in some outstanding drives, picking up 20 plus positions in these first 3 hours of the race.
He's got a message in chat on track on this. Yes, he's tried everything. Different car, different wheel, different base. Same way. Only the base is the same. That's what he's saying.
Wheels and... I'm trying to read that. Wheels and Old Baby has hardware issue, played a lot of... We've had quite a few drivers get hit with hardware issues today. We've had gamepads just disconnecting. We've had steering wheels just not playing the game. It's just... I suppose, yes, we've had a few brains not working in the first half hour of the race, but otherwise, nothing... I don't know. Is this more than usual? Did someone curse? Yeah. The whole commentary team has just been cursing the entire field. We were like, yeah, it's going to be a nice, clean race. Everyone's going to have a fun time, and then we've just cursed them. Everyone's just having a shot. It's just
every time someone gets on camera, they're going, yeah, they're having a good race. They're doing very well. Let's take that corner well. Let's done that well, and then, whoopsie.
Mate, the only way to get into this commentary box is to be good at cursing. Like, you have to actually curse someone before you come into the commentary box.
What do you recall as your first curse?
Oh, geez, you're testing the memory there. I've put in a lot of curses, Damiano. A lot of curses.
I remember my first one. It was very funny. It was I was commentating at Silverstone, and I think it was my third ever commentating stint. No, my second ever commentating stint. And these two pro-am guys were going at it, and they were keeping all nice distance between each other. Going, oh, this is very respectful racing. As soon as I said that, they hit each other and both went off into the wall.
That's a pretty good curse. Oh no, we have a yellow flag. We got a car perpendicularly parked. Ooh, that is very, very awkward. Who is that? That is Vladdy Malik in the number 788 BMW. And he's in a very, very, very awkward position, and we're about to have a car park here.
He's going to have to teleport.
I think he does have a gap coming up. He's just going to have to be patient, unfortunately.
It's a big enough gap, though.
Oh yeah, it's big enough. And luckily enough, the racing line does go out to that side of the wall, or that side of the track. So it's not ideal, but it's better than most other positions you could find yourself in.
Has he got going yet? I think so. Oh, that would have made your heart rate go up.
Yeah, not just for the driver who spun, but everyone coming through the S's. It's fairly blind there.
Especially there was a 4-car train going there, so if you're the third or fourth car, you're not going to see. Oh, it's an overtaking manoeuvre going into Skyline.
Brave. You like to see it.
It was a blue flag moment.
Jesse McLean in the Kovacs green car, driving with John Rad. He's got David McNulty, close company behind. I think these are P1, P2 in the AM class, aren't they?
I would say yes. So this is a battle for position.
Jesse unlapping himself from, I think that's Darth or Death. So some good pace from the Gosford native.
Very close racing here as well.
So I'm sorry, I've got to get this joke in. We're looking at Dave Zero, not to be confused with Diet Dave.
Jesus.
I've been waiting for a good time to use that one.
You got 12 more minutes of Matt Nippers before he goes for an hour-long break, guys. So make sure you abuse him as much as possible for that joke.
I can't cope.
I'm not sorry.
That is hardcore rubbish from you, my friend. So that's Dave No Sugar now, isn't it? It's not Coke Zero anymore.
Oh, we're about to see some sadness here. Is this Malik? Is what happened to Malik? Is this why he was parked just out of the S's?
I think
No.
so.
Okay, after all the pit stops have sorted themselves out and a bit of open racing, lead Pro-Am, car number 989 has regained and maintained first position with a 17-second gap to P2 in class.
So here we go. More sadness for everyone to just lap up all the tears.
Is this the Malik incident?
No, maybe. shaping up to be. Oh, yeah. He has...
That's a rough place to be stuck.
Yep.
Offline 3 corners before. So there's a lot of carry on there.
Well, that part of the circuit, it's like that. If you are offline, you're going to be offline for the next, well, two or three corners before you can actually get the car back under control and back onto that race line.
Because of a 10-second penalty, and after the overtaking move on Hamilton, he's stretched out 3.5 seconds. I think that was about half an hour's worth of driving.
Yep, and they're right on the back of Fluke now, so making some solid, consistent progress is Celine Dion.
Is this the car where they get to choose their own radio channel? If they don't play well, or don't drive well, they hear Celine until they start picking up the pace?
The problem is that John likes Celine, so it's not like it's a bad thing for him.
It's not a parody livery. Okay.
It's not a parody livery.
I was about to ask, why Celine?
I don't know if you've spoken to John Sonicus much, but he does enjoy, as JP does get past Fluke for P5. He does enjoy the occasional shitpost, the older Sonicus. So,
What? John? Really? No.
So when John passed Mr. Fluke, it looked like Fluke was letting him through to keep the pace going.
I think it was more that John had just boxed him in with the lap car. He couldn't really keep the throttle wide open. He had to back out of it. So good car placement there from Sonicus. Just gave no option for Fluke to fight back. And so, oh no, we have more sadness at the S's. God, you could almost play a drinking game, couldn't you? With problem at the S's.
That's a tough place.
Oh,
That
that's
helps.
our leader.
That helps.
It doesn't help our leader.
No, but that helps get him out of the way.
Oh,
and Robert
that's
Fluke has
worst.
gone around at
That is the
the
elbow.
elbow.
Keep reversing, turn it around. Oh no, he's caused damage to the BMW coming around.
Better just start hoping you do a bit of a J turn there.
Yeah, good turning circle there.
It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in Melbourne. It's nearly 8 a.m. in game. So we are switching over to a bit of a message from Natalie you heard from before at the start of the race. Just going to give us some stretches and other bits and pieces to keep everyone's blood pumping, and we will bid farewell for the next little bit to Matt Nipris, who has been covering the first third of the race really, really well. Thank you so much, mate.
Not a problem. I'll see you when I come back, I guess.
You'll be back in about an hour. And Damiano, thank you so much for your time, mate. It was great having a chat. And we'll welcome into the box Mike Crick and Sean Miller. But until then, we'll hear from Natalie.
It's a 60-second clip of some exercises to do in your sim to get you prepared for the next stint. Now, this exercise we're going to do 30 seconds, arms up like this, and then we're going to switch to arms across. Okay? So get ready. 1, 2, 3. Now we've got 30 seconds of this. Should be getting your heart pumping and ready for the next stint. So here we go. Halfway. That's 15 seconds. Let's carry on. Keep pushing. And now we are switching. Careful not to hit your steering wheel. Arms out to the sides, also a good stretch. If you've been holding onto that steering wheel for long stints, this is good for the chest. Heart should be pumping. This is good stuff. Onto the home straight now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Little exercise. Hope that's got you G'd up for your next stint in the race. Good luck, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you got the blood pumping in your upper body. Thanks for that, Natalie. Definitely important to keep that sort of thing going. Welcome into the commentary box, Sean and Mike.
Good afternoon, Tom. How are you?
Hey, Tom. Good to be back. What have we missed?
Not a huge amount, actually. The race definitely calmed down after you left, Mike. I think it might be a sign of your influence on the race being in the commentary box. But be great to hear from Sean and how his race has gone so far. I know he's an active participant in this race with the $1.50 Macca's special. How have you been going, my friend?
Yeah, no, not too bad. So Oscar started, not a bad start. Then I jumped in and, well, the least we talk about my stint, the better. And then Oscar jumped back in. It was an epic stint. We've just handed over now to Josh Hill. So 23rd at the moment, but pretty good pace. We're on track for our top 5 in Pro-Am. That was our goal at the start. But as you can see, still 9 hours to go. But I've just got to stop talking about me because we've got a bit of carnage on the track here. What's going on there?
Been a mess at the dipper. Diet Dave. We used Matt's joke from before. Getting it all wrong, and another car getting it wrong, probably trying to avoid him or something.
I did hear that joke from Matt. That was, yeah.
Very low quality.
But this is, compared to last year, it's nice to actually drive on a dry track for once.
So far.
I saw you had a penalty early in the race as well, mate. What I didn't quite see. We didn't catch it on stream. What happened to you guys?
Yeah, so one was for blue flags. So that was totally on me. I was just got a little bit sidetracked and sort of, there was 2 cars behind it and realised that was a blue flag car. So copped it sweet and move on, as they say.
Yeah, it's always tough at this track with blue flags. So they get you in the wrong place. Get a bit preoccupied. We'll follow. I think this is Fluke having his incident at the elbow after JP got past him, braked a bit too late, and mid-engine Lambo wants to be front-engined at that point, and you're in a pretty rough place to try and turn around. So, unfortunate for those guys. They had a pretty consistent, clean race up until then.
Very easy to do there at the elbow.
Yes.
Yeah, it's such an unforgiving corner. If you take the line just wrong, you brake at just the wrong point, it can bite exactly like that, and yeah, it catches you out, and it's very hard to recover. Did pretty well to only just bump the wall, but still not a good time for them.
Yeah, and we're in pit window time, so going to be some shuffling. You can see Zach Smith down in P9, back in the car after his first stint. Andrew Lawrenson, it's been noted in chat, seems to keep coming across these back markers having incidents in front of him, which makes his 28-second lead over Ali Kyrudin all the more remarkable. Tom Riley just went in, 818 had a moment at McPhillamy and Skyland, same lap as 717, so I think that might be what we're having a look at here. Too much entry curb, onto the exit curb, dead. She's a harsh mistress.
Yeah, very much so. The mountain is biting today hard. I've seen just a lot of incidents. Really is a race of survival at the moment.
Yeah, we're seeing that with some of the lower qualifiers gaining quite a few positions just because there has been just a bit of carnage up at the front, and just the smallest, simplest mistake that you'd be easily recoverable from on any other track at Bathurst, it just takes an Oprah, isn't it? And we're seeing a lot of that today so far. Ristofani. Overtake there.
Yeah, Rialto put an absolute stonker of a lap in the shootout last night. It was looking pretty good for pole until Bakita and Zach Smith did their usual thing. So, not the cleanest race it seems for those guys, unfortunately. Sort of making their way back up through the field in P16. So hopefully they're back up in the top 10 soon up, so that they can show us that pace that we know he can do.
Yeah, it just shows you that raw pace isn't everything when it comes to the 12-hour.
Yeah,
Not at
very,
all.
very much slow and steady wins the race, as they say. Paul Huddy here at the moment for Shakedown Racing. They'll be driving past actually their setup that they had at the 12-hour last weekend.
Seen a lot of incidents at the chase. Has it just been that like the usual sort of Bathurst congestion there, do you reckon, Sean? Or because obviously you've been through there a couple of times and it get a bit ugly with blue flags and stuff. Is it just seems to be congestion there all the time, or is it, you know, maybe just a bit of tiredness and people missing breaks?
I think it's a bit of both. You do seem to catch a lot of traffic at the chase. I'm not sure why. It just might be one of those things. But yeah, and tiredness as well, you know, especially at the back end of a stint. You know, if you get to that sort of 50, 55 minute mark, it's like, and especially without the braking markers there, we always knew they were going to go lap one. Yeah, you just missed that braking marker by 10, 15 metres and yeah, carnage.
We'll follow Sam Carson in the 777 black car. Nice, consistent, clean race from him. He's been keeping out of trouble. That 777 car running in the top 5 or 6 Pro-Ams, so definitely a good result here to be had. But it looks like that car 989 is just miles out in front in that battle.
Yeah, they're flying at the moment. I was having a look at their lap times before, and they're consistently into the mid-2s, low-2s, pretty much every lap. So definitely got that BMW hooked up.
Yep. And the other interesting question is, obviously everyone should be using brakes too, because it's an endurance race. Is there anyone that has made the mistake of throwing brakes 1 on? Because someone's got to do it, I reckon. There's got to be a hardware error, and someone's got to put the wrong brakes on. Otherwise, it's not a proper enduro.
Yeah, there does always have to be one.
We got a thing, big sort of riding brakes too, and make sure the little wide circle is on the pit stop strategy.
Got to get those new tyres.
Bit of damage there on the Hustlers of Egg car at the front. I'm not sure if that's current or if that's just left over from a previous incident, but looking pretty scuffed.
He's got a penalty for causing a collision as well, so I suspect something has happened, unfortunately. We'll wait for a replay to see what happened there, unless we've seen it. I'm misremembering, but front cars, all pace is very, very high. It's whether they're sort of able to sort of maintain that, and that Mercedes is looking very, very squirmy over the top of the hill.
Probably one of the hardest tracks going around if you've got damage to try and carry a car around as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Depending on the car and where the damage is exactly placed. I mean, you've got it rough there in the McLaren. The McLaren's not nice on damage. As we get a replay, we'll obviously get some insight onto what happened.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, just yep. Yeah, they checked up all there and just wasn't quite ready for it. And unfortunately, an unfortunate victim there.
Duong's also got 10 seconds. I don't know if I saw that penalty come up or if it's for speeding in pit lane. That is a spun around Honda.
The same Honda again.
I think they've come to grief again, unfortunately.
That's the 96 car.
Yeah, in almost last place, unfortunately. So a tough old race for those guys. Got binned into the wall at Skyline and got caught up in some crap in the chase as well. So, but 8 hours and 55 minutes to go. You can definitely do something with that as our leader comes into the pits. As we said before, he is miles ahead of P2, so I wouldn't expect him to drop off the podium even with this pit stop.
He certainly put in an epic stint. It's been driving fantastically. Another one I've just been watching the lap times, the consistency. Mind blowing, really.
It's the trick, isn't it? If you can do the same lap over and over again, you'll do pretty well. Even if it's a slowish lap time, if it's consistent and you can do it for a whole stint, you'll serve yourself very well. There's no use just practicing hot laps for an enduro. Grab a replay of what happened at the chase. Is that trying to work out which car that is in front? That's the Sonicus brothers, and Honda's gone very, very deep. Well avoided by JP there. Gets around him.
It's interesting is Sonicus went very, very wide there into that corner. Maybe
Probably saw it and just avoiding
sixth
it.
sense. Yeah, just knew that that 96 Honda was coming up and just went, oh, I'm just going to go wide here and avoid them destroying me.
Great race awareness. But unfortunately, they're trying to make up for a 10-second penalty for speeding in pit lane, and that doesn't help that at all. So, a bit more work to do to pull that 10 seconds out in Liam in car 600. So I've got a bit more information on what happened to car 500. So obviously we know Callum Gibbons lost force feedback. They got it back, but the game gave them steering assist as well. So they had to kill the whole game and restart it to get rid of it. So they're unfortunately down there in 45th or something like that, unfortunately. Which, starting from 10th, is a pretty unfortunate place to be, but they're still in it, which is good to see.
Yeah, you really hate to see it when it's that sorts of niggling technical issues, things that you can't avoid. You know, everybody here does a lot of preparation, does a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that they're ready for race day, and then a small issue like that you don't really have any control over. It's really disappointing for that to end your race, but it's good to see them still running and still just pushing to see where they can finish up, and it'll be interesting to see where they go, because there's a lot of pace in that car. Ooh, it's just getting a little bit wide there and tapping the wall. Seems to have the car back under control, but still, obviously, nerves will be a little bit shot there. Still a bit
Tyquin hit
loose.
the wall twice, I think. He hit it pretty early on up the mountain as well, so struggling with the damage on that Mercedes. Yeah, drag race in that Lambo with a bit less damage, I think, will easily account for Tyquin. So smarter heads will prevail. I think Dylan will just let him have it. See if there's a mistake coming from the Lambo.
Audi there running wide. I think that's the only Audi in the race.
Yeah, it's Medica getting past Carter for P17, I think. Good to see Austin Carpenter and the Convicts and Colonials entry racing from over in the US, so hopefully it's not too stupid an hour for you over there. Running around P21. in the top 10 of the Pro-Am class doing his thing. It's always good to see these guys come in because their liveries are always fantastic, and they're pretty safe and consistent drivers to be around as well, which is always nice.
It should be around prime time, I believe, over in the US at the moment. Being an NFL lover, I just look at the time. Normally, Sunday night football's on around this time, so time to go racing.
First battle here between Hill and Carpenter. These two cars following very closely. It's good to see there's still lots of these tiny little battles all across the pack going on.
Yeah, look at that chain of cars going up and down straight right now. There is no clear air on the track at all. I don't think we've actually sort of lost any cars. I think they're all still running, which is good to see. Telecam. We'll go and follow these guys up the hill. It really does sort of, this is sort of where you start to see how much of a slope it actually is to get up the hill. I think you said, Sean, you've been to Bathurst. Do you think you can talk to sort of how really sort of steep it is?
Yep, I certainly can. So 1 in 6 gradient. And I've always said with Bathurst, unless you've been there, television does not do it justice, especially coming up through the cutting up towards the tree, down through Silman and Reed. Just an amazing bit of road, really. And then coming down through the S's, it drops severely. The dip is not as savage as it used to be back in the sort of 80s and stuff, but it's still a big drop. And, well, I'm biased, but it is the greatest 6.2 kilometres in the world.
And for any youngsters that don't know what a 6-in-1 gradient is, it is 6 metres forward for every metre up you go, essentially. Unless I've got that the wrong way around, Sean, but I think that's the...
No, that's right. I think, yeah.
Good little defensive block there from Josh as this battle continues. Carpenter is right up in that big McLaren diffuser looking for any sort of weakness or opportunity there, but Josh Hill is holding on very strong here in this little battle.
Where's the McLaren strong round here?
Not many
Sean?
places.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Across the top, 100%. Yeah, it's great across the top from, the tree pretty much to McPhillamy, maybe a slight lift into McPhillamy, but pretty much flat the whole way. It's not too bad down the S's as well, but it does struggle at the elbow very much so. And yeah, he's lacking a little straight line pace as well.
Yeah, he's got the BMW, which is just all round very strong, very safe. So Austin probably got a little bit of car advantage. Josh relying on his skill to keep him behind. All the while, I think they're probably losing a little bit of touch with Pete Viney in the 19 Kovacs Blue entry.
See here, look at that BMW just... very late on the brakes there. Oh, he goes a little too deep as Josh fires back around. Good battle.
Well driven, both of you. Fair move, but couldn't pull it up. That's fine.
Good patience there from Josh to sort of see that he could perhaps make that cut back, and he did it well. He pulled that off, so good defense.
Jesse McLean in the lead. Car 119. The looking like it's got a bit of eyeliner on. Very hard to tell if that's damage or part of the livery, but running around P25. Nice spot to be as the lead car. It is a 2-man entry though, so there will be some tired faces towards the end of the race.
Yeah, big shout out to these 2-man crews. Like, wow. I saw a couple of them like, I don't know how they're going to do that.
It's all looking a little bit messy, I think. John Carter is chasing down a BMW Vertigo who's managed to get past that blue flag and sort of really taken off. Really starting to let John we sort of drop back. I know it's obviously 25 seconds odd back to car 19, but he'd rather have gotten past. Oh, that's a sideways Mercedes behind, and we've also got a yellow flag at the elbow. I think that Mercedes managed to save it. Lachlan Park in car 33. I think we cursed him, boys. Wait for a couple of replays there as Rialto Ristofani is literally pushing Phipps along the top of the hill. Don't want to get too close with the dipper here in case cars do that. It's an unfortunate end for car number 90. They will have some damage to go and repair. We're seeing a race of survival at the moment. There's a lot of cars going off, a lot of damage. We'll watch car 33. Just get the elbow a little bit wrong. He's gone a bit wide and looped it on the exit. Probably not enough traction control, I think. That was just a bit too much power on some tyres that are a bit tired. Excuse the pun.
The race pace is holding pretty steady. Almost everyone sticking in those sort of 202s is a consistent lap time. A couple of 201s here and there. But everybody's really sort of staying in that race pace at the moment. Be interesting to see how that ramps up as the race goes on.
I think it also depends on how hot the track gets as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Haven't got a weather on the stream at the moment. There's the obviously there's no rain on the horizon. It's a pretty blue sky. Looking at that, was the track 19 degrees, so nice and cool. It's about as good as it gets to race on, I reckon.
Carpenter and Hill going at it again. I believe this is round 4.
And McLaren's able to break so late into the chase. Watch Phipps lose it over the top of the hill. Just locks the rears, and there's not much you can do at that point. There's too much speed to scrub off. Hopefully not too much damage. It looks like he's still going on, but he has pitted to repairs. So shame for those guys.
This battle's just continuing. Both these drivers seem to be equally matched there in terms of pace, because nobody seems to really be able to get any sort of advantage on the other. You see some sections, like you were saying before, you know, that McLaren absolutely tearing it through the top of the mountain in Sector 2 here, but the BMW is just catching up on those straights. It's just such a difficult track to make a good offensive overtake on, and when you're only, you know, a few hours into the race, you know, do you risk it? How hard do you want to push? But yeah, you can really see the strength of the McLaren over the mountain there. Look at how much he's caught. He's gapped him, and then how much space is being caught up as we go down the mountain. So yeah, it's really showing the differences in the performance of each car there.
Yeah, definitely. And it goes to sort of, you know, if you do two-man these, like a fight like this just saps so much of your mental energy. So, you know, even if you're formatting it, you get out of an hour stint. If you've just been doing laps by yourself, it's a different kind of tired to if you've been fighting with people the entire. I'm going to watch two cars go side by side into the chase in front of Josh. No, sorry. Also getting some cars into the pit slam now. The lead Pro-Am car is in.
We're seeing a few pit stops sort of out of sequence as well. So, of course, that'll take... Car comes out of the pits there. So this is a really interesting battle now.
Yeah, big mix of blue flags and all that to make this battle a little bit more interesting. Going around the outside, not the best line to take there.
Got away with that one, Joshy.
Yeah.
It is rare that you'll see a car try and do it around the outside there at Griffiths. I think I've only seen it once in my lifetime.
Definitely a very compliant car on the inside to leave you room. Because the camber does make your car wander out towards the outside. You've got 4 cars line astern across the top of the mountain. It's, could go one of 2 ways. That Mercedes eats a lot of dirt on the way down through Skyline. Manages to gather it all up. We head down towards the elbow. And everyone tucks into the apex and spits themselves out into Conrod. Josh goes very wide. Don't know if he tapped the wall there, but certainly not an optimum exit, but he's got a toe, which I think will help him defend from Carpenter behind. But Carpenter has got the inside for the kink. Josh has got the inside for the chase. Josh able to break that little bit later, hold the apex, force Carpenter wide, and make sure that battle goes on for another lap.
He's putting on a fantastic show.
Yeah, any rookies watching, check out Josh Hill if you want to know how to defend, because he's doing a really great job at the moment.
Carpenter there just caught a little too much curve there. The exit of Murray's.
Carpenter as well, a really good display of sort of how to drive really fairly and not sort of shut your way through. You know, he's not going for any moves that are just completely not there. He left room at the kink to make sure Josh could get through as well. So brilliant driving by both of these guys. Really good display of endurance racing.
8 hours 38 to go. It's really not the time to start getting the elbows out and pulling some Hollywood moves.
You say that, but in the first hour...
Yeah, I'm still recovering from that first hour and a half. It really felt like everyone was just in a sprint mode.
It is funny. It always cracks me up. We all say as drivers, yep, we'll settle in, you know, it's a long race and that. Literally, as soon as the flag goes green, no, that goes completely out the window.
Well, as soon as one person puts a move on you, you've got to put it back, right?
Exactly.
And that was because you were being too conservative, so you've got to fix that.
Pride is a powerful thing.
I think Josh has got a pretty good gap now. They're being lapped by Bakita's car 89. Not sure who's in it at the moment. It's Dan Hunter. So Carpenter might have the idea there. No, it's not Carpenter. Yeah, you might have the idea just to follow that car through, because obviously Josh will have to let him through as well. If he's smart, probably let him through on Mountain Straight as Dan Hunter misses the last corner's apex by a country mile. But can he let Hunter through without losing too much time himself? That's the real challenge, because Austin will want to follow him through. If he gets the overlap wrong, it won't be too hard for him. But I think Josh has managed to do a pretty good job of that. He's got the inside for turn 2. Austin goes very deep, runs off the track. He'll give the wall a bit of a kiss as well. And your teammate Sean survives another day.
He does. This camera time though is making me a little nervous. I'm going to tell you the truth.
Good for your
So many
sponsors.
risks here of a commentating curse.
It's very good for your sponsors. Should be charging for this, mate.
Yeah, it is great. So a big thank you to our sponsors as well, Next Level Racing and all the guys there from CP Motorsports. So great to have them on board for the Permobil Bathurst 12 hour. Oh, what's going on here?
That's a very wide Mercedes. That's the Taekwon entry, who's got some damage, really struggling to keep that car on track. He'll be looking forward to a pit stop.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't pit yet, but obviously they want to keep on schedule, so don't want to sort of have an unscheduled pit stop.
Go back to the front. Pinata in 919 has 35 seconds over Matt Lamb in P2, which is a pretty monstrous effort. Dan Hunter, as we said, in P3. It's a great recovery if they were down in P34 at one point. P4 Connor Hine, car 600, and P5 the Sonicus brothers, about 3 seconds behind car 600. So pace of the front's pretty crazy. Matt Pignata is not leaving an inch of track unused down the hill. Just supreme confidence in the car's setup and what it'll do as he brakes over hills and the rear goes light. Spits it out into Conrod, and that Mercedes AMG engine just goes and drives away from everyone else.
Yeah, they're really in the best position here. Got a nice, comfortable gap, so they can do a lot of different things with their strategy. And yeah, they're not under a great deal of pressure, which is obviously just going to make things a little bit easier. They don't need to necessarily push every lap to 110% at this point. And they can just sort of take it easy, maybe use a lower fuel map, extend their stints as long as possible. Yeah, so it's a good position to be in.
Won't be long, there'll be a pit stop ahead, which is kind of scary.
And speaking of Taekwon earlier, they have just hit the pits to obviously fix that damage and do a driver change. So they were on a long stint there. I think they did about 30 odd laps. So yeah, they were just holding out to obviously not lose too much time by doing an early pit stop.
We're 100 laps down. There you go. We're almost a third of the way through the race, so 300 laps is on the cards.
I'm going to go for 303.
Hold on, let's write that down.
You're being held to that, Sean. I'm going to go with 332. That is a backwards BMW at Skyline with a lot of damage on the front as well. So we'll find out what's happened to... It's not Falconer. It is Falconer. That's a tough place to be stuck. We've got the leader coming down the hill now. As we said, he seems to be attracted to coming across cars stranded.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely the biggest risk to them, isn't it? Just someone having a mistake too close in front of them and not being able to avoid it and getting involved in an accident. I mean, that's the thing you've always got to be aware of and always looking out for when you're in such a good position like they are, because you still can't afford a big hit or a big accident even with a 34-second lead.
No, definitely not.
I think that's where teamwork comes into it as well. You know, you've got your other drivers that aren't them spotting for you, calling out yellows and accidents at the top of the mountain just makes such a difference. Oh. Next reply contains images that are stressing for some viewers. Oh dear.
Prepare yourselves.
Here we go.
Sadness.
Ouch.
Oh, that's a...
Tell you what, the flag marshals there are having a rough time. They're absolutely not getting them out anywhere near early enough. Love to know how many seconds of damage that was. It's always the point of pride to have the accident with the most damage. reckon. Especially when you don't have to pay for it. As we watch on board with Josh Hill again. Sean, your sponsor's getting plenty of airtime here. Is he unlapping himself? No, let's defend Lockie Henderson defending in the Mercedes, which is looking a little bit sad itself.
Josh putting in a fantastic stint here. Him and Oscar, the last two stints have been really good after my absolute disaster. So, on the big recovery we are.
The 12-hour races are 4. Below half PMRN, the Pro-Am 3-on-4. Tucked right up behind Jesse McLean, P22.
Fellow McLaren team. Been, having good chats actually, us and the dad's team's racing, so having a little inter-McLaren battle we are.
Good to hear. Gonna make these races fun, right?
Exactly. That's the thing with 12 hours, you got to find, it's the little things to keep you going.
And most of our cars are still running. We haven't had many DNFs. I think I count about 2, maybe 3, that are out of the race who started. So everybody's still keeping at it.
Two cars so far, that's it. That's a really great effort considering
A lot of technical issues through the race. So really good to see cars not just giving up and continuing to run around. As we welcome into the commentary booth, Josh Breen. Welcome, my friend. How are you going?
Howdy, gentlemen. Not too bad. How's everybody doing?
Too bad. We're nearly a third of the way through the race. So have you been out there for a stint?
I have so far just been watching, but had an awesome first stint by driver number 1, and then just technical difficulties sort of took their toll, and then since then it's just been the Brad McDonald experience, really. Just playing pinball down the mountain.
That's a shame, mate. Well, it's great to have you here, mate. I am going to jump out. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Josh, Mike and Sean. But enjoy the rest of your Saturday afternoon, guys.
Cheers, Tommy.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Tom.
Your day has been so far there, Sean and Mike?
Day's been good. Yeah, sort of got up nice and early this morning, went for a nice brisk walk. Got myself supplies, so I've got my Gatorade and got my snakes and...
All set.
Of course, got some ham, cheese and tomato toasties. That'll be for lunch after I jump out of my commentary stint.
Oh yeah. Have you been in the car or?
Yep, so I did an earlier stint this morning. So I've only got one stint, but I'll be back-ending my day, so I'll be doing a lot of driving this afternoon.
Nice, nice. So yeah, so you want to give me a quick recap on what I've missed? Because yeah, I've only really watched it from our car's perspective so far. Was anything super exciting happened up near the front half of the field?
From what I can see, it looks like it's business as usual up front. So just sort of the top 3. So Bignata, Lamb, Hunter, Hind and Senegas. We're our top 5 at the moment. No real surprises there. Probably the big drive though is the 89 Hunter. So the BNS competition. They're on a huge recovery drive and doing really well at the moment.
Awesome. Yeah, no. Big day for everybody. But it does look to be a lot of Mercedes sort of working their way through the field too. And a few Hondas.
It's definitely the car of choice here, the Mercedes, for this race at least. They definitely seem to be the preferred option for most of the drivers here.
Right.
But there's plenty of cars showing strengths here. We were looking at the McLaren before, really good over the top, not so good up and down the mountain, but has enough pace up the top to stick with the fast pit.
Yeah, that's it, eh? And I think we are on board now with an Aston with Glenn Germain. So he is sitting at P35 at the moment, coming down from the dipper as we approach Forest Elbow, and he puts it into first, gets the nose. Oh, turned in a bit too much, but gets off the racing line, and not a good place to be sitting at the exit of Forest Elbow, but at the moment he is able to rejoin safely, so probably not too much damage there, but a little bit of a lost time, but should be able to make that back up hopefully.
Definitely lost his way there.
Yeah, could have been a little bit of a curse, but we go to another Aston, Darth on board for that one, and he just gets out of the way and lets through the Honda Taylor, so that was for position.
Yeah, it seems the cars that we cut to are getting cursed here. Don't cut to any more Astons. Every time we cut to one, they're making mistakes.
Whatever you do, stay away from car 787. We've had a rough day as it is.
The Aston's a really interesting car here. It's definitely doesn't quite have the pace. Stuff going very slowly actually. Around looks like picked up a bit of damage. That wheel is off axis completely. So Darth doing their best to get this car down the mountain and trying to stay out of everyone's way. That is not a position you want to be in. It just tags the wall and spins around. Oh, there's a lot of cars coming behind. Hopefully we don't see any more sadness here.
Trying his best to keep out of the way, but very hard when the car doesn't want to cooperate and just wants to veer to the right, but managing to keep to the left as he does cross the track, but I think he might be in the clear now. It's just staying off the racing line and leaving as much room as possible as we go back to a replay.
Just see what the cause of that was. Oh, it looks like a little tap there actually has sent them into the wall and just, yeah. Oh, it wasn't over. It wasn't over.
Yeah, those tyre walls are pretty unforgiving at ACC. So.
I think it was a hit at the back that did the real damage, unfortunately.
Oh.
So it wasn't a tap, so it's just the rear end just kick it. That's very unusual from an Aston. They're usually quite stable out of that turn, so
yeah,
not sure exactly what happened there. Oh, it's still struggling. Oh, wow. This is painful to watch. Oh, that Aston is not having a good day.
On it the way it is, it almost looks like the GT4 variant.
Yeah, there's a mashed up front end on that car. That's very sad. Commiserations. Big F's in chat, everyone.
As we are now on board with car 150 going up Mountain Straight. Currently Hill in P14, so nice drive by the Macca's boys so far.
Yeah, looking at our race leaders peeking out of here, just dominating this race. They're definitely going to be clear favourites to take the victory. They just haven't put too many steps wrong in this, and they've taken advantage of other people's mistakes and put on a commanding lead. They put out a really good, about 10-second gap in the first stint. Did a really early pit stop, which was interesting, but it hasn't hurt them, and it's really put them just so far ahead of everyone else. And while anything can happen here at Bathurst, they're definitely looking strong to take the win here. But as we always say, there are 8 hours and 22 minutes to go, so anything can happen.
Yeah, just one technical difficulty and P2, P3 could be right back in the mix. So.
I hope this is the one I think it is.
Oh.
It is.
Dear
oh dear.
Yeah, unfortunately the Aston just couldn't get the car to turn there, but puts the BMW into the dirt trap.
That was Zach Smith in the 818 as well, so they've had a rough race. Starting really well and then just keep getting involved in little incidents like that, whether it's blue flag cars or doing it on their own or with their current pack. They just haven't had a good time of it this one.
There has been a few cars off at Murray's corner today, probably most of the corners honestly, but Murray's corner as well. And obviously Skyline and the Dipper have been a few incidents there the race director has had to warn everyone about on the mini-map.
Yeah, I think we've seen someone go off at every corner so far.
I was talking to Meg earlier actually, who was stewarding for this event, and she was saying that at the time on average there'd been an incident every 4.2 minutes of the race. So stewards really got their hands full today, but Pignata showing us how it's done as we jump to Thomas McInnes coming around Reed Park.
Yeah, big shout out to all the stewards doing the hard yards there in that box. It is a tough job for a long race like this. Everybody's volunteering, everyone's given up their time and making sure that it all goes smoothly and that, you know, people are treated fairly and penalties are given and everyone has a good race. But it's a tough job, definitely a tough environment to be in, especially, yeah, in this race where we've had quite a few incidents, quite a few sketchy bits of driving, intentional or not, and it's just, yeah, shout out to all the guys in the stewards box, guys and girls. It's been a good one. It's been a rough one, sorry. It's been a good one for us here in commentary because we just get the content, but for them, rough.
Yep, no, absolutely. As we look at 4 Mercedes coming down in a train on Conrod Straight, as we approach the kink, heading up to about 282 k's per hour before hard on the brakes. And it's really in the last corner, at Murray's corner, your brakes get up to, if you're running 3.2 ducks, around the 650 temp range. So brakes are getting their money's worth today, but brake pads 2 should see you through the whole 12 hours.
Unless someone's put pad 1 on.
Yeah, or pad 4, that could also pan out quite badly, but at this stage it looks like at least 3 or 4 Mercedes have made it around turn 1 as per usual. Look at that, how many Mercedes is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So strong showing by Mercedes so far.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see over this entire series which cars people stick with, which ones people change to, now that there's no sort of real penalty for changing cars. Be interesting to see, you know, what the dominant car is at somewhere like Imola and who changes cars. You know, I think we'll definitely see less Mercedes. Mercedes isn't bad there, but I think we might see a few people change into cars that are a bit more suited to that track when the next round comes up.
Yeah, sorry, you go, Sean.
Oh, yeah, sure. I was just going to say, I think, look, I doubt we'll see a rear car anymore. I'll be surprised.
Yeah, I think the predominant cars at Imola will probably be the Mercedes. Well, there might be a few Mercedes, not quite so much as Bathurst, but I'd say probably predominantly BMWs and Astons would be my top 2. Maybe some Porsches.
I've tried with the 150 boys to get him in a Porsche, but I'm not having much luck with Alex at the moment.
Yeah, it's a hard car to drive fast, at least. Might feel like you're going fast, but yeah, you're really got to have it right on the edge limit, like Matty Lamb often does in sprints to extract that time out. As we see, race control reports car number 42 drive through for causing a collision on lap 96. So little excursion through the pit lane for a little tour, but not ideal. And stop go for car number 247 causing a collision on lap 101, so some hefty penalties, but probably quite well deserved being handed out. That might have been for that Aston we saw earlier, perhaps.
Yeah, that was the Aston Martin of Darth there that we had those yeah, we saw those unfortunate incidents with.
Yeah, so sometimes it might not seem it, but it can actually be better in the long run to just RTG. As painful as it feels having your controls locked there for a couple of minutes, sometimes it's better to just take the hit and get on with it.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
This is quite a cool little livery. There's on board now with the like the red and white sort of two colours. Cool.
Yeah, definitely one of my favourites of them all. There's so many good ones though. It's really hard to pick a the livery I like the most. I mean, I've got to go with the Nissan because it's a Nissan and it's an amazing livery.
There's just so many good ones.
I was just going to say, my favourite is definitely two of the favourites, the Exxon of Lamb Creek, no idea. Big fan of that, and I'm actually a big fan of this one we're on board with, actually, the 05 Motorsport, and they did a fantastic livery review video as well. Anyone's seen that, it was really well done.
Yeah, there's been a few of those, and they're great.
Yeah, everyone's making the most of it. Eh? I mean, like, how good is the promo build up? Like the OOR video for the 12-hour, like that was so well made. Like for the shootout. Sorry, I'm just watching on my second monitor. Our car hit the wall pretty hard on the exit of Forest Elbow. So.
Commiserations, Big F.
Yep.
So you cursed yourself. Good work.
Yeah. No, it's just our team doing our type of things. But back to the race. So we see turn 1, bit of 2 wide action as we go on board with Cameron Martineau, P23 or 24 now actually. So they come along Mountain Straight and a blue flag is being shown. And now we go back to turn 1 again and we see Pips here under a bit of pressure from Minton and P18 getting the toe up the straight into turn 2. Will he go for a dive? It looks like he's going to have to go around the outside. No, he doesn't. Hard on the brakes, but he gets it turned in. Nice room left by car number 90, and that was well coordinated pass by both drivers there.
That's just good heads-up enduro driving right there.
Yep, you're going to lose more time often fighting, so sometimes just follow through and stick with it. Well done.
Yeah, great little battle here.
Actually, only probably driven the Merc, I reckon, an hour tops, so I don't know a lot about it. It's just never a car that's appealed to me.
An exciting car to drive. It's just more stable than a lot of people give it credit for, especially if you get it set up right. It can bite if you do get it just a little bit wrong, you know. That rear end, you know, because of the long wheelbase it's got, it can be a little bit snappy, but it is quite stable and it's very good here at Bathurst because it's got enough downforce to handle the top of the mountain well, but it's also really quick down and up mountain. So you can definitely see why it's a popular choice here for this endurance race. Yeah, compared to some of the more popular endurance cars like the BMW or the Aston. Like I said before, the Aston's struggling a bit at Bathurst in the current update. It just doesn't quite have the outright pace of something like the Merc or the BMW.
Yeah, I mean, the AMG just looks so evil too from the front, that big grille. I think it's quite an intimidating car to have in your rear vision mirror. So, awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it just sounds good. It's got so much torque. In like second gear, you can come out of corners so easily, whereas like the Lexus, for example, not that there's any in this race, but in sprints, few people use it, like the Lexus, Ferrari, a lot less grunt in first gear. So Merc is nice around here with those hard corners like the cutting.
Speaking of the Lexus, I saw a teaser photo the other day. I did share that they're developing a new GT3 car, which will be exciting.
Oh hell yeah, that's really good. When is it due, do you know? Or?
Didn't say. I'm going to suspect probably 2024. It actually looks like a bit like a Merc, which is kind of weird. This GT3 is going to get very exciting in the next couple of years. A lot of new cars coming out. We've got a new Ferrari, new Porsche, the Evo 2 of the Lamborghini. Whoa, as Graham
loses it.
That is mid-rear Lamborghini things right there.
Sorry, I'm trying to tune in, but somehow I've minimized my Discord screen, so I'm missing this.
Ooh, the steering on that car is not happy. He's having troubles. You know, he's going to limp that thing around the track. Hopefully, we don't see a repeat of what we had with the Aston earlier. He's got his hazards on, so it looks like he is going to try and take that car back to pits on its own steam. So hopefully nobody gets caught up in his wake there and he stays out of everyone's way.
Yeah, he has his hazards on just to try and do his best to let everyone know he is limping back around to the pit entry. But we check in now with car 555, Jamie Koza. Koza. Currently in P6, a really nice drive, and this is another great livery. The two scheme sort of colour, the orange and black, looks really good.
Yeah, great looking car. And a real standout performer, I think. They've been probably one of the most, aside from the leaders, probably one of the most consistent cars. You know, we don't see them a lot. I was saying it a bit, like about an hour and a half ago. We don't see them much. We're not cutting to them a lot. They're not getting involved in a lot of battles, but they're also not getting caught up in incidents, not having too many accidents or anything like that. So they are in that position because they're having a really nice, clean, consistent drive. So it's really good to see.
Yeah, just keeping their head down and just smashing out those laps. As we haven't even reached the halfway point, only a little bit over a quarter, so a long way to go, and they're doing it nicely. As we see Michael Pickford here in car 71 around Murray's corner with the Nissan right behind, but that is not for position, so doing well there, Mr. Pickford. We see a McLaren in the background as we now cut to Audis, Merc, Beamer getting the blue flag, and another Mercedes, would you believe it, coming down Connor. Now when you guys do go too wide around the King, do you prefer being on the left or the right? Because the bumps there can be, I guess it's quite car dependent, but they can be a bit of a handful.
I just don't prefer going too wide around the King.
Probably
Yeah,
a wise decision.
Avoid it at all costs. I mean, the most driving I've done here recently has been in the Aston, and the Aston's actually a pretty good car for the kink because you can kind of take either side and it doesn't upset it too much because it handles the bumps very well. I mean, obviously depending on setup, but the way I had the car set up, you could go left, you could go right. It didn't really make a big difference to it. The bump, you felt it, but it didn't cost you too much speed. But
Right.
yeah, at the end of the day, just avoid the kink.
So we see a little bit of a wide approach into turn 1 there by the monster Audi, I believe that was. But yeah, going back to the kink, the Mercedes feels relatively blunted there, too wide either side, although obviously on the inside it does tend to be a little bit bumpier, but it's like being side by side around there is a little bit terrifying. But I can imagine it would be a lot more scary in the BMW just watching Philippa in the shootout last night. Not that it was sketchy around the kink, but obviously to be competitive you've got to be running low wing, and just watching Philippa come down Skyline and getting all crossed up but somehow doing 59s was insane last night.
Yeah, it was
Absolutely
fantastic to watch.
I believe the word is not human.
Yeah.
Yes, I think they were slightly all extraterrestrial beings last night. So we see a little shortcut there, but might be a track cut, but a lot quicker than putting it into the wall, so a little smack on the wrist on the track cut department. It's actually kind of funny, you can get a track cut if you scrape the wall coming around Reed Park, which is a little bit funny.
Yeah, not a big thing here at Bathurst, the track cuts. You don't generally get many. I mean, that one there going down the mountain past Skyline, you do definitely get some into the dipper, but that's really the most major place that you'll encounter a track cut. Across the rest of it, there is just, a couple of weird places where when you tap the wall, it gives you a cut for almost no reason because you're not gaining any time by hitting the walls.
Yes, as we see a deep move up the inside, but room left, and wise track awareness there not to turn in, so actually holds the position too, as we see BMW tucks in behind, so Mercedes lost out there, but yields into the final corner as we go too wide down pit straight. BMW, Mercedes drag race.
Big V8s coming into it.
Well, based on that, gentlemen, I'm going to leave you to it as Matt Nippers will be joining us back in the box, and I'll speak to you in an hour.
Yeah, good luck, mate. Enjoy that lunch.
Same to you.
All right, Sean. See you later.
So we see Connor Hine here in car 600 coming around turn 2 and making his way up the mountain into the cutting turn 3.
Yeah, another car that's been doing quite well just by being reasonably consistent and holding on to their position and not making too many mistakes. They've definitely gained some good positions here. Started well and they're holding on to it.
Yeah, chugging along in P4, so not far away from that podium. A little bit off from P3, but I mean, right now, a really good spot to be in. He's just smashing out those laps. And I wonder what Connor's lap pace has been like. As we see him getting very crossed up and taking Skyline backwards, but he keeps it mostly off the walls. A little 360. I'm sure those PSI on his tyres won't be so happy after that, and neither will the flappy bonnet, but honestly, pretty good effort there, despite it not being ideal. What do you say about that, Cricky?
I'm just going to apologise to Connor because there was obviously a commentator's curse.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps it interesting, right?
No, I apologise. Sorry, Connor. That was my fault, apparently.
So, yeah, we might have to change the last minute to past tense. So, was doing really well, but I'm sure he'll brush that one off. A little bit of confidence shaken there, I'm sure, but he'll no doubt get back up to pace once he's fixed that car. So, unfortunately, they're kind of home.
He's about 20 laps into the stint, so probably will not pit.
Yeah, he stays out, so it mustn't be, I'd say, what do you reckon, 20 seconds of damage? Looking at that bonnet.
Yeah, the Mercedes does handle the damage reasonably well, especially on the front end. It doesn't upset the car too much like it does some of the mid-engine cars and things. So front-engine cars can usually take a bit more damage and not have it impact them too much, depending on where it is exactly. Ooh, as we see there, car going wide. I don't want to see a Nissan be hurt. Why are we doing this? Oh, almost recovered it there, and just that rear end got unsettled and lifted off the ground, and oh, that's sadness. Why do we have to see that?
Yeah, that's another nice looking livery there on one of the few McLarens. Nice little sort of camo monster scheme. So as he makes his way down around the chase.
Yeah, chasing down Pete Viney there. Getting very close. Still lots of those little battles. We go for more sadness. Is this another tragedy happening on track? Oh, this is another view of Connor's incident. Yeah, it's just that curb. He's just hooked it up too much and lost the grip, and
like you said, all frontal damage by the looks of it, not side. So car might be a bit understeery for the next 10 laps before he pits, because you generally get around, at least in the Mercedes, 30 flying laps per stint. So just have to chug along in the meantime.
He's got Sneaker's brothers behind, who's going to make a pretty easy overtake here, because I imagine the straight line speed of that Mercedes is compromised. He's getting a bit ganged up on here.
Yeah, Connor Hine just in a bit of damage control for the rest of the stint by the looks of it.
He's decided to pit.
Yep, going in, just losing too much time. So probably a good long-term decision, and I mean, it might change up your strat a little bit, but I mean, 8 hours to go, you can really make it here easily on 7 stops if luck does fall your way.
As we can welcome Matt Nippers back into the booth. Matt?
Hello, I've been sitting here for a little while. I've come back to do a commentator's curse and a Nissan dying, so this is off to a good start.
Yeah, no, it's been content at least, but probably not ideal for those involved. As we see Mr. Senekis, John, I believe it is, coming around to the cutting. Is that JP on the side of it? Hard to say. Probably wishes. Getting very close there to the wall there, was picking out of it.
So is this a battle for position as we go back to Harsh Kumar? Although I can't see the car, unfortunately. And look, heard it's in camo or something.
Oh, that's clever. I was too slow on that one. I got up at 5 AM, man. You have to give him an extra minute. As he gets a little bit taily on the exit of turn 1 there, but he kept it in check. And in behind him, we have the Mercedes of. Actually, that's not pole position, so a Mercedes, but yeah.
That'll be the 991 behind there, a lap down or two.
Yeah, nice drive by Kumar so far.
You know, these guys have just been sort of plodding away, sort of flying under the radar a little bit, which kind of suits the livery, I suppose. But sitting there in 20th position, they're going quite well, and I am sorry in advance for the commentator's curse.
Yes, I mean, three times in a row wouldn't surprise me at this point, but yeah, nice drive so far. And the weather, boys, it looks like it's going to be sun for quite a while at this point. Do you think we'll see any rain today? Only 9 a.m. in game time, so anything can happen at the mountain.
Yeah, there's still 8 hours left, so there's always a chance of a little bit of rain. Skies do look pretty clear. There isn't a lot of cloud cover, but I haven't had a good shot of the sky to make a proper guess on that. But anything can happen here in those 8 hours. There is some cloud in there, but yeah, I know there's some people who are going to be begging for rain. Some people just love it.
It always adds a bit of spice, probably enough spice as it is at the mountain, but how cool was that start, watching the sunrise come up as we sort of reached 6 a.m. in game time. I thought that, like, so cinematic, looked amazing. Oh, and very deep on the brake spot.
There it is.
There's that curse.
Yeah.
Succeed.
There, we watched the rejoin and it's nice and safe, so no contact involved. Good awareness by the other drivers around him too, so well done. But yes, that curse making itself known to Mr. Kumar.
In my defence, it's not the worst commentator's curse I've given out.
Yeah.
My worst commentator's curse. I was commentating a TA2 race on the OG Assetto here at Bathurst,
Right.
and I swapped to a young bloke who's still sort of finding his feet in sim racing. And I sort of went, oh, here we go, here he is, and oh yeah, I'll risk it. He's actually doing quite well, driving reasonably well. As I finished that sentence, he went and binned it at the top of the mountain. It's just like, guy, I couldn't script that.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate. I've actually, leading up to this event, as you do, you get yourself hyped up at Bathurst. You're watching like archives of supercars and 12-hour races, and the 2011 race, Cam Waters, 17 years old, sort of wildcard entry. He put it into the wall at Forest Alba, and it's like, man, it's just got to be heartbreaking. But I mean, look where he is now, right? He's one of the top dogs in the supercars.
Well, even just looking at the amount of stacks that Chaz Mostert had under the tree, like,
Right.
you know, yeah. And that was, what, his first appearance at Mount Panorama. He goes and backs in the DJR Falcon into the fence hard.
Yeah, so much worse in real life, obviously. Like,
And then, you know, of course, a couple of years later, he went and really put the FPR Falcon to the fence at the elbow.
it's about to put it over the fence.
Yeah, so day. Yeah, then of course, no, that was the year after he won 1,000.
And
yeah.
Mountain giveth and the mountain taketh. Right now we are on board with Cameron Muttner coming down just through the dipper as we reach Forest Elbow. He is not far tucked behind car number 7 in front, so you see the Merc, even though it's probably running max wing, just pulling away. It did get a marginally better exit down the straight, but look at that Merc. They really are a weapon. Like, I think if it was raining, it would be an even stronger track for the Mercedes, just because it's already running max wing.
Yeah, it's a good. I don't know. The Merc just doesn't seem to suit my driving style.
It's very lazy at the front, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
It's hard to drive. I agree, but I think it's got a lot of pace in it. It's sort of just weird.
It's got a good sounding engine though. I do love the sound of the AMGs.
Yeah, no, 100%. Sorry, I was just confirming I will not be going in the car next, and my teammate needs to make his burgers faster. So.
Make his burgers faster.
Yep.
How much faster are we talking? What, 202s, 203s?
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to have to get that spatula working. As we see Graham Hill here, through the dipper. What a great shot that is. Almost grazing the wall on the way through there. Hard on the brakes, gets the nose tucked in, and then foot on the throttle and out of the exit. So, takes us down Conrod Straight. And during the real 12-hour, or like not the sim version, I guess. I don't know if real's the right word. I really actually thought the BMW sounded pretty damn good. How about you guys?
Well, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, I was flag marshalling for the entire weekend at the cutting. The BMWs, I mean, they sounded okay. It was just when they picked up the throttle, it just let out a massive, like, pop.
Right.
Yeah, every time, and you know, when you're standing there for 12 hours, you're just sort of cringing every time a BMW comes up. Oh god.
Right.
Oh god, jeez.
I bet that Porsche was good though, in person.
Both the Porsches were pretty nice.
Bit of a sad ending for the one without Matt Campbell, was it?
Yeah, the Grove Racing Porsche. Yeah, unfortunately, finding the fence at the Skyline again.
Yeah, a sad way to leave the mountain. Great sounding cars. Last year when I went to the Gold Coast for the 500, the Cup cars, man, they were so unbelievably loud. I don't know if the GT3s are the same, but if they are, man, what a treat.
They're probably a bit quieter than the Cup cars, but they sound just as good when they're up at high in the rev range. I mean, I don't think there is a bad sounding GT3 car.
Yeah, as we see Mr. Leo Luke, I believe I could be pronouncing that wrong, making his way up the mountain in Sector 2. By far the hardest sector on the mountain. Bathurst. Current Pro-Am leader, so started in 22nd, currently P9, so wow, awesome drive from those guys there.
We've been seeing that a lot throughout the course of the race so far. Drivers starting very low down, and they're still picking up positions and just driving consistently, driving under the radar, and it's helping them move up the leaderboard. I mean, that's endurance racing for you.
Yep, as Maddie does bestow another curse. Let's see if it comes into fruition.
Oh, of course it's going to come to fruition. It's going to happen.
No, they're doing great though. So we jump on around the king, lots of cool shots here. And then hard on the brakes.
On the subject of the 12-hour, what did you guys think of the race as a whole? Do you think it's going back in the right direction?
Yeah, I like the wave around rule. I think that's really good because it gets a lot more cars on the lead lap. I would obviously like the more cars in it would be better. Ooh, as we see car 247 getting a significant amount of damage there, so not a good place to park, especially facing that direction, and they do opt to return to garage this time, so probably a good call.
Hasn't been a good day for them.
Bit of that going around the field, I would imagine. See the blue flag being shown. But yeah, going back to the 12-hour, is it going in the right direction? I think, personally, I love it. I'd love to see more manufacturers, more cars in general. It doesn't even have to be GT3. Like, I think one of the best sounding cars there was the Invitational, the Mazda. The V8 sounded epic. But yeah, GT4s, GT3s, just a bigger field in general. I'd be gunning for that. I think the wave around rule since the previous year is a really good addition. I like that they got rid of the, like, 12 or was it 10 mandatory pit stops. I think it's good that the AM drivers have to drive after the 6 or 7 hour mark at least for one stint, 60 minutes or whatever. So that's their stint. So yeah, I think it's pretty good. What are your thoughts there, Mr. Crew?
But yeah, I pretty much echo all of your thoughts on it too. I think it's good to see the event growing. It's good to have a solid GT3 presence here in Australia, and I think the 12 hours like a really good place for it. And I just want to see more cars, more entries. That's the biggest thing. Whoa, going very deep there. Not sure if it was just because they braked a little bit earlier than expected, or just didn't anticipate it very much. But the brakes on the McLaren aren't the best. They can catch you out if you're if someone does brake a bit suddenly. They're not as responsive as they are in some of the other cars.
Yeah, that was. Could have even put a front right on the grass there in the braking zone. Hard to say, but yeah, late regardless, but managed to get it just off the back of the car ahead, so nicely done. But yeah, I saw, I'm trying to find it now, but I saw that the 12 hour we just had was up over 20% of the viewership of the one previous year. So I mean, it's definitely popular. There was like a lot of people tuned in. It's good for the event itself, and yeah, good for motorsport in general. I mean, who doesn't like watching Bathurst races, right?
I think the only thing would be better is if we bring the 24 back.
That's that's massive, probably.
Not really sure it'd work for Bathurst. Like, it works for somewhere like the Nordschleife and Le Mans. But I mean, I just don't think Bathurst is really long enough for a 24-hour race. Like, you're sort of thinking more along the lines of Le Mans or the Nordschleife for a 24-hour race, or even I think what Dubai is pretty long as well.
I think if there was going to be a 24-hour version, we'd need a lot more entries, because otherwise by 24 hours there might only be 3 cars left.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, probably a lot of them would get wiped out in practice, I would say. I mean, that being said, we were very lucky that we only lost, well, we technically lost 3 cars in practice. Obviously, unfortunately, that KTM GTX blew an engine. Well, it didn't blow an engine, it had something to do with the wastegate.
Right.
And they didn't have a spare engine, but luckily for them, Melbourne Performance Centre brought a whole spare Audi R8, and like,
Yeah.
you can race this. You can race this.
Yeah, if anything, an upgrade, right?
Well, I don't know, because the KTM has an Audi 5-cylinder in it,
Right.
so
Bit of a weird
technically
car.
the same.
It's initially it looks quite cool, but then the more you look at it, you're like, this is really ugly. I mean, it's obviously subjective, but
Oh, I think it's funky. I love the
it's
the
very
GTX.
square.
Well, I mean, it's a KTM crossbow. They just
Yeah.
made it a little bit longer and they put a slightly bigger engine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's not good. Car 42 retiring. Oh dear. Well, I hope whatever it is sorts itself out for the positive. There, Shane. Definitely don't want to see that.
On a positive note, we're looking at the number 2 car here, who's currently our AM class leader, all the way up in P22. Started pretty far down, so doing quite well there, and got a reasonably decent gap back there to the next AM class car. So yeah, looking strong here in that Mercedes.
Yeah, ripper drive by these boys so far. So go car number 2.
I think those guys have come back from a drive-through as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they did. They had an early incident at the start of the race, but they've managed to get themselves back into it. It's a hard drive for the AM class drivers. It's
Yep.
Generally those who've got a little less experience, and they can get really caught out in these big long races.
See Pete Viney starting to twist the screwdriver on the car ahead, the 150. I think that is the Macca crew, right? So
Yep, that's the
Certainly
150
is.
Macca crew. Oscar Lau at the helm. They've been providing some great content for us, some really good racing from this car. We've been looking at this car for quite a bit. Yeah, some great racing on display here from Josh Hill, was in it before. Looks like it's got a bit of front end damage there. I'm not sure if that's a visual glitch left over from their last stint, but hopefully they don't have damage, because the McLaren does not like damage.
I'd be curious to know how much wing they're actually running to. Obviously, it wouldn't be max, I wouldn't think. Would just struggle too much down the straights, but yeah, nicely done. As Pete Vining stays right in behind for sector 2. Not much in the way of passing can be done here unless you're very opportunistic. Often just focus on that elbow, exit out of Forest elbow. And yeah, see him sitting just half a second behind, not much in it. Any closer in, car ahead makes a mistake and you sort of go with them.
There we go, Sean in chat just confirming that that car is running wing 4, and they do have damage, so that they are in a bit of a struggle at the moment.
Right.
How much adjustment is there in the wing? Like for someone who's never actually got into the McLaren, is 4 a lot of wing for the Macca?
It's not max, no.
Okay.
I'm not sure because the Lexus runs up to 16 wing, but like the Aston, I think it only goes up to around 6 or 7. So there's quite a bit of variance between the manufacturers. But 4 doesn't sound like a lot, even if it only went up to 8. It's still half wing at max, right? So,
Yeah, 4 is very low for a Macca. Generally, you're running a bit higher. It's a very aero-driven car, so you don't generally run it with a minimal amount of wing. It likes to be planted, and it's a very planted car. But you do need as much straight line speed as you can get at Bathurst, and Macca's already kind of struggling with that. But it does make it really solid over the top, as we've seen before.
yeah, sadly no Ferraris in this 12 hour this year. Bentleys even, another car that would have been quite cool to see here. As we see Pete Vining taking advantage of a tow. Don't think he's going to be close enough. He might have a lunge here. No, he decides to back out of it. And probably a wise move. That would have been pretty ambitious. Tucks in again. So still keeping that blowtorch firmly applied to Mr. Lewitt ahead. And fighting for the mid-pack P18 and P19.
Yeah, Lou doing a very good job of just discouraging any moves up the inside. He's just placing his car, not quite driving it down the white line, but he is certainly positioning his car in such a way that it's making Viney back off a little bit. So it's good defensive driving, but he's just got to be careful that he doesn't keep moving left and right down the straight.
Yeah, if you do it too much, the stewards will probably object to it, but yes, I think the better option would probably just to sit on that inside line and just hold it if you want to drive defensive. But I mean, yeah, great job. Obviously he's just trying to break the toe, as we see a flash of the lights there to a back market. It kindly yields on the inside, so boys going around the outside, but plenty of time to get into position for the kink. And this might be a too wide. What do you think, guys? Or
it's going to be too wide. Viney's got to run. The Macca's struggling in a straight line. That BMW is already pretty rapid in a straight line.
And they both get it pulled up, so nice job by both cars there. Probably one of the sketchier places to go too wide, as you're maxing out on this track at that point, so good job.
Yeah, good move there.
Oh,
That's exactly where he wanted to do it.
And not such a good job there. Nice rejoin though, so not quite sure what happened there. As we see, Harsh Kumar has a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags on lap 117. So I know those penalties do get worse exponentially, so want to keep that in mind next time the marshals are showing the blue flag.
Yeah, certainly even in the real 12 hour there are quite a few drivers ignoring blue flags, and we saw quite a few penalties handed out for that. So, well, I guess sim racing does reflect real racing.
Yeah, and I see Cody saying in the chat that Ferrari's not quick enough around Bathurst, which is probably a fair comment, although in the LFM Pro Series, Hutchinson was flying around here, so I think it's just a combination of it being sketchy on a good day on tracks where curbs aren't so deadly. With Bathurst, obviously that isn't the case, and you have to run it on low wing, so I think it's definitely not a safe, and obviously not a very popular choice to take around here, but it does have the pace in it, just, yeah, hard to extract it.
Seen a couple of our leaders go into the pits now, so the previous leader, 919, went in just a couple of laps ago, and we just saw the 89 go in. It looks like a driver change there as well.
Right, and I see we have one Nissan in the race in P29. There was a couple to begin with, wasn't there, Cricky? I'm sure you'd be the man to ask.
I am the man to ask, and no, there is only one Nissan running today, but it's still there, and that's what's important.
I thought there was two for some reason, but good to see them fighting in the mid-pack, so nice little drive by one of the older cars in ACC. Has the 1.8 patch, but obviously still some pace in it, as we saw from Reynolds in the prior sprint season. Now see Lawrenson coming up through Sector 2, getting closer to the quarry, and then Reed Park. And one thing I noticed, not that I've driven today, but in practice and stuff, the dirty air, if you're stuck right behind another car coming around there, it makes the cars, at least the Mercedes, a lot more understeer. Is that something you guys have sort of noticed as well? Or?
Wouldn't know. I don't really drive the Mercedes. I tend to stick to the GTR or the Honda.
Right. Yeah, the dirty air in Sector 2 though can be a little bit surprising, I guess is kind of the right word I'm going for here, but yeah, you just don't expect it. So like I said, it's surprising. So you see 2 wide coming down Conrad, but I think that is yielding Brad Cook tucks in.
This is a hard luck story here. The 500 down in 43rd position. Definitely out of position, this car.
Yeah, some good pace in it. Just hard to drive.
Yeah, started 10th, but had some unfortunate hardware issues earlier in the race, and then some software issues with the game not responding even when they did a driver change. So just a bit of a hard luck story, as I said, but still in it and still racing for it, and obviously just seeing how far they can go and where they can end up. And look, there's still 7 hours left. There's still plenty of room for other drivers to have those exact same issues, and for them to gain up some more spots there. So good to see them still at it.
Yeah, I see the Lambo would be the next car for position, so head down and just slowly reel them in. See Lachlan Henderson sitting in P12, so getting close to that top 10, but not quite there yet on the brakes. And nicely makes the corner, not much room for being any later on the brakes there as he comes down past the pit entries, stays out into Murray's corner. So sort of nice bit of clear track right now for Henderson. And that last lap was a 2:03 flat, so solid pace. And a nice livery to go with it.
We've actually seen the pace drop off just slightly as we've entered the next phase of the race. It's still mostly 202s, but there's a few more 203s in there as well. So it looks like perhaps the temperature change and maybe even just a bit of different drivers, you know, at different pace levels all coming through into these mid-stints. It's yeah, but it's still staying up there, and the pace is still very quick, especially at the top.
And a bit of traffic now as we come up around the cutting once more. Currently on, well, these boys might be on around lap 124, 25-ish, but lead car on lap 126, so a long way into this race now, but it's still a long way to go. And in this situation, this is where you'd be encountering a lot of dirty air, but not a good place to pass. So you see everyone just nice and tucked in as they come down Skyline and through the S's, left into the dipper, and then down towards Forest Elbow. And we'll see how this pans out as they head onto the straight. Nice exit there by the AMG. The Audi is no slouch down the straight as we see the AMG closing that gap and gets the move done easily. So
well, the Audi was getting the blue flag and still is, I think.
Yep.
But,
not trying to get those penalties for ignoring blue flag so well down there by the Audi team. Not many Audis in the field today either, boys.
No, the Audi
Just the
seem to
one.
have. Yeah, the Audi seem to have dropped off a bit, unfortunately. Not sure why that is.
Because it's still a very strong car.
I think it's just mid-engine cars in general at Bathurst are just, over a long stint race, are just not a preferred option. You know, it's not that they're slow, it's they can't be quick, it's just that they're a little bit less predictable, a little bit less reliable over a long run of a race like this compared to even something like an Aston, which definitely doesn't have that same pace, but will just keep going and can take a little bit of a wall hit and doesn't get too impacted by it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that mid-engine sort of oversteer snap isn't a good time when you're surrounded by a concrete canyon.
speaking of snap there, Ethan Cale did very well to gather that up, going through the S's.
Yeah, there's been a fair bit of that going on today. And a lot that haven't managed to catch it quite as well. But yeah, 555 doing a great job, P6 right now, so chugging along nicely.
So we'll note that down as a commentator's curse. So 555, probably see that car in the gravel trap sooner rather than later.
Yep, I'm sure they're loving that. But yeah, that is a great looking livery, definitely one of my favourites. But yeah, crazy that it's only 9:30 AM in the race time. Like, it feels, I guess, being in a different time zone myself, it feels so much later. But luckily, or maybe unluckily, depending on if you're a spectator, no rain, so nice, steady, consistent weather conditions for everybody out there on the track right now.
Yeah, well, if we do see any rain, it'll definitely change things up quite a bit. It'll definitely bring perhaps some of the other teams who've had a bit of a hard run so far back into the fold, give them a chance to get a free pit stop essentially if it does rain at, you know, a sort of a mid-stint kind of time for everyone else in the lead pack. It would definitely be something that some of the teams might be hoping for, is just some sort of weather change to force a pit stop, force a bit of a strategy change, and could shake things up a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the best enduro in terms of weather is going back quite a way now, but when Watkins Glen was first added to ACC, and the race started, and then 30 minutes in, so like almost on the halfway point of stint 1, there was that big medium shower, and then it slowly eased off to light, and then the track dried again. I think that was so cool. That was like, just, that was perfect. So be cool if there was a few sprinklings of rain, but yeah, looking pretty damn sunny right now.
I have to say I'm a bit partial towards the mixed condition races. Like, they're frustrating as all hell, but God, they're so rewarding when you get it right.
Oh, it's so much fun. Mixed condition qualifying can like get in the bid, but racing, I think it's so cool. But yeah, the track is now 23C and the air temp is 21, so temps are creeping upwards. You see Oscar Lou coming around Forest Elbow again, tucked into the toe, but probably going to struggle down the straight compared to the Mercedes ahead.
Doing well though with all that damage.
Speaking of damage, there is J-Rad coming up from turn 1 down Mountain Straight, but great drive by him so far. Also, their car is in the AM class, I believe, so P23 overall though, so nice drive by those boys.
I believe the 119 is actually the class leader too.
Right, so yeah, in a good spot right now, and making a little bit of a train behind him too of, is that 4 BMWs? I think it might be.
Yeah, 4 BMWs, and I think the leaders are part of it. Well, Zach Smith is definitely there. He's closing in on the back of Pickford, who's in 11th. So we've got blue flags flying, and this is the complicated part about these blue flags. So obviously you've got J-Rad, he's having a battle, he's trying to hold off Martinez, I think it was. But then you got a blue flag as well. You've got to try and make room for the leaders to come through, and then of course Pickford's got to make room for Zach Smith to come through. Oh, it's a delicate.
Yeah, it's very hard.
You're on a tightrope. You're on a tightrope, and you got different weights on either end of your little balancing pole thing.
Yeah, and if you're the leader, all you're thinking is get out of my way, but you obviously have to. They're just as entitled to the track. Obviously, they do have to yield as well, but yeah, sometimes probably at this stage of the race, not so much of a big deal, but obviously preferable if they all just moved over, but they're fighting their own battles, as we see at least one of them yielding, and we might see another one perhaps under braking. But yeah, it's a fine process of getting it right, being predictable, but obviously the 4-corner yielding rule goes out the window on a sort of track like Bathurst was. Anzac livery there on the top of the Michael Pickford's car looks fantastic as well, so shout out to all the Anzacs. Very patriotic.
Yep.
And there he goes. Nicely done.
Yep, that car makes me very proud.
And we see a flash of the lights up to J-Red, so maybe heading into turn 2 we'll see him yield, but it doesn't look all that close. Maybe not. Maybe into the cutting perhaps, but any further than that and it starts to get a bit dicey. But nice patience here to just work his way through the battles in the mid-pack. And it looks like they're going too wide, but J-Rad, sorry, wisely backs out of it and it's done. So good job there by the 4 BMWs.
It's not over yet. Pickford's still going to get through. J-Rad, he's got to make sure that he doesn't leave himself vulnerable to Mark now.
And I imagine they're all running probably quite similar wing too, so you don't want to be lifting too much down the straight, but you will have to yield a little. It would be probably a bit sketchy to try and do it onto the entrance to Forest Elbow. I mean, I know they do that in real life, but yeah. Very close to the wall there on the exit.
You've also got to consider where everybody's sitting in their pit strategies as well. I can see Gerard's quite a bit further into his stint, so going to have to pit quite a bit sooner. He's about 28 laps into his stint comparatively, so it's, you know, do you take the risk? Do you go for an whoa, what's going on there? No, that's not how that should be done. That's ended very badly for the number 38 there. That'll be looked into, I'm sure.
Yeah, might have some not so kind words to say about that, but nice little rejoin all the same. Down the pit straight. As you see Liam Hamilton, car number 600, currently P7, so they are pushing on.
Tell you what, J-Rad was very lucky not to get turned around there. Now that could have gone so much worse. For me, that was a bit of a case of Martinell just looking at the opportunity, because J-Rad did get out of the throttle to let Pickford through, and even in these long races, you take the opportunities when they present themselves, and I think maybe Pickford.
Oh, hard to say from that camera angle. It almost looked like J-Rad did come across on him, and obviously he was committed there. So as we go on board now, this will be a better way to see it. Yeah, it's almost a bit of a racing incident. That one is hard to call, but I'd say that it's definitely. I would be leaning more towards J-Rad, but hard to say. Obviously, when you're the car behind, it's on you to make sure it's clear, but it didn't look like much racing room was left there, so hard to call that one. I wouldn't want to be in the steward's booth for that one, of course.
I think I'd have to agree that was a bit more of a racing incident. Like going into the chase, you're not going to be looking at your mirrors, you're looking for your braking marker.
100%, and they have been missing for a large portion of this race too, so. See some more blue flags being shown and being abided by too, so nice work there. As you see Hamilton deep on the brakes, nicely makes the turn, getting down to the final corner once more. So Connor Hine no longer in car 600, so that last lap was a 2:02.3, so good pace there by Hamilton actually. And I can imagine he's still got a decent amount of fuel left in that tank, able to hold 120 litres in the Mercedes, so quite.
She does drink.
Yep, around 3.7 a lap, so pretty thirsty. Back with Ashley Vidiger. That J-Rad in front, but not for position.
That is J-Rad.
Kumar in the background there too. Very close to the wall there by Vidiger, but obviously calculated.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 174 not having the best of times out there. These guys have run into a few problems, I would say. But I'm just looking at some of the pros that are stuck down there, like Lee and the 111 Nissan. They were up in the top 10 earlier. Unfortunately, they got skilled down the chase a little bit earlier in the race, and they found the fence at Skyline. And it's just been a difficult time for those guys. But the same can be said for so many other drivers too.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of bad days, I've been keeping a very subtle eye, almost reluctantly, on what my team's been up to, and I see we've dropped back to 43rd out of 43 cars, as Brad McDonald actually had the car pretty much upside down through Skyline a few laps ago. So, I mean, I'm not sure when I'll be in it at this point, or if it'll still be drivable, but, I mean, yeah. Disappointing day all around, as we see the Nissan coming down the mountain straight once more. Tucks back into the racing line. So currently in P27 by Lee, so nice drive for the solo Nissan team, waving that Nismo racing flag.
Oh, this is not looking good. There's a cluster of cars here. And I think this... No, it's not really a battle for position, but Michael Young there trying to chase down Pete Viney, although I think that is Viney into pit lane now. So that will be a freebie for Michael, indeed it is.
Yep, Viney just peels off. Pits. Back with J-Rad once more, so still in the top 20, so they're pushing on nicely. And aside from that little incident at the chase a few laps ago, really good stint so far for J-Rad. And I believe there is a crash up ahead. So.
Oh, it's a new one. I've never seen a car go through another car.
Yeah, I think that might have been Brad McDonald, my teammate, so almost embarrassing to be associated at this point with Brad McDonald, but nah. I mean, he's trying his best. What else can you ask for? But a little bit of a traffic jam there, but thankfully...
it's John Pierre. No way.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
That's a sad-looking BMW.
What's the saddest Celine Dion song out there? Because that will be playing in that car.
Yeah, I don't know if his heart will be going on for much longer if he decides to stay out another lap. His cars behind need to be cautious as they go around the kink with such
He's off the track.
Yep, as is Brad. And just trying to limp it home, so on the grass more than the black stuff at the moment, but probably just good to get out of everybody's way at this point. So bad to worse for Brad McDonald. As we go back to Zachary Smith coming along the pit straight, currently in P4, so I think they might have gotten a freebie out of that one, with the Sneakers brothers having to make an extra pit stop.
Yeah, Sneakers wasn't far into that stint either, so that is going to hurt.
Yeah, that's crushing.
Another early finish for another driver. Car 17 retiring due to connectivity issues.
Ah, bugger.
Alright, let's see the sadness.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's some sadness already.
And there's already, that's Brad parked there, so Senekis comes around, sees the yellow flag, tries his best, but puts it around the walls. Not sure that's quite realistic, but somehow he manages to get through there.
Excellent collision physics there.
Oh god. Oh, hello. Straight into the passenger door, just pushes his way through. Some public lobby sort of driving etiquette, but I mean, he was kind of committed to it at that point and probably just trying to get back to the pit lane as fast as possible. So, quite the drive there. And we see Brad getting the elbows out, probably unintentionally, just no steering left in that sad looking Mercedes.
Oh, that's a bit of a Scotty Taylor incident, actually.
Yep, and unfortunate that another Mercedes, here we go, is the replay, just lost it coming around McPhillamy. That right rear dipped onto the outside of the curb, and that is not a good thing to be doing.
I really hate that outside curb. I hate it
eh?
so much. So
like-
yeah, I think the Sonicus brothers should be applying to Caterpillar for some sponsorship, because they just
Yeah.
plowed through that perfect.
Yep, some earth moving right there. So we see Zachary Smith still keeping his nose clean in P4. So, I mean, he's laughing right now. He's just putting out the laps and lapping it up, I guess you could say. That last lap being a 2:01.9, so looking very racy, actually. I was not even, I was borderline that close for my quali lap, so just the pros doing pro things right now, boys.
Yeah, we want to be pushing on because Kale is, well, he's about 6 seconds behind, but that's still within some sort of striking distance. And that car, that 8-1 car has had, the 818 car, sorry, has had quite a number of little incidents throughout the race. So to be up in P4 at the moment, they'll be pretty happy with that, but they will want to hold on to it, as we see Ashton Reynolds in the pits, fortunately, to repair that damage.
Yes, release from the pit box. One of the earlier pit boxes in the pit lane, so sometimes that isn't actually ideal, as quite often you're sorting out your MFD driving down there. And in fact, a fellow teammate of mine missed his pit box earlier, so would you believe it? One of the aliens from EU is actually capable of making mistakes, as we see Senekis has got that car repaired and JP is back out there, so he'll be looking to make up for lost time at the moment as he comes over to Skyline.
Reynolds was only 2 laps into their stint as well, so that is going to bite them pretty hard.
Oh dear. And that sad looking Mercedes still in behind, so I don't know. I don't think Brad has opted to pit, which is somewhat surprising because that car looks very worse for wear. Yeah, I almost think he'd have to be bonnet cam with how like the windscreen looks. Not a good way to be right now.
Yeah, hasn't pitted yet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess once you get that much damage, maybe, I don't know.
That's Nate Lemnon. Yeah.
So it's not Brad. My apologies, Brad. I just assume when our car has crashed, it's normally Brad. So.
Well, I think it was Brad that was in the car when it crashed.
Right.
So unless we're looking at the wrong car.
No, that's definitely my teammate's car. that is our car. Perhaps the saddest one on the track at the moment, so maybe Mel's will put us out of our misery and go and check it on the leaders once more.
We'll put that down to a visual feature.
Yeah, it must just be bugged from the last pit stop.
Feature.
Oh dear. As we see Kumar once more, followed by Marina, so he is into the 202.6s rather, so they are pushing on pretty hard, making the most of 6-2 right now. And you don't want to touch too much of the inside curb or the outside curb there either, boys, so definitely the trickiest part of the track to navigate. You only really need to be one car widths wide and you're going to get it crossed up.
But what amazes me with ACC is how accurate they can get the physics of the cars. But it's obviously not perfect, but if you're just a little bit wide anywhere on the circuit, you're going into the fence.
Yeah,
you're understeering.
Less grip.
Yeah. You're just understeering. Oh, this is my life now.
You know, it's I mean, obviously it's not perfect. Oh, as we see a big crash down Conrad Straight, Kumar just nudging. Who was that, boys? It was.
Hey, Leon.
And it came true eventually.
Oh wow! Wow!
Oh no!
And they were leading in the M class, so the good news is, although it looks like he might be RTGing. Yep. What a shame. Close to that pit entry, so that lap will be rolled back for them, unfortunately. But it didn't look like he was capable of turning left with steering damage, so that's a real shame.
Big contact. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that soon.
I don't think the stewards will be that impressed either, so we might see Kumar, I would say, would stop go 20 at least.
They're certainly finding themselves on the wrong side of the steward's paddle, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not intentional, like, just miscoordinated, I guess. As I believe the there was a bit of blue flag yielding taking place there. So. Back with Cameron Martinau now in P19, so in the top 20. Doing well. And isn't that a great shot?
Oh, okay, here we go. Car 989, own fault, they turned the car off.
Oh, okay. It's a bit of a plot twist there.
Who was it? The Bentley driver that kept on switching the engine off when they were coming out of pit lane instead of bumping off the pit lane limiter.
Oh no. And ACC is quite punishing for that, because if you hit the ignition, I think, yeah.
Oh!
Kumar just had nowhere to go there.
Hmm.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Right, so the closing speed was just massive, probably a lot more than Kumar was actually expecting, so unfortunate for both parties there, and I'm sure Kumar's got a bit of damage as well.
It's possible that Kumar wasn't quite maybe fiddling around with something on the steering, because he's got a lot of time. Oh, yeah, that last second it just slows down.
Yeah, he might have been adjusting his brake bias perhaps, or getting his MFD, because that's quite often you do that down the straights as well. But yeah, unfortunate. He obviously just didn't see it in time. He's quite clearly see from his inputs there, it was the last second. So unlucky.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever expecting a car to slow down that suddenly there, so I don't know that anyone would react well in that situation. Doesn't matter if you're distracted or not. Damage is going to hurt that McLaren though, definitely. Really struggles with it.
Yeah, I mean, as we see Kumar now on the inside into turn 2. Is this for position?
You know what's worse for the 989? They wouldn't have seen Kumar coming.
Yeah, true.
It's his camo.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because they might have had like the rear vision mirrors only renders like 30 meters or something.
I gotta get my dad jokes in, okay.
Yep, got me. Third time.
You're
So as we see Kumar perhaps a little bit too incognito and brushing the wall quite aggressively there. So a little bit more damage than that McLaren. So I'm sure when they do come into their pit bay, the car will be on the jacks a bit longer than they would have anticipated on its exit. So still looking pacey though, and not too damaged. But that could be the livery once more hiding it there.
I think we'll see Morgan do an overtake here down Conrad though, because yeah, that McLaren's going to be struggling down this straight without a tow. The Mercedes probably get a nice look up here, at least into corner here.
And yep, he's tucks back in behind actually, so opting not to just.
You know, maybe not getting the best exit there, Morgan, because he really should have gained a little bit more pace there.
Is the Mercedes perhaps carrying a little bit of damage as well?
Very possible,
good.
yeah.
Might have some on the front splitters, I have to say.
We'll see it out of turn 1, because the Mercedes is insanely strong coming out of turn 1.
As we see Kumar dipping the right side tyres into the grass, so that's not going to help your corner exit speed. And will we see him pull over to the left and defend on the inside rather than taking the optimal racing line for turn 2? So far, parks it in the middle, a little bit undecisive actually, but Josh Morgan tucking in right behind, not having a lunge, so playing the long game, just continuing to apply that pressure as they now make their way up into the cutting. And sector 2 as a whole.
Do I have to correct myself? It's actually Rasco in the 314 McLaren.
Oh right.
Yeah, I've got that wrong. So apologies to Rasco.
Doing well though. Other than that, graze around where we are approaching right now, and almost does it again, but not quite. Maybe a little bit too much of that left-hand curve, and then getting a little bit wild on McPhillamy as well. So he is pushing right now as we see the Mercedes getting crossed up with Joshua Morgan on board, but he manages to catch it. So these guys aren't mucking around right now. They are pushing. But might be a little bit far behind again as we come into Forest Elbow, and will be very exit dependent, a little bit of understeer there, so not an optimal exit, but we do see race control reporting that car 666 just received a penalty for contact as well. So, but yeah, McLaren actually, if anything, almost pulling away here out of Matty and Mick. Crick, sorry.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job. You can definitely tell that damage is hurting him over the top. Just those bits of going wide, I don't think that's too much to do with driver error. I think that's absolutely the very, very aero-dependent car struggling with a bit of front-end damage. Like I said, I don't think there's a car that's more impacted by damage than the McLaren, especially around Bathurst, where you need all that downforce up the top.
Oh yeah.
But another close battle here, though. Borg looking up the... Whoa, oh, very nicely done there. Both drivers allowing just the right amount of space, but it looks like he might have another look back here on the inside of the 05 car. Maybe? No, he's pulling out of it, keeping it nice and straight.
That BMW speed there obviously had the tow assisted by the Merc down the straight, but that front end has seen better days by the looks of it there, Cookie.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Up 31 positions, car 732, so Borg is screaming.
He is a man on a mission right now, coming down Mountain Straight, and almost looks like the Merc's struggling to keep up, so he must have got a really good exit out of turn 1 as well. He was just flying.
If you set that Merc, that BMW up right, it definitely can match the Merc for straight line pace.
Yeah, I mean, one of our drivers actually is primarily an M4 driver, and he says running it on 2 to 3 wing is what you really do need to be competitive around here. So obviously around 62, not quite so strong and probably a bit sketchy, but yeah, as we saw down the straight there, both straights in fact, pretty good. But Walter isn't exactly letting him go, he's keeping with him for this lap at least. As we come down Skyline. It'll be interesting to see the exit here, whether that gap is going to grow or whether it shrink.
Here we go, we've got our drop bear cam, or branch hatch, as Pat Oliver has dubbed it. Good of that cameraman to stay up there all day.
Yeah, it might be a little bit uncomfy, but good shot all the same. As we see on the left-hand camera, deep on the brakes through the chase, but that margin does look as though it is slowly starting to grow, so yeah. Pushing on at the moment. As we see our Permobil transition screen, proud sponsors of the OOR 12 hours, so great job by Permobil. Back to Ryan Borg, turn 1 once more, and another good exit, and healthy amount of curve there used, not too little, not too much, and keeps it off the grass, which is the most important thing. And back to P1, so best lap was a 2:00.7, current lap, or last lap, was a 2:02.0, so not the quickest on track, at least on the last lap, I believe, but still very, very fast, much faster than a lot of the cars and drivers. Very strong showing so far by Lawrenson, and lead car will be commencing lap 142 as we come around Murray's Corner again. And actually, I've got a question, Cricky, and Matt, how many laps do you think we'll see in this race? Because I can't remember off the top of my head, in the 12-hour last weekend, was it 325? It was the most there's ever been, I believe, but probably could be more here just because of the whole no safety car thing.
Did do this question earlier. I don't think I gave an answer, but I am thinking, yeah, close to about 320, something around that range. Sean, who's actually just joined us and is going to be taking over, he called 303, and I'm holding him to that.
Right, yeah, because I mean,
welcome
back, by the way, Sean.
Back? Yeah, I definitely got that wrong.
Yeah, 323 laps last weekend.
Right, yeah, it's a lot, isn't it?
It is. I would be predicting more around the 350 lap mark, honestly.
Right. So I see Joe Donut saying in the chat, uh-oh, dippy yellow, but it looks to be clear now. Just a blue flag being shown by marshals. Yeah. A lot of cars on the map around the Forest Elbow, so I think there's still a bit of a traffic jam. But I do see there is a yellow flag on the mini mark up just past chase. Something must have gone on there, but Mel's will be able to swing us over there in just a second. But right now, we are still with P1 coming down. And we're back on camera.
So I've also got a couple of other record-breaking facts about last weekend's 12 hour. So it was a record crowd attendance for the Bathurst 12 hour, just over 53,000 people. They had a new qualifying lap record, the first ever sub 2:01 lap at the 12 hour, 2-minute 0.8819 for the Group M Mercedes.
Wow.
Longest green flag period ever recorded at the Bathurst 12 hour, 4 hours 45 minutes. Don't I know it?
That was some great racing though, hey?
Oh yeah, fastest average speed for the Bathurst 12 hour, 167 kilometres average speed. And it was the closest split between the top 3 finishing cars in the 12 hours GT3 era and the first 3-time winner of the Bathurst 12 hour being Jules Gounon.
Yeah, I mean, Brock Feeney's quali lap was only marginally beaten by Engel, was it? I think it was. That was a really good qualifying session, much like our own OOR one last night. But yeah. As we see mud now once more coming up down Perth Straight. As we see a car exiting pit lane, blends in nicely. Obviously not on the same lap. But yeah, mud now currently in P17.
And on that note, I will take my leave. It's been great, guys. I'm done for the day, but good luck with the rest of it, and I look forward to seeing the end of the race. Sean is here, and he's going to take over, and yeah, been a great call, guys. Thanks.
Pleasure sharing the mic, Ricky.
Good job on the mic, Mike.
Thanks. Never get tired of the mic jokes.
Mic check. But yeah, reaching almost to that 7 hours remaining now, boys. So not quite at the halfway point, but definitely a good portion into it. So it'll be interesting to see the top 10 as it stands now, where they'll play out in 7 hours' time.
I just popped outside after lunch and did a little rain dance. Hopefully it comes to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, you might manifest it, although it's still looking very sunny in game at the moment, but only 10 AM, so could be some big clouds on the way, or it could be more sun.
Ooh, that's a moment.
Yeah, JP looking to get through.
It's the worst feeling in the world when you jump on the brakes and you're still closing in at a rate of knots to the car in front.
Yeah, as we see JP making a little adjustment, so has brake bites or ABS. Running quite a low ABS at ABS 3. I know that we're running quite a bit higher.
Ooh, that was a late defensive move there. See if that compromises him out of the chase. Here we go, and well, Jean-Pierre gets one. He's got to get the other, but he's actually going to take himself out of the equation. That's helpful.
Yep, so a bit of clear track now for JP there. Push, and we see Paul Brett here, P2. Let's drive by those guys so far. And a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags with car number 446. So we haven't seen heaps of those penalties handed out, but they're definitely avoidable penalties. And not something you want to be getting too many of, as sorry, I've just been told my microphone's gotten a little bit quiet, so hopefully that is better now. But yeah, you ideally don't want to get too many blue flag warnings or any at all there, Sean.
Yeah, very good. It's really when you get them. So, you know, if you get it at the start of Melbourne Straight, it's very easy. If you get them sort of just as you come out of the elbow, it's great. But when you're getting across the top, yeah, it makes you look in the mirrors a lot, but you've got to try and keep your eyes forward because there's just no safe spot to come off like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the straights are the perfect place to let people through. Obviously, if you're having a battle and you're too wide fighting for position, I feel like the cars who are on the lead lap need to be a little bit more lenient and understanding. But yeah, if you're on the straight and you're not fighting for position, just do the right thing, lift a little, move over, let them through, keep on going. So we see Paul Brett demonstrating how to get a nice exit out of Forest Elbow, and blue flags are being shown, so don't know if he's quite close enough to get the yield at the moment, but yeah, Paul Brett doing Paul Brett things. We see Mercedes is heading 276, 279 before that, hard on the brakes, so don't know when they last pitted, but the Merc does top out at a little bit over 280 without a tow, so must have a bit of fuel at the moment.
Who's the fuel use like on that?
Well, it's probably more when you're driving faster like these guys do, but I would say for us it ranges, like if you're not in traffic, 360-ish to 380, roughly.
Yep.
So it's quite thirsty. But the tank is 120 litres, so you get about 30 litres flying laps, and plus your out lap and your in lap in clear track conditions, so by that point you're almost reaching the stint timer anyways, not quite, you've got a few minutes up your sleeve. So we see here car number 900 sitting in P22, so they are pressing on right in behind Chalmers, and that is for position, I believe, so in the tow, and we'll see if when they come onto Mountain Straight after turn 1 that gap closes enough leading into turn 2 to get a move done, but I don't think that is the case right now. Maybe in a lap's time.
Just noticed there as well, we have just ticked over the 7 hours to go, Mark. So, into the meat of the race now. Also my favourite part of enduro racing, this sort of middle part. They call it the lull, but I just saw on my second screen there, a bit of a moment for the 05 motorsport car.
Oh dear. Yeah, the middle of the race is like, you almost, it's almost the calmest part, I'd say. Like obviously the start is hectic, the end can be hectic if you are still fighting and having battles for position, but yeah, the mid part is sort of like where you just really need that consistency, Sean.
As they say in motorsport, this is the keep on trucking period.
That's it, eh?
Well, it's really the part of the race where you're really picking your battles quietly.
Oh dear.
Oh, you're also not doing that.
Yeah, you ideally don't want to park on the exit of Forest Elbow, and it's and we got another stranded Honda, so
You don't want to be doing that either.
unfortunately that is Gibbo, so he's doing the right thing. He's just sitting there letting the cars all go through, and this is a horrible situation because you can't really see what's going on behind you. You're sort of relying on your teammates and the mini map, but Gibbo is just waiting and being patient, reverses it into the wall, but the car's already damaged, so good job there. That is how you do rejoin safely.
Does that count as a curse?
I don't know.
That entry has been cursed from the start of the race, and we didn't even have to try and curse it.
So you see now the Nissan tucked in, but we do go back to a replay to see what happened here to Gibbo. So he's coming around towards McPhillamy. Everything's well, a little bit wide perhaps there. It's still good into Skyline. Just too far to the left and boom, into the wall.
Some
Unfortunate.
expired milk right there.
Yep. Which funnily, if you're one of my previous flatmates, they'd probably still consume it, so good thing.
Gross.
They were. But back to the race. It looks like Gibbo is coming in to get that expired milk attended to, so why's cool. Probably a funnel, honestly. They're a bit different. But we see now Aaron Lee in the Nissan pretty close to, is that McNulty in front, I believe. So, wonder if we'll see a move happening here up at turn 2, boys.
And this has got a hard job closing in on the Mercedes. The Mercedes is quite quick in a straight line, it turns out.
Yep.
As we just see the 150 recovering as, we have another incident at Reed Park.
Oh dear.
So that's a oh no. Let's go
no.
for again.
Oh, and into the wall, but might have had
that's the great.
steering damage, so.
That is the great. Another one bites the dust.
Indeed. But jumping up to P11, Hasnam doing a nice sweet job here. Slowly reeling in White, who is, I believe, leading the Pro-Am class. So, go back to a replay though to see what exactly did happen.
So this is the first incident for Gafford. And I'd say he's clipped the wall on the right-hand side, and that's just pitched the car to the left.
Yep.
And this is the second incident. Oh, I hope he hasn't received a helping hand here.
Nah.
Oh.
I'd say it's just damage from the previous incident. Lost his rear downforce, and around she goes.
How lucky.
Wow.
That is our race leader.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's one way to yield. I don't know if it's probably the leader's preferred way, but luckily to make it through there alive. But man, that could have turned out so much worse.
That is code brown for our race leader, if I've ever seen one.
Wow. They might just have to go into pit lanes to change pants after that one. Holy shit. But yeah, Lawrenson getting extremely lucky there as we go to an onboard, watching it from his perspective. And at that point he's thinking, oh my god, what is happening here? And surprisingly looked a lot calmer, like his inputs were nice and smooth. But yeah, got away with that one.
When it's your day, it's your day.
Well, with the experienced drivers, they know how to avoid accidents. But you tend to sort of recognise the body language of a car or whatever it is, and you tend to be able to predict what that car is going to do and where it's going.
Mm-hmm.
And even with these guys, at the top of their game, they can react within half a second and make decisions very, very quickly. It's nothing new to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just sort of got to expect the unexpected, and obviously got a little bit lucky that the Honda did veer off to the left, but yeah, that was a close one. But yeah, Hasnam, I believe, is in P11, so they're chugging along nicely. You see the BMW making its way down Conrad Straight, heading towards the kink once more.
So now we have Chalmers looking up the inside of the $1.50 Macca.
Yeah, Kovacs racing red, so they're doing a great job as well. And just showing the nose a little bit. As
Kovacs racing blue.
Yep. I thought it might have been red, but maybe I'm colorblind.
Yeah, there's not a lot of red on this one.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the left-hand bottom of the screen where it's just cycling through the cars, so that was just...
Ah, yeah, that's caught me out a few times too.
Yep, that'll do it. Yep, that is in fact... There's a little bit of red. I don't know yet, I mean... It is Kovacs, I got half of it right. But... We see a drive-through for causing a collision for car 989.
The laps keep going, the penalties keep coming in.
And I see that bottom left of the screen still cycling through, and there's Kovacs purple, so a lot of Kovacs entrance.
Uh-oh.
This is not... Whoa!
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Might need some Motec for that one. Oh no, he loses it. Oh, that was weird. That could have been like a technical difficulty almost.
Oh, that was the 89 as well that just squeezed on through.
Right. Oh, that is not what you want to see on the entrance to Skyline. Wow, he threaded the needle there. Holy.
Picked his point.
Oh.
Right now he is looking at the gap, not looking at the car.
Gee.
Guarantee it. But that's how you avoid the incident.
Wow. I mean, I think the Macca held its brakes there, so he did everything he could. But shit, that is cutting it close, boys. Oh. Oh,
Jeez.
wow.
How's everyone's anxiety going right now?
Whew.
That's
I mean,
great. Oh, I'm fine.
Josh, you sound like you need a paper bag or something just to.
A little bit stressed watching that. A little bit of spectator anxiety.
Yeah, I can tell.
So we see Pete Chalmers here in P20 though. Nice clear track, so the heart rate is decreasing back to a more normal rate.
How's this for a fun fact? Thank you to Tom Riley for this one. Fun fact, last year's race winners are split across 4 cars all in the top 6 at the moment. So Pigger in 919, Dan Hunter in 89, Smithy in 818, and Gold in 717.
Oh, as we cut to a big crash on the replay, that almost looked like a lot of ping was involved with that one. It's hard to say. Yeah. I mean, obviously there was contact, but that tree doesn't make the best of camera shots. But we see now as Mel's has got it sorted out for us. Oh, never mind. But what we do know is one car entered into the wall, so there we go. Oh, so he braked mid-corner.
He sort of half committed, half didn't commit to going around the outside of the cutting. It was like he sort of went, hang on, what am I doing? Outside at the cutting, not a good idea. Got on the brakes, and unfortunately, the driver behind just was not expecting that.
Yeah, I mean, 2 wide into the cutting is ambitious, but I mean, if you're going to send it, you got to send it. You can't sort of 80% it, so that didn't end up so well. As we see now, though, Hasnam coming on to Conrad once more with a little bit of a tow, so not poor position, but he is getting a bit of assistance down the straight. So
Everyone's been on the big recovery drive this car.
sorry, that might be poor position actually.
It certainly is.
Car waving the Anzac and the Australian flag, currently in P10, so this is a battle to get into the top 10 right now. Actually, as we see Hasnam peeling off, so White managing to hold on to that P10 for now, and first in Pro-Am, so great drive by those boys.
So we are at 3:21 Melbourne time at the moment, so sort of, yeah, we're in a bit of a, we had actually quite a lot of action, but I'm sure everyone's had their lunch, so chat, what did everyone have for lunch today?
See a move might be on here, no. Looking back towards, is that Fluke?
There's Robert Fluke.
It is. Currently in P8, so got places to be right now.
Pat Oliver having the breakfast of champions for lunch.
And the 2 Lambos sharing the track, although not for position right now, so just nudging each other along.
Oh, Nelfie's golf driver, ham and cheese toasty, man after my heart.
Oh, this chat's gonna make me hungry. It's a little bit of a train here with some blue flags being shown, which will probably be abided by later on once they get into the start of Sector 3.
Apparently we've got Easter egg on the AVR Lambo on the rear wing, according to Tom Riley. Maybe? So I know that there's an Easter egg on all the AVR cars on the side skirts. Well, that was a bit sketchy.
Almost a bit of bump drafting going on there as we see Nichols flying the other Lambo flag going up the inside despite being down in P42. So he obviously has the pace. So they're making a bit of a comeback drive at the moment as we see Fluke just making room, leaving room, and letting them get through nice and cleanly rather than holding each other up. So well done there. And isn't the Lambo a good looking car?
Oh, it's amazing.
It's a shame it doesn't have the BOP going in its favour.
Oh, Lachlan Nichols isn't a slouch driver. He knows how to steer. One of the just another good old boy in sim racing from karting. As unfortunately, we have another yellow at the top of the mountain.
Yep, bet me too that one. I think is it car 900.
That'd be another one of the milk cars, isn't it?
I know. Looks like the issue, whatever it was, may have resolved itself though, as the track is again once green flag racing. Still on board, looking back from the rear of Robert Fluke's car. That's a cool shot, looking at the town in the background, hey. Really is such an amazing track.
Fantastic track. So picturesque. And it used to be a scenic road.
Oh, as we see a scenic route being taken. Hopefully a safe rejoin is followed in succession. But back to P1, Andrew Lawrenson, car 919, is commencing lap 153. So almost, well, we are over that halfway point if we were only going to do 300. So still 44 minutes to go until we're at halfway point. So it's looking like it'll be quite a few more laps than 300 at the rate we're going, lads.
Of course, we are coming up to that magic 161 lap marker as well. Of course, they in the know is 1,000 kilometres around the mountain.
Yep. Around 6.5 hours of racing in the cars of the future supercars. It'll be interesting to see the lap times for supercars Gen 3 because I believe they're going to be using soft tyres going forward at Bathurst, so the tyre life might be a problem, but so excited for Newcastle.
Do you believe also they're running less aero than Gen 2?
Oh, a lot less, yeah. I think it's like almost less than half even. And yeah, they're more of a handful to drive, so hopefully we'll see better racing out of it. Speaking of better racing, we see David McNulty making his way up towards turn 2 once more. And blue flag is being shown. So I think flash of the lights here, is that P2 trying to make their way through? The No Idea team? I think it might be.
Certainly is.
So yep, hard place to yield, but I'm sure all parties will make sure it is done safely as possible.
That black Mercedes, that's a car I think you're familiar with there, Josh, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our car. For some reason our custom livery isn't showing, which is a real bummer, but I mean, when you're this far back it really doesn't matter. As they decide to take the short route, which actually turns out to be longer, but obviously yielding, so bit of a weird place to yield, but still safe, so that's the main thing. And we see McNulty will probably do it once he has made it around Forest Elbow. He'll just ease off the throttle and let Mr. Brett through, so that's another great looking livery there Paul's driving.
Well, that shortcut at the S's is not exactly a safer route. It's
yeah,
very, very bumpy for whatever reason.
Although there hasn't been a lot of safe routes taken in general. Like, that's probably one of the safer ones for our car so far today. So, yeah, I don't know. I think Paul Britt's probably glad to just make it through alive. Who is in our car at the moment, actually? Still Nate, so our best driver at the moment. But back to best drivers, Paul Britt, still on the lead lap and trying to just slowly make that gap to Lawrenson ever so smaller. As we see now, the leader is at Skyline, so it is a decent margin, but I mean, I don't know if they're on the same strategies pit-wise, but about a half lap in it.
Yeah, about half a lap.
I wonder, because I know if you don't drive a swap and you don't take tyres, to fill a Merc it only takes about 17 seconds, so the tyre drop off not being so much here, I wonder if the gap remains or closes a bit, one of them takes a punt and decides to double stint some tyres for that track position. Obviously a long way to go before you have to worry about that, but
Well, it's all really like any race arena. It's buying that ticket for that last hour.
I see Pat was saying in the chat he reckons 347 laps will be done at this rate, so it's getting close to that 350, which is a lot.
What's that kilometre-wise? That'd be
Well, it's 6.1 or 2 per lap, I think it is.
6.2.
Yeah, so see if there's a math wizard in the chat, or if you want to do it yourself there, sure.
No, thanks. I never do maths on stream.
Yeah.
2,170 kilometers per 350 laps.
Oh, it's a long way. Obviously, that's the lead cars on the lead lap, so there won't be many. As we see a car facing the wrong way, Alex passed the $1.50 Macca's special, Sean.
No words.
Yeah, turn it around once it's safe. Obviously, he's doing the right thing waiting, but oh, it's a horrible situation. Hopefully, the race director is just letting everyone know to be very careful. See on the mini map, the leader is approaching, so he's just doing the right thing, just staying out of everyone's way. It's a horrible situation to be in, that one.
He's almost made it worse. Oh, that's not better. That's not better. Oh no, he's turned him. And
no. The track is almost blocked here. Holy, but
Oh,
dear.
this is not good. Look at your mini maps, guys. Look at your mini maps. You got time. You got time.
The track is clear, so go now, go now. This is when at least one of them wants to get going. There we go. So Alex Pass manages to squeeze through. Oh, and there might have been another collision after that as the camera panned away, I think. Still one BMW as car number 788 tries to get it turned around, and he's brushing the wall, but he gets it done, so whew. Bit of a gut-wrenching moment for those guys. No fault of his own, just slight nudge and he went around two. Really unfortunate, but obviously wasn't on purpose, so that's a shame. Bit of collateral damage. Yep, F in chats indeed.
Hang on, that's Rosie. Looking here at Darren White at the moment. Currently in 10th position. And a great drive actually from the 71. He's got an absolute train going on here.
Yeah. That might have been partly to blame, well, because of the traffic jam, but track is plenty clear now. They just got to navigate for position, as we see a bit of yielding going on there into the corner. So cut back to a replay now to see what actually happened up there.
That bump.
Ooh, he almost kept it off the wall and then into the wall very hard there. I see Brad McDonald reporting, I know that feeling in chat, and yep, plenty of first-hand experience today, unfortunately for Brad and the rest of the team as a whole. So a lot of the other cars, as we look at Jeremy, is that Alter? He's currently in P15, so they're having a much better day in the number 5 Mercedes. Fantastic looking livery, as we've already mentioned previously in the stream. The car looks a little bit unsettled over the bump, but nice and smooth around that corner. And then down Skyline as we go on board to see the steering inputs, and he is not mucking around, he is pushing on.
So Question for both of you. Favourite corner at the mountain?
Oh, you go first, buddy. I need to think.
For me, it's the Great.
The Great, yeah. I definitely have a least favourite corner, which is probably it's setup dependent, but probably I don't like the last corner. It's so hard to nail, especially when you're on a really good lap, and then you're like, don't fuck up the last corner, don't fuck up the last corner. But I don't know. I would probably say I do like the dipper. I know it's a bit cliche, but yeah, the dipper is pretty awesome. So you sort of got to turn in to make the corner as if you're going to hit the wall, but then the car with the camber of the road just goes around nicely. So yeah, I'd probably say the dipper. So we see Pat Oliver in chat saying McPhillamy, another amazing corner. Very fast corner.
Probably the best corner to spectate at McPhillamy for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you see all the crowds, and that's where everyone wants to be, right? Pit entry is T-Mac's least favourite. I actually really rate the Bathurst pit entry compared to a lot of other tracks. And the pit exit here is really good too, like, compared to a track like Donington or somewhere, which doesn't have a very nice pit exit because it's sort of on the racing line. I think Bathurst does a really good job for pit entry and pit exit.
What's that track where the pit exit literally spits you out on the racing line?
There's a lot of them.
Well,
Yeah.
Donington is one of them. I know there's at least two in ACC. Paul Ricard's pretty bad for that, actually. And it's quite an abrupt pit entrance too, but as long as you get off the racing line early enough, your intentions are pretty clear. But yeah, the pit exit is also on the racing line.
I think the worst pit entry has to be Zolder, hands down.
Zolder.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
See so many crashes because driver behind is trying to go into pit lane. Of course, he goes straight ahead. And driver in front's actually braking for the chicane.
Yeah, and I see Pat Oliver saying Brands Hatch. Yeah, that does have a nasty pit entrance with the barriers. Brad McDonald saying Indy. That has a very long pit lane. I don't mind the entrance. The exit is pretty not fun. There's really not much of a blend line at all. T-Mac saying Mazzano. Mazzano is just a very slow exit. Like, you feel like you should have your pit limiter off way earlier than you're actually allowed to. So it's a bit of a weird one.
Oh, the Watkins Glen pit entry. Yeah, that's a bit of a shocker too.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
Oh, hello. There's a car coming from a direction I wasn't expecting.
Rasco.
The Dad's team racing McLaren. That's been in the wars. It's just been a shocking day.
So we go back. Is that the leader there, I believe? And then Ryan Houlihan in car 818 making his way along as well. So P5 right now. The car ahead is in the pits, but unless they've got a lot of damage, they should make it out in plenty of time. I think if you're coming across Skyline and another car's entering the pits, then you'll be sort of meeting once more on the next lap at about the same time.
And with that, I believe a wild bender has appeared in the box. Good afternoon, good sir.
Yes, hello everyone. Hope you're all doing well.
Howdy, howdy.
How's everyone's race been going so far?
Well-
Yeah.
Well, I'm not racing, so I've been having a great day.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't exactly been in our car yet, but I have to say I'm having a lot more fun watching from the comm booth than in our own car. So, yeah, I probably should do a stint at some point. But, yeah, trying to extend that for now. How about yourself, Ender?
Yeah, it hasn't been too bad. Had a trip across the grass to chase earlier and parked on the exit there and had to let about 20 cars go past, which was nerve-wracking, but other than that, it's been pretty good so far.
triple five, and we just had a little graphic up there that the triple five has made up 8 positions and currently sitting in 5th place. This car currently flown under the radar. I feel like I've said that about a lot of cars in this race, but they've flown under the radar and they're in really good positions. And it's just making me think of the 77 Mercedes. As what on earth is going on here?
Yeah, I don't even know if they know, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, Hurley in the triple five. Has he got a problem?
He looks
like it.
Yeah. His last lap was a 204. But he looks... car doesn't look damaged though, so it's a little bit odd, that one.
That lap time can't be right. 3 minutes. No way.
Just come out the pits, maybe?
Possibly, yeah.
That's very strange.
So, yeah, tyres aren't up to temperature. 3 minute 10 lap time, yeah. Yeah, he must have come out of pits.
Yeah.
But yes, I was thinking about the 77 Mercedes from last weekend's race with Juncadella behind the wheel. They managed to sneak their way into the top 5, and then unfortunately they binned it at the chase.
Oof.
With, I think, just under half an hour to go.
Right. It's a shame. But yeah, 555, great drive so far, with Mark Hurley on board currently in P6. But yeah, it looks like his, whatever the technical difficulties, if there were any, have resolved themselves now, and he's getting back up to pace. We will see what sort of lap time he does though, closer to the end of Sector 3, I'm sure. Stephen Tyre though is slowly pushing that Nissan further and further up the field to P24 now, so they've gone from around the P30 mark up to the lower end on the 20, so nice drive by those guys in the Nissan.
I'd still be a little bit frustrated. They were up in the top 10 in the first hour of the race, and unfortunately just a few little issues have bumped the Nissan back a little bit.
Yeah. There's been a lot of issues for a lot of teams today though, so nevertheless still a great recovery and one that is still ongoing at the moment.
Well, this is all you need to do in races like this, is that there's a car taking a scenic route. Just keep plodding along, don't give up, don't get frustrated, and just plod along, and you'll pick up a lot of positions.
Yeah, and I think the hardest thing is if you do make a big mistake and you bin it somewhere, it takes a huge chunk of your confidence out, and it's like, do you stay in the car if you've only done a couple of laps? Do you box and put someone else in who isn't all flustered? Like, it's hard to navigate that during the race, but so far they look to be doing a great job.
I think it gets a lot easier as you get more experience. The real experienced guys they'll make a mistake and they will just go, okay, made a mistake, let it go, move on, get on with the race. That's something that comes with experience. The worst thing you can do when you do make a mistake is to try and make up for that mistake. So, you dip a wheel in the grass and lose half a second. Well, for the rest of the lap, you try and chase that half second. Well, that half second turns into 1.5 seconds while you're trying to make up that mistake.
100%, yeah.
So it's all about these sort of races. It's all about managing your emotions, managing your frustration, and just remaining patient.
Yeah, and I believe Meg in the past has actually, at least for some of the rookie walkthroughs and whatnot, has given like guidance and advice on the psychological side of racing and how to keep that composure and not get overwhelmed, and keep that mental, I guess, focused and not flustered. Because it's such a big part, especially on tracks like this where there aren't a huge amount of passing opportunities. It's more forcing errors, as we see car number 789 doing a great job of that, almost sending the car ahead off by getting them to brake a little bit too late. So, good example right here.
We're just going on, friend. I live by the saying, it's all part of a learning experience.
Speaking of Meg in the chat. But yeah, those rookie walkthroughs super beneficial for anyone who isn't already in OOR and thinking about signing up giving rookies a crack. That's a great place to start, great place to learn. And even for some of the more experienced drivers, perhaps even my own teammates today so far, could be worth them stopping into one of those little reviews and learning the tips of the trade, because they obviously haven't got the fundamentals down today, unfortunately.
Oof. Wow.
Oh, trust me, they roast me just as hard.
This is brave words coming from a man who hasn't stepped in the car yet.
Oh, I mean, we're P43. I mean,
well, I suppose you can't do much worse, can you?
exactly. It'd almost be impressive if I could. So I'm gonna just try and behave and just have some fun.
Well, that's it. That's another point I was about to make. I find that when you just go out there and have fun and you don't really worry about the result, you tend to be more successful at anything you do.
Yeah.
You look at someone like Jardier for something, for example, on YouTube. The guy's the most jolly sim racer I've ever seen, and he's very, very quick. So I mean, have fun. Stop taking it seriously.
Yeah, I mean, he is very, very, very talented, much more than myself or any of my teammates. As we see, too wide around the king, a little bit of a door bang there. He caught it. I don't know if that's what you would call a clean move, so I wonder if the position will be redressed there, but stewards will definitely, most likely, have a look at that one. But yeah, Brad McDonald saying in chat that don't speak before you haven't driven, so yeah, probably a good call. I may have already cursed myself, so we'll see what happens, but even Octane Online Racing jumping on the bandwagon saying Breen, stop, go, incoming. So yeah, I mean, as you can see, Brad McDonald loves to dish it and take it. Yeah, we kind of have a bit of a masochistic racing dynamic in our team, but it's all fun. Definitely isn't all winning today.
See, Lachlan Nichols Racing, basically the 421 driver's PC died while in the car. Oh, it's tough. Race control, love it.
No, it's bad when race control.
Oh no.
Well, I was about to ask the question, can a commentator curse themselves?
I think if anyone's going to do it, it'll be me. But as Brad said in chat, if I don't manage to roll the car down Skyline and get auto-teleported to garage, I'm already off to a good start, so we'll see what happens. But I don't know, maybe there'll be some spicy replay shots from the lovely Mel's on camera.
Well, just to make sure that the curse happens, I will be cursing you now.
And seeing as Brad is in the chat, how many more minutes on the current stint, Brad? Should I jump out of the booth and make my way back to hanging out with the Layman's? As Nate Lame-Lynn is in the car currently.
If you could let us all know when you are driving there, Josh, that'd be great as well.
I'm almost scared. Might just turn the monitor off.
Put a message in chat when you're about to get in the car.
Oh god, no, because then I know everyone's watching me. Then I'll need to start going to Meg's psychology courses for driving.
There you go, there's your answer. About 22 minutes left.
11
you're in
laps
the
of
car.
fuel. Oh, no pressure then. Well, I should probably head out in a few minutes in and start to get prepared. Make sure I got plenty of liquids to drink and stay hydrated. And
Plenty of paper bags to breathe into heavily.
Yep. Hyperventilate.
You're not hyperventilating. You just like the smell of your lunch.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, the heart rate is already increasing, and I'm not in the car, so just gotta probably slam an energy drink, perhaps. I don't know if that's one of Meg's tips, but it's one that I like to make the most of.
That sounds like the opposite thing that you should be doing.
I definitely need a pit stop, though, if you're catching my drift before I do get in the car. So, a couple more laps here, and I'll probably jump out of the booth, gentlemen. But might be back later if you're still got a spare spot, because it's been a blast so far. And we're not even halfway, so.
Yeah, that's crazy. Not even halfway yet. Oh, jeez.
It's a long race, but it's a great race. And it is called the Great Race. So, well, I mean, the 1000 one is, so does that mean this one's the greatest race?
Certainly is.
Agree with that.
There's a great amount of cars all in a line coming down the straight, so we'll see what happens here. It could be a bit of an angry train, but there's some of them being shown the blue flag, so could be some content. Oh, apparently I'm in trouble. I might have to drive the next stint. Definitely. I might not even join our voice chat.
Yeah, I think you're just going to get trolled the entire stint.
They're probably going to send me the car with the wrong pressures, like bad brake pass, everything. But I mean,
Wet tyres.
actually, our car is now in 42nd place, so a small recovery. I'm doing the next 6 hours apparently. Okay, big stint incoming.
I think this is where I say foot meet mouth or something.
Yeah, I might be eating my own words for at least the foreseeable future until MLL, where there might be a shot of redemption.
Should we make this interesting? So for Brad, if Josh actually makes it through the stint without bidding it spectacularly, what are you going to do?
How about if I do that, he has to buy me a new set of pedals because my pedals are dying. And then I won't have anything to blame.
That's a little bit too serious. I was thinking, no.
Brad is loaded, man. He's an accountant.
Oh
Wow then.
well, in that case, you can buy me a new set of pedals too.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not sponsoring the event.
Yeah, just the end of season tax return for OR members.
Yep. Luckily we have Permobil on board, doing a great job. All the cars proudly waving the Permobil decal on the side. Brad, Emily. Alright boys, but been a pleasure, but I really should go start getting ready, so I'll hopefully won't be walking back to the booth with my head hanging in shame, but we will see.
There we go. If you don't crash, Brad's going to buy you 3 monsters. There you go.
Oh, I'll take that. That's like almost 2 days worth. Alright lads, it's been a pleasure.
Josh.
See you later, Josh. Good luck.
I'll need it. Cheers.
Don't break a leg.
See ya.
Oh, he is so cursed.
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen.
So as the race continues on, 165 laps done already. Not even at the halfway mark. So yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good for these guys.
Do we have a favourite livery yet? I know we've had plenty of time.
That's
to fill the cars.
That's a good question, actually. I'm sort of struck by this red and white Mercedes that's just coming out of the cutting now. I do like that sort of split livery, asymmetrical liveries. But yeah, red, white, and black is a very good combination in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. The 05 Motorsport car is definitely in my top 5. The AVR cars look fantastic as well.
Oh yes.
So we can see the little demo shots of the liveries on the bottom tracker as well.
I will have to show my Nissan bias and say that the 111 Nissan looks spectacular. It's a very well done livery of I think it was the 2015 Nissan GTR that won the race.
That's correct. One of the most epic races of 12-hour history, really.
Yes, indeed. It's been I'd say lovingly recreated in the sim. Looks really good.
Piper says, just GTR looks good, full stop. Well, each of their own.
Well, I have to agree. Love the GTR. Love the brick, as everyone knows.
Yes, the brick. A love for the AVR cars in chat. Also, the Apostles of Egg livery. I can't quite remember what that one is, but that's quite popular.
What is an apostle of an egg?
They're an apostle of egg.
They've got a lot of damage. Look at this.
That is
Got Blair.
that is a very funky livery, actually. Oh, what drone piloting skills!
I'm sure if we could see his face, it would be one of sadness.
Well, we're about to find. Yeah. looks how I thought he would be. That is a very sad-looking Mercedes. Yeah, very funky-looking looking livery. I also spotted a Mercedes out there with the classic D2 livery. That's pretty well done. Even though it's kind of basic, but yeah, it looks good.
Mr. Benjamin Hignett in the one of the MRT cars. I think there's 4 of them in the race, is that right?
I think they just keep on multiplying, actually.
I love the MRT liveries. Very nice. Different colours as well. The milk or milkshake inspired, fruit inspired liveries.
Yeah, still got that little Easter egg for the fuel filler there. Well, milk. I'm having a look at Spare Tire Racing. Got a bird on the back there for some reason. And a bird on the front. Yep.
Did we actually manage to catch their livery reveal video? It was great.
Did they?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Some sort of chicken shop in Tasmania, I believe. I'm sure someone in chat will let us know.
I feel like there's more to the story given the comment there from OOR. If you know, you know. That's always a chicken feed is all you need because it goes a long way. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit clueless on that. It's like a jingle.
Yeah, it's some sort of jingle commercial.
That's why I don't know.
It's from Tasmania. They're a different breed over there. They get different adverts.
I was waiting for it.
It wouldn't be a stream if we didn't take a few pot shots at Tasmanians, would it?
I'm going to regret this, but I'm actually going to follow that advice. Wish me luck, gentlemen.
Six hours 12 remaining. Just checked, had a look on the radar. Still no rain, so I'm going to head outside soon and do another rain dance.
So, coming later on when I get back in the car in a few hours. Yeah, I agree, Diabol's There is no starter right at the moment. It is very sad.
It is extremely sad. Us being in the McLaren, we are very much praying for rain.
Well, that was something, I have to say. I mean, I think we could probably kick Tasmania out of the the colony for that.
Well, if not just for that, I mean, there was a certain video with a couple of Tasmanians and a fish recently. You can be kicked out for that.
I'm not going to look up that one.
You don't.
All I heard was a couple of guys, Tasmania, fish, and it's just like, yeah, I could sort of know where that goes. Okay, what is the temperature where you are? Oh, that's a good question. Maybe. It's 32 degrees currently in Canberra, so quite a warm one, I would say.
It's 25 here, but feels like 35 in my room.
It's currently 22 with my aircon here in Moonee Ponds in Victoria. I don't know what it's like outside, but it looks hot.
$36 for Fezza. Jeez. Aircon and fan. Just when aircon or the fan is just not enough. Gotta have both. So we watch Lawrence about to put a lap down on his teammate. Head down Conrad straight. Gets a bit of a tow from his teammate as well. Hopefully we don't get a Williams esports moment there. Don't want to mention that, do we?
No. I think I think that team's a bit of a dirty word in sim racing at the moment.
Oh yes. Very much questionable morals. I mean, I don't know where to start with the sort of attitude that they had regarding that event. I mean, you're going to bend the rules and not race to the spirit of the rules, then that's, well, maybe allowed, inverted commas. Certainly not fair, especially if everyone else is racing to the spirit of the rules. Yeah, certainly Williams esports need to hang their head in shame.
Agreed. Well, based on that note, I'm going to jump out for an hour or so. I'll be back for my final stint in about an hour. I believe we've got 2 brand new guests coming in, so I'll speak to you all in an hour.
All right, well, thanks for dropping in, Sean. Meanwhile, we'll continue watching, calling this race. Leo Dreyer currently on screen. And number 70, another car that has probably just flown under the radar. Honestly, we could turn that into a drinking game, couldn't we? How many cars have flown under the radar so far and found themselves up in handy positions with just over 6 hours left to run in this race?
Yeah, look, I think if we started taking a shot every time someone said flying under the radar, we would be ourselves flying under the radar of being awake very soon.
I think I'd be under the table after one, honestly. I digress. That is the way you do a good job at this race. Very long track, very susceptible to mistakes, hard to make passes. Flying under the radar, that's probably the best thing you can do. At least until you get to that last 70 minutes or last 90 minutes, and then the elbows will start coming out more so there. And on that note, let's welcome to the commentary box Nick Amone and Sam Railworth. Sorry if I've absolutely butchered your names there.
No,
No
you
worries
got
on
it
that part.
pretty well.
So, gentlemen, how are you going today?
Today's been a good day, pretty productive. Just, almost got a little late. I was playing some MW2, but now I'm here. Outside of that, though, it's been pretty good, I think.
I've just been playing with a new car.
Playing with a new car? Oh, do tell.
I picked up a 2020 Porsche Macan GTS last weekend. So I was having some fun on my day off.
How's that feeling?
It's good, because my other two cars are sports cars, so it's automatic and luxurious and boring. But it is a GTS. It has burbly noises, so it's a lot of fun.
It's like a real car.
Yes, this is a real car.
Yeah, the Porsche Macan is a sort of SUV sort of thing, isn't it?
Kinda, yeah. It's more like a crossover, and then the GTS is lowered like another half an inch or something on air suspension and everything. It is ridiculously technically cool and way better than anything I should own, but hey, I needed to tow the race car. I've been watching this though, a lot. I watched the first hour just to see the chaos and the nice dark driving up until a little bit of the sunrise. And it's been pretty interesting seeing the 89 car. I think they sort of went deep into the chase and hit, I want to say, I don't remember who it was they hit, but so that was lap 1. They dropped down almost all the way to the back just to sort of wait for people to go by, and then they had to stop and go, and now they're up in P3. So that's impressive.
Yeah, and as Octane has just announced in chat, we're about to move over to part 2 on the stream. So don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to Octane Online Racing for more of this racing. Of course, we do have Sprint Series Formula 1. I believe AMS2 just around the corner as well. So, yeah, hit the subscribe button. You know you want to.
Don't get lost on the transfer to the second stream. We will not be coming back for you. It is far too dangerous.
Well, also log in on all of your extra accounts and like and subscribe too. Just pump up those numbers.
That's okay. Neil's on that. Mull's is on that. He's got his stock accounts ready.
Oh goodness, he always has them at the ready, doesn't he?
Man, I do kind of wish I was in this race. It just looks so much fun, and I didn't get into the sprints this week because I strained my neck a little bit coming home, and I just could not sit there for a race that didn't count. And I spent so much time practicing for the quali for this race and not getting in, and then just watching these guys all have such a good time. I'm jealous.
Yeah, I didn't even attempt. I saw the whole announcement. Hey, Bathurst 12-hour, and the first second was, oh, this would be a lot of fun, and the second was, maybe on second thought I just don't. Maybe I just stay here and watch from the sidelines, from the commentary box. Nice and cozy. I don't have to worry about not crashing through sector 2. Making sure I hook up the chase properly.